Chapter 991. A City Lord-class Heaven Monarch dares to come to the demonic Horn Star Sea. Li Fuchen was rather astonished. In his opinion, unless it was a City Lord-class Heaven Monarch that cultivated the evil Tao, it was a suicidal act to come to the demonic Horn Star Sea. I must escape from the demonic Horn Star Sea. Only after escaping from the demonic Horn Star Sea will I be able to send a message to my clan. A pair of silver wings extended from Yin Shiyue's back and there was a flash of thunder before she vanished without a trace. But soon enough, Yin Shiyue returned. Behind her were tens of thousands of Star Sea demons. There are so many Star Sea demons. Li Fuchen was shocked. Previously, he only encountered a few dozen Star Sea demons at most. Soon enough, the duo was surrounded by more and more Star Sea demons. Sword Sea Horizon. Li Fuchen brandished his sword and the sword chi turned into a sword sea that enveloped a large number of Star Sea demons. However, these Star Sea demons didn't have a physical body and Sword World type sword moves had limited damage to them. It was also very difficult to trap them. Firstly, there were too many Star Sea demons. Secondly, this was the demonic Horn Star Sea. The evil Tao source was abundant while the other universe sources were extremely thin. Therefore, in the next moment, the void felt like there was a leak as countless Star Sea demons scurried out from the Sword World. The Star Sea demons that escaped had weakened their chi presences, but once they came out, their chi presences immediately surged and quickly recovered. This won't do. To deal with Star Sea demons, you must use absolute power to destroy them instantly. You must not give them any chance to catch a breather. Yin Shiyue flipped her hand and a fist-sized dark blue bead appeared in her hand. Immediately after, the dark blue bead soared into the sky and blasted out thunderbolts. It was obvious that the Star Sea demons that were struck by the thunderbolts were instantly turned into ashes and couldn't be more dead. Superior Grade Supreme Cardinal Artifact. Li Fuchen had a higher opinion of Yin Shiyue. Be it the silver wings on her back or the dark blue bead, they were both peak-grade Supreme Cardinal Artifacts. A City Lord-class Heaven Monarch that possessed two peak-grade Supreme Cardinal Artifacts was either heaven-defying luck or had a shocking background. Li Fuchen reckoned that it was the second type. Return to Origin Sword Phase. With a swing of the joint Heaven Sword, a row of longswords appeared and blasted at the incoming Star Sea demons. Pu. The return to origin sword form was not only powerful, but also very mysterious. A long sword could basically annihilate several monsters in the Sea of Stars. It was much more powerful than Yin Shiyue's thunder and lightning. However, it was not as numerous as her opponent, and it was far inferior. It would be great if Tribulation's hand could reach the middle stage. Li Fuchen felt regretful. If the hand of Tribulation reached the middle stage, he wouldn't even need to do anything. He could just fill his entire body with the power of Tribulation and charge forward, killing anyone who tried to stop him. The speed at which the two of them killed the galactic demons was not slow. Unfortunately, there were simply too many galactic demons around them. Furthermore, their numbers were increasing with every passing moment. If the two of them continued to do their own thing, they would only be slowly whittled down to death. Join forces to break out. Li Fuchen looked at Yin Shiyue. Sure. Yin Shiyue nodded. Since they were going to work together to break out of the encirclement, they naturally had to trust each other. If they didn't trust each other enough, it would be easy for them to miss a good opportunity. Of course, the two of them were also confident that even if they were ambushed, they wouldn't fall into a desperate situation. The duo's plan was very simple. Li Fuchen would use his sword art to open up a path while Yin Shiyue would use her Thunder Tao Cardinal Artifact to eliminate any approaching demonic creatures to prevent them from being surrounded. Boom boom boom, when the duo worked together, their breakout speed was extremely fast. They were like fish swimming in water as they shuttled through the waves formed by the galactic demons. Moments later, the duo broke out of the encirclement. But right at this moment, a saber chi swept over and engulfed both of them. With the silver wings, Yin Shiyue didn't suffer any damage. It was needless to say for Li Fuqian, who had the myriad calamity immortal body. The violent saber chi was only able to eliminate a portion of the tribulation power, it was impossible for it to eliminate all of the tribulation power. The duo looked over and saw that the saber chi was emitted by a white skeleton. The white skeleton was obviously a saber Dao emperor when it was alive. Every bone in its body was emitting boundless saber intent. However, at this moment, there were two balls of demonic flames burning in the white skeleton's eye sockets. It was clear that a demonic being from the star sea was controlling the white skeleton. Supreme Rate Saber Bone. Yin Shiyue's eyes lit up. She might be the young lady of the Yin family clan, but the Yin family clan wasn't ruled by her lineage. Even if the resources were biased towards her, there was a limit. A supreme rate saber bone was enough for her to exchange for plenty of clan resources. However, it wasn't that easy to obtain this supreme rate saber bone. Putting aside the tens of thousands of galactic demons, just the galactic demon controlling this supreme rate saber bone was probably not easy to deal with. You want this supreme rate saber bone? Li Fuqian could see a trace of suspicion from Yin Shiyue's eyes. This is a supreme rate saber bone, who wouldn't want it? Yin Shiyue didn't deny. Li Fuqian said, we can make a deal. I will help you obtain the supreme rate saber bone and you will pay me 100 supreme rate sword bones. A supreme rate saber bone was worth over 200 bones. Li Fuqian felt that this deal was very fair. 100 bones is too much. 90 bones. Yin Shiyue shook her head. In the universe, saber bones and sword bones weren't of equal value. Sword bones were slightly more valuable. Alright, swear. Li Fuqian didn't need a verbal agreement, he needed an oath. After hearing Li Fuqian, Yin Shiyue didn't hesitate and made the oath. After the Yin Shiyue made the oath, Li Fuqian rushed at the white bone skeleton. There are too many galactic demons here, lure it away first. Be it Li Fuqian, Yin Shiyue, or the white bone skeleton, their speed was much faster than most of the galactic demons. After half a day, apart from the white bone skeleton, all the galactic demons had been shaken off. Chaos Thunder Beast, reveal yourself. Yin Shiyue poured more power into the Thunder Dao Cardinal artifact. There was a thunderous roar and a giant beast that was coiled with chaos thunderbolts appeared from the Thunder Dao Cardinal artifact. It opened its mouth and shot out countless thunderbolts at the white bone skeleton. Chaos Thunder Beast? Li Fuqian narrowed his eyes. Beside Yan Qinggu was a thunder beast. However, thunder beasts were only regular tyrant beasts and weren't rare. In comparison, the Chaos Thunder Beast was much rarer. The Chaos Thunder Beast was one of the P-class tyrant beasts and wasn't inferior to the Calamity Heavenly Dragon, Once it matured, its strength wouldn't be inferior to peak emperors like the Horizontal River Primogenitor. If Li Fuqian didn't guess wrongly, Yin Shiyue's Thunder Dao Cardinal artifact should be refined from one of the Chaos Thunder Beast's eyeballs. Therefore, it was able to produce the Chaos Thunder Beast's shadow. Since Yin Shiyue had already used her trump card, Li Fuqian didn't want to waste it. Spirit Soul Sword Chi. In terms of attack power, Li Fuqian wasn't comparable to Yin Shiyue's Thunder Dao Cardinal artifact, but he still had his Soul Dao methods. Li Fuqian might not have obtained an incredible Soul Dao inheritance, but after studying it for a moment, he was able to increase the level of his Soul Dao methods. A purple-red sword chi that only Li Fuqian could see burst out and entered the white bone skeleton's body. There was a deep sound while the white bone skeleton's eye sockets flickered. Yin Shiyue looked at Li Fuqian with doubt. Her intuition told her that Li Fuqian used some method. Chapter 992. With the duo's cooperation, the Star Sea demonic being in the white skeleton was finally eliminated. Yin Shiyue waved her hand and kept the white skeleton into her spatial ring. This is my communication token. When you are free, go to the Tiger Fault Star region to look for me. A single supreme saber bone was enough for her to exchange for 90 supreme sword bones and a large amount of her clan's resources. Alright, I will go. Li Fuqian nodded. The Swordsman Guild's Class 2 branch was also in the Tiger Fault Star region. Once he reached there, he would be able to report. Soon enough, the duo split up. Yin Shiyue was in a hurry to leave the Devil Horn Star Sea, while Li Fuchen wanted to stay in the Devil Horn Star Sea for a period of time to see if he could find any opportunities. Half a year later, Li Fuchen arrived at the center of the Devil Horn Star Sea, near the two devil horns. It was said to be near, but it was actually countless light years away. It was mainly because the two devil horns were too massive. As compared to them, planes were just dwarfed. In the universe, even demigod-class space beasts wouldn't be so massive. It was unimaginable how terrifying such a massive creature was when it was alive. A single breath from it would probably be able to eliminate everything. The origin of the Devil Horn Star Sea's evil Tao source is this pair of devil horns. No, this place's pressure is too intense. My sword Tao is severely suppressed. After taking a glance at the devil horns, Li Fuchen immediately left. In this place, Li Fuchen wouldn't even be a match for a regular Evil Tao Heaven Monarch, let alone a City Lord class Evil Tao Heaven Monarch. The Devil Horn Star Sea was boundless. An entire Supreme Sword Bone was hard to find, but it was still possible to find one or two of them. On this day, Li Fuchen discovered a finger bone that was emitting a weak sword intent in the sky above the star sea that was filled with miscellaneous items. The sword intent contained in this finger bone might seem weak, but when Li Fuchen wanted to absorb it, it immediately burst out with astounding sword intent. It was obvious that it was just a disguise. The Supreme Sword Bone had spirituality and vaguely knew that if it constantly emitted sword intent, there would be a time when the sword intent would be exhausted. Hurry up and come over. How could a finger bone stop Li Fuchen's absorption? With a swish, the finger bone landed on Li Fuchen's hand. When Li Fuchen's spirit soul force entered, he saw an extremely mystical sword pattern. In the early stages, Li Fuchen didn't understand why the Joint Heaven Sword Spirit wanted him to delve into sword patterns. Ever since he obtained some sword bones in the Sword Star City, Li Fuchen understood that when a sword pattern reached a high level, it was closely related to cultivation. The reason why only the bones of heavenly lords who had reached the supreme level of the supreme level were left behind was because their bones contained the supreme level of the supreme level of the supreme level of the supreme level, which was equivalent to weapons. In the early days, the sword essence secret technique that Li Fuchen obtained was probably created by a powerful heaven lord. Unfortunately, there was no Golden Sword Essence chapter, and even the Silver Sword Essence chapter was incomplete. Li Fuchen even guessed that there should be a higher realm after the Golden Sword Essence chapter. If he had the complete Sword Essence secret technique, it would not be impossible to deduce a supreme cultivation technique from it. A finger bone wasn't of much help to Li Fuchen, but it was better than nothing. A few months later, Li Fuchen obtained the second Supreme Sword Bone. This time it was a calf bone. 1 year later, Li Fuchen obtained the third Supreme Sword Bone and it was a broken rib. For the next few years, Li Fuchen obtained the clavicle, sternum, scapula, and other fragmented bones. Some of these bones came from the same Sword Dao Emperor, while some came from other Sword Dao Emperors. The sword patterns inside were all different too. It is a pity that I didn't obtain the most important vertebrae and skull. Li Fuchen felt it was a pity. Be it humans or other races, the most important bones in the body were the vertebrae and skull. Of course, races without vertebrae were an exception. Apart from the Supreme Sword Bone, Li Fuchen also obtained plenty of other Supreme Bones like the Supreme Saber Bone, Supreme Fire Bone, Supreme Ice Bone, Supreme Thunder Bone, etc. These Supreme Bones were rather valuable and if they were auctioned, a single bone would be sold for a few 100 million peak-grade spirit stones. Apart from that, Li Fuchen also obtained the Star Sea Demon Flower. The Star Sea Demon Flower was a supreme herb that was unique to the Devil Horn Star Sea. It contained the evil Tao source and was considered an absolute treasure to evil Tao cultivators. A single stalk was worth at least 10 billion peak-grade spirit stones. A total of 12 Supreme Sword Bones. The efficiency is too low. After a few more years, Li Fuchen's patience had dissipated. The Devil Horn Star Sea definitely had an entire set of supreme sword bones, but to encounter one was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Li Fuchen might be able to find one after wandering in the Devil Horn Star Sea for 1,000 or 10,000 years, but it was too much of a waste of time. With such a long period of time, Li Fuchen felt that he could rely on himself to increase the primary extreme sword technique to the supreme rank. Let's go to the Tiger Fault Star region. Activating the Calamity power, Li Fuchen's speed increased to the limits as he flew towards the Tiger Fault Star region. The Tiger Fault Star region was the largest star region in the Twin Horn Star Wheel. In the Tiger Fault Star region, the strongest faction wasn't the Swordsman Guild's Class 2 branch in the Sword Star City, it was the Ainshur clan. In the Twin Horn Star Wheel, there were only two super clans, the Ainshur clan and the Zhu clan. In comparison, the Ainshur clan seemed to be stronger on the surface, because the Ainshur clan had a demigod ancestor, while the Zhu clan's demigod ancestor had been missing for many years. The Ainshur clan occupied a total of 5 universe cities. Ainshur had always been residing in the Rain Thunder City. Buzz. In the spatial ring, the communication token vibrated. Is he here? Ainshur took out the communication token and poured in a trace of power. In the next moment, a screen lit up and it was Li Fuchen's image. I will wait for you at the Spirit Peak City. Li Fuchen wasn't going to foolishly head to the Ainshur clan's universe city to meet up with Ainshur. It was better to be safe than sorry. Alright. Ainshur nodded. 3 days later, at the Spirit Peak City, you have 90 supreme sword bones and only 50 of them belong to the same Sword Dao Emperor. Ainshur handed Li Fuchen a spatial ring. Can you help me exchange these for supreme sword bones? Li Fuchen took out the supreme sword bones that he didn't need. I can, but the supreme sword bones are rather precious and cannot be exchanged for one. Unless it is the Supreme Time and Space Bone or the Supreme Chaos Bone, then it is possible to exchange for one or two. Ainshur explained in advance. Li Fuchen nodded. The value of the Supreme Sword Bones was determined by 2 factors. Firstly, the Tao contained within was powerful enough. Secondly, the market was powerful enough. As long as one of the factors was satisfied, the value would be very high. Alright. I will be staying at the Spirit Peak City for the next period of time. Li Fuchen was planning to comprehend these supreme sword bones. As long as the primary extreme sword's function broke through to the supreme level, there would be very few existences that could deal with him in this world. 1 week later, Ainshur came again. This time, she brought 30 supreme sword bones and exchanged all the supreme sword bones that Li Fuchen didn't need. Li Fuchen knew that Ainshur must have profited, but it was very normal. If there wasn't any profit, why would they cooperate with you? A total of 132 supreme sword bones. It is about time. Chapter 993. Li Fuchen had been in seclusion for 50 years and it still hadn't ended. Supreme Cultivation Technique, form heaven and earth, form a universe. After cultivating the Supreme Cultivation Technique, the body will be a small universe. Be it the power reserve or the speed of power replenishment, it will be 100 or 1,000 times faster than before. By then, even if I am in the dark void between star regions or in dangerous places like the Devil Horn Star Sea, I will be able to fight for a long time without worrying about power exhaustion. Li Fuchen felt that his primary extreme sword technique had reached the critical point and was just one step away from changing the world. But this step wasn't that easy to cross. It was mainly due to the lack of accumulation. If there was enough accumulation, breaking through would happen naturally and wouldn't require much effort. However, Li Fuchen reckoned that he would need at least 2 sets of complete supreme sword bones to allow his accumulation to reach the point where he could break through at any moment. Of course, if Li Fuchen wanted to forcefully break through, there was still a great chance. It was mainly due to his heaven-defying perception, and his deduction ability was better than 100 or 1,000 star region class heavenly monarchs. Even a demigod wouldn't be comparable to him. As long as he could find some of the rules of the supreme cultivation technique, he would be able to follow the rules and combine it with the primary extreme sword technique to deduce his own supreme cultivation technique. It would just take a little more time. 132 supreme sword bones came from a total of 28 sword Dao emperors. It also meant that Li Fuqian had 28 points of reference. However, among these 28 points of reference, there were strong and weak ones. The strong ones had 50 supreme sword bones, while the weak ones only had 1 supreme sword bone. As a reference, the value of the former was naturally several times higher. Another 20 years had passed. I have concluded a total of 3 rules. The first rule is contained in every single supreme sword bone and it is an iron rule. The second rule is only contained by 2 supreme sword bones that are related to each other. The third rule is only contained by 5 supreme sword bones that are related to each other. It isn't perfect yet. After concluding the 3 rules, they were crucial for Li Fuqian's subsequent breakthroughs, especially the first iron rule. It seems like I still have to make a trip to the Sword Star City. To be honest, Li Fuqian was confident that he could break through now. However, he realized that he had grasped too few rules. If he broke through now, the primary extreme sword technique's level wouldn't be that high. Only by grasping enough patterns would the primary extreme sword technique's level be high enough. Just like supreme martial techniques, supreme cultivation techniques were also divided into 3 levels: normal, city lord, and star domain. The vast majority of imperial lords only had normal supreme cultivation techniques. Peak or peak imperial lords had city lord cultivation techniques. Only invincible imperial lords had star domain cultivation techniques. Li Fuqian reckoned that if he broke through now, the primary extreme sword technique would at most be at the city lord class. After ending his seclusion, Li Fuqian left the Spirit Peak City and rushed towards the Sword Star City. In the Swordsman Guild's discussion hall in the Sword Star City, the Bitter Sea Sword Monarch was looking at Li Fuqian with astonishment. The last time she saw Li Fuqian was over 100 years ago. Back then, Li Fuqian wasn't even a heaven monarch. How did he become a Sword Dao Emperor now? After all, the Swordsman Guild had less than 5 Sword Dao sovereign emperors in the entire double-horned astral wheel. Every Sword Dao Emperor had to experience millions or tens of millions of years to mature. He had never heard of anyone using over 100 years to advance from Sacred Lord to Emperor. It was simply unheard of. Just as the Bitter Sea Sword Monarch was hesitating to speak, the Sword Star City Swordsman Guild's guild leader and vice guild leader rushed over. If it was something else, the duo wouldn't have come personally, let alone together. However, a Sword Dao Emperor suddenly appeared. Even the guild leader and vice guild leader had to treat with caution. The Swordsman Guild leader was a vigorous elder with a long beard. He cultivated the Morning Sun Sword Dao. Hence, he had the aura of a youth and was full of vigor. The vice guild leader was a short and fat elder with a dark face. He walked beside the guild leader and was like a shadow that wasn't easily noticed. This junior pays his respects to Imperial Monarch Chao Yang and Imperial Monarch Thousand Shadows. Li Fuqian cupped his fist and greeted the duo. Imperial Monarch Chao Yang was a peak-level emperor and was extremely famous. Imperial Monarch Thousand Shadows was a peak-level emperor and was rather famous too. Among the emperors, there are only peers. There is no such thing as seniors or juniors. Imperial Monarch Chao Yang smiled at Li Fuqian. From the Bitter Sea Sword Monarch's message, Imperial Monarch Chao Yang already knew about Li Fuqian's situation. To be honest, it was impossible for Imperial Monarch Chao Yang not to be shocked. Li Fuqian's improvement speed was probably only comparable to the legendary Son of Universe. Imperial Monarch Chao Yang guessed that Li Fuqian must have obtained a heaven-defying opportunity over the past 100 years. Otherwise, it was impossible for Li Fuqian to improve so quickly. However, all of this wasn't important. What was important was that the person standing in front of Imperial Monarch Chao Yang was a Sword Dao Emperor that was on equal footing with him. That was enough. The Supreme Sword Bone is extremely precious. Even I would need enough contribution points to borrow it. After knowing Li Fuchen's intention, Imperial Monarch Chao Yang spoke bluntly. Li Fuchen said, "How many contribution points do I need to borrow one Supreme Sword Bone?" Imperial Monarch Chao Yang said, 1 billion contribution points. Li Fuchen nodded. It was fortunate that it wasn't too high. If I have one Supreme Sword Bone here, how many contribution points can I exchange for? Imperial Monarch Chao Yang said, 10 billion contribution points. This was a little low. Li Fuchen thought for a moment and asked, how many Supreme Sword Bones does the guild have? A total of 565. There are 206 that came from the same Sword Dao Emperor. It is a complete set. If you want to borrow it, you will need 300 billion contribution points. A complete set. To Li Fuchen, this was a piece of good news. It was the same 206 Supreme Sword Bones, but the difference was too great. It was worth it to spend more contribution points. That's right. Imperial Monarch Chao Yang continued, the Swordsman Guild's contribution points are universal. You can use them at the headquarters too. Therefore, you don't have to worry about anything else. From Li Fuchen's tone, Imperial Monarch Chao Yang already knew that Li Fuchen had plenty of Supreme Sword Bones. Therefore, he added another sentence. Alright, I shall exchange all of them for contribution points. Li Fuchen took out all of the Supreme Sword Bones and there was a total of 132 of them. So many. The bitter sea sword monarch's heart was burning with passion. Imperial Monarch Chao Yang yearned for Supreme Sword Bones too. He also had a few Supreme Sword Bones, but they were incomparable to Li Fuchen. 132 Supreme Sword Bones would be worth 132 billion contribution points. It was enough for Li Fuchen to borrow all of the Supreme Sword Bones in the guild. Without wasting any time, Li Fuchen found a manor in the Sword Star City and immediately went into seclusion. 10 years passed. 20 years passed, Li Fuchen's accumulation was getting deeper. Especially the complete set of Supreme Sword Bones, it had at least doubled his accumulation. No, it isn't worth it to break through like this. On this day, Li Fuchen felt that he could break through, but he gave up on this opportunity. Originally, he only wanted to break through the primary extreme sword technique to the supreme rank. But now, he felt that his requirements were too low. Since the Supreme Sword Bones could rapidly increase his Sword Dao foundation, why would he persist on breaking through now? He might as well break through after reaching the critical point like the primary extreme sword art. Chapter 994. The Sword Star City's Swordsman Guild was only a Class 2 branch. Above this, there was a Class 1 branch in the headquarters. Li Fuchen didn't hesitate much and chose to head to the Class 1 branch. Of course, he could also head to other Class 2 branches and obtain the Supreme Sword Bones there. But each Class 2 branch had too few Supreme Sword Bones and it would be rather troublesome to head there one by one. Therefore, he might as well head to the Class 1 branch. The Sword Star City had a teleportation array that led to the Class 1 branch, but the teleportation fee was rather high. A single teleportation would cost 100 billion contribution points and Li Fuchen only had 660 billion contribution points. There was no other choice as the distance was too far. If he were to fly there, it was unknown how many star regions and star wheels he would have to fly past. 100 billion contribution points it was then. Li Fuchen chose to teleport. Radiant Star Region, one of the super star regions that wasn't included in any star wheels. Its size was 1,000 times bigger than regular star regions and was even bigger than some star wheels. In the Radiant Star Region, there were plenty of ruins and perilous places. Correspondingly, this was also a star region that was mixed with all sorts of people. The Swordsman Guild, Saber Alliance, Undead Legion, Temple of Gods, Dark Parliament, Trials Eye, and various great clans. Almost all of the super factions had a branch or headquarters here. At the Sword Brilliant City's teleportation plaza, a figure descended. This is the Class 1 branch. Li Fuchen released his spirit soul power and observed the surroundings. He noticed that the Sword Brilliant City was several times bigger than the Sword Star City, and the array was also several times stronger. I wonder what is the Lord's name and where did you come from? At the teleportation plaza, there would always be a heaven monarch standing guard. After sensing Li Fuchen's horrific chi presence, he quickly welcomed Li Fuchen. Primary Extreme Emperor from the double-horned star wheel. Li Fuchen took out his guild emblem. Right now, his guild emblem was at the Glorious Sun class. In fact, his strength had already surpassed the Glorious Sun class. It was a pity that the Class 2 branch could only bestow him with the Glorious Sun class emblem. Above the Glorious Sun class, there was the Elder class. This elder wasn't a branch elder, it was a general elder. Generally speaking, the general elder must be a star field class heaven monarch like Imperial Emperor Chao Yang and Imperial Emperor Thousand Shadow. They weren't just the Sword Star City's swordsman guild leader and vice leader, they were also general elders. Subsequently, Li Fuchen met with the Sword Brilliant City's swordsman guild leader, Origin Bright Sword Ancestor. The Bright Origin Sword Ancestor was in existence on the Imperial Monarch rankings. His strength was so formidable that he was at least ranked in the top 10 in the Radiant Starfield. One had to know that the Radiant Starfield was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. It would already be considered pretty good if the other starfields had 1 or 2 sovereign emperors. However, the Radiant Starfield had at least 800 sovereign emperors, if not 1,000. After confirming that Li Fuchen was a member of the Swordsman Guild and was also a Star Field class Heaven Monarch, the Origin Bright Sword Ancestor bestowed Li Fuchen with the status of a headquarters elder. In the entire headquarters, there were only a few people who could bestow the position of a General Division Elder to others, and the president of a first-level branch was one of them. As a General Elder, Li Fuchen had plenty of privileges. One of the privileges was to redeem the guild's reusable resources at half price. Originally, borrowing a Supreme Sword Bone required 1 billion guild points, but now, it only required 500 million guild points. Furthermore, after becoming an Elder of the headquarters, the contribution points under one's name would automatically be converted to Elder points. 100 million contribution points could be converted to 1 Elder point. There might not seem to be much of a difference between the two, but there were some resources that could only be exchanged for with Elder contribution points. Li Fuchen had over 560 billion guild points, and after converting them to Elder contribution points, he would have over 5,600 guild points. This is a detailed introduction of the Radiant Starfield. It is best for you to take a closer look. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask the other elders. The Origin Bright Sword Ancestor took out a jade scroll and tossed it to Li Fuchen. Many thanks, Sword Ancestor. After receiving the jade scroll, Li Fuchen bade farewell and left. When Li Fuchen left the guild hall, an elder with the demeanor of an immortal walked out from the side hall. This child is indeed extraordinary. He isn't the son of universe, but he is superior. This old man's 9 heaven sword divination is actually unable to divine his future. The elder caressed the copper coin sword in his hand while his eyes flickered with radiance. It turned out that Imperial Monarch Chao Yang had already transmitted a message to the Origin Bright Sword Ancestor regarding Li Fuchen's information. The Origin Bright Sword Ancestor then called over the Heaven's Secret Sword Elder who was able to calculate Heaven's fate and asked him to calculate Li Fuchen's future accomplishments. You can't divine it? The Origin Bright Sword Ancestor didn't feel too surprised. From the information he obtained from Emperor Yang, Li Fuchen was most likely the son of Universe. Furthermore, he was a son of Universe that had heaven-defying fated encounters. The son of Universe was favored by the Universe willpower. When divine their fates, the Universe willpower would interfere. After letting out a breath, the Origin Bright Sword Ancestor said, no matter what, since he is suspected to be the son of Universe, then we will do our best to make things convenient for him. Of course, we cannot be too deliberate. The destiny of the Son of Universe is unpredictable. It is not good to be too deliberate. The Heaven's Secret Sword Elder said, it is rumored that in the universe, there will only be 49 sons of Universe at the same time. Right now, Our Swordsman Guild has 3 suspected Sons of Universe, including the Origin Extreme Emperor. It seems like the universe willpower is favoring our Swordsman Guild. The Origin Bright Sword Ancestor said, the Sons of Universe will fall too. Right now, there are many Sons of Universe, but it doesn't mean anything. Only when they become demigods will they be able to bring endless fate to the Swordsman Guild. Between the super factions, it wasn't the number of Sons of Universe, it was the number of demigods. Of course, if there were more of both, it would definitely be better. There was someone in the side hall earlier. He should be divining my destiny. Li Fuchen's spirit soul power was extremely powerful. In this world, there wasn't anything that could stop his spirit soul power. The reason why Li Fuchen felt that someone was divining him was because he felt an illusory power enveloping him. But when facing his spirit soul, the power would collapse upon contact like a bubble. The Radiant Star region is indeed formidable. There are actually so many ruins and super factions. While walking, Li Fuchen had already transmitted the information from the Jade Scroll into his mind. The Radiant Star region had plenty of ruins and danger zones. There were a total of 99 ruins and 72 danger zones. Among them, the weakest ruins were fatal to City Lord class heavenly monarchs. It was said that there was a high chance of death. The most terrifying ruins were even life-threatening for invincible emperors. Only demigods would be able to escape unscathed. The so-called super factions were actually half-god factions that had at least one half-god. Like the Zhu clan, they had a demigod ancestor, Fire God. Like the Einshur clan, the Undead Legion, and the Swordsman Guild. All of them had demigods and were super factions. Of course, there were strong and weak super factions too. Normally speaking, most of the super factions would only have one demigod. It was the same for the powerful Undead Legion. Only a few super factions would have multiple demigods, like the Swordsman Guild, Saber Union, Temple of Gods, Dark Parliament, Trials Eye, and others. But this didn't mean that a super faction with multiple demigods could bully a super faction with only one demigod. It was very hard for a demigod to kill another demigod. If you were to offend the demigod, both sides would suffer great losses and it would benefit the other super factions. Chapter 995. There were plenty of Supreme Sword Bones in the Sword Brilliant City and there were over 100 complete Supreme Sword Bones. But even if they were all Supreme Sword Bones, the value would differ greatly. It depended on the grade of the sword pattern on the Supreme Sword Bone. The grade of the sword pattern would depend on the grade of the cultivation technique. For example, a regular Supreme Cultivation Technique wouldn't be comparable to a City Lord class Supreme Cultivation Technique. A City Lord class Supreme Cultivation Technique wouldn't be comparable to a Star Field class Supreme Cultivation Technique. According to the grade of the sword pattern, the Supreme Sword Bones were separated into 9 grades. Grade 9 was the lowest and Grade 1 was the highest. An entire Grade 9 Supreme Sword Bone would require 1,500 Elder Points to borrow, a Grade 8 would require 2,000 Elder Points, a Grade 7 would require 3,000 Elder Points, a Grade 6 would require 5,000 Elder Points, a Grade 5 would require 10,000 Elder Points. As for a Grade 1 Supreme Sword Bone, it would require 300,000 Elder Points. I don't have enough Elder Points. After seeing the price of borrowing the Supreme Sword Bones, Li Fuchen felt powerless. He only had a total of over 5,600 Elder Points and could only borrow 1 Grade 9 Supreme Sword Bone and 2 Grade 8 Supreme Sword Bones. Let me take a look first. Li Fuchen didn't use all the Elder Points and borrowed a Grade 9 Supreme Sword Bone and a Grade 8 Supreme Sword Bone. After purchasing a manor, Li Fuchen went into seclusion. 12 years later, there isn't much difference between Grade 9 and Grade 8. It is a pity that I don't have enough Elder Points, otherwise, I can borrow a higher grade Supreme Sword Bone to compare. It was impossible for Li Fuchen to borrow all of the Supreme Sword Bones as the required Elder Points would be too terrifying. Therefore, Li Fuchen had no choice but to research which borrowing method was more cost-effective. Was it to borrow a bunch of low-grade Supreme Sword bones or a small number of high-grade Supreme Sword bones? Of course, the prerequisite was that he had enough Elder points. Sword Brilliant City, Elder Grand Hall. Every once in a while, there would be some Elder class missions. Head to the Black Wind Valley to hunt the Black Wind Beast and obtain the Black Wind Stone within its body. A single Black Wind Stone can be exchanged for 10 Elder points. Head to the Chaos Ruins to hunt the Chaos Metal Beast and use the corpse to exchange for 5,000 Elder points. Head to the Death God Lake to harvest the Death God Herb. A single stalk of Death God Herb can be exchanged for 500 Elder points. Killed the Lee family's Elder, Imperial Lord White Bones. Rewarded with 10,000 Elder points. Note, Imperial Lord White Bones has the strength of a high-class Imperial Lord and is cunning. There were plenty of Elder class missions and Li Fuchen carefully picked through them. First, he would eliminate the mission of killing the Chaos Metal Beast. The Ruins of Primal Chaos was one of the top 10 danger zones in the Radiant Star region. It was extremely dangerous. Although the Chaos Metal Beast wasn't very strong and was about the same as an ordinary monarch or a high-level monarch, its defense could only be broken by a peak monarch. The second thing to eliminate was the mission to collect the Death God Herb. The Death God Lake was even more dangerous than the Chaos Ruins and was the second most dangerous place. Li Fuchen didn't wish to take too much risk for now and would think about it in the future. The third possibility was the Whitebone Monarch who killed the Li clan's elder. In order to kill a high-class monarch, it was normally possible if 2 or more top-class monarchs worked together. It was also possible if a peak-class monarch made a move. However, if the enemy had incredible escaping methods, even an invincible monarch might not be able to capture the enemy. Li Fuchen's strength was only close to a high-class monarch. How was he going to kill the enemy? Hence, Li Fuchen chose the mission to hunt the Black Wind Beast. This mission was the most practical for him. The Black Wind Valley was one of the danger zones in the Radiant Star region. The black wind here wasn't an ordinary black wind, it was the soul-departing black wind. It was able to scatter a person's spirit soul. Apart from peak-class monarchs or those that were stronger, no one would be willing to stay here for a long period of time. At the entrance of the valley, a figure descended. This is the soul-departing black wind. Li Fuchen reached out and grabbed a wisp of black wind. Creak, 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 the soul-departing black wind seemed to have a life of its own as it let out a sharp scream that would make one dizzy. I see. Li Fuchen realized that the soul-departing black wind contained traces of strange soul power. In other words, when walking in the soul-departing black wind, it was the same as suffering from soul Dao attacks. Even if the soul Dao attacks weren't powerful, after a long period of time, the soul Dao attacks would be unbearable. I wonder how the soul-departing black wind is formed. Li Fuchen was rather curious. Li Fuchen took a step forward and entered the Black Wind Valley. Huff huff huff, in the Black Wind Valley, the black wind was wreaking havoc and the naked eye's range of vision was extremely small. The spiritual awareness couldn't extend too far either. If it was extended too far, it would be easily scattered by the black wind. Of course, as compared to others, Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness's range was definitely much further. After all, if the spirit soul was stronger, the spiritual awareness would also be stronger. Roar! As Li Fuchen gradually ventured deeper into the Black Wind Valley, there was a strange roar that echoed from the black wind. If Li Fuchen was a City Lord class Heaven Monarch, his spirit soul would definitely be shaken by this roar. Extinguish! Li Fuchen brandished his sword and dropped a black rock. The Black Wind Beast wasn't considered powerful and any ruler would be able to deal with it easily. The crucial point was that you only had one chance to attack and the Black Wind Beast wouldn't give you a second chance. Once the Black Wind Beast dispersed, the Black Wind Rock in the body would automatically disintegrate and fuse with the Black Wind. Li Fuchen reached out and pulled the Black Wind Rock. The Black Wind Rock was made of a very special material. It might be called a rock, but it didn't have any weight and was very light. Just as Li Fuchen expected, the Black Wind Rock contained a massive amount of soul power and also a trace of wind marvel. 2 rocks, 3 rocks. Hunting the black wind beast was a mission that tested one's patience for others. Firstly, one couldn't stay in the Black Wind Valley for a long period of time and it was already rather stressful. Secondly, the Black Wind Valley's scouting range was too small and it was very easy to get lost. Thirdly, the Black Wind Valley was too huge. It wasn't hard to find 1 or 2 black wind beasts, but to find more black wind beasts, it would require time. Li Fuqian was different. To him, the sole distance black wind in the Black Wind Valley wasn't a threat at all. If he was willing, he could stay in the Black Wind Valley for his entire life. In terms of scouting range, even if he didn't rely on his spirit soul power and just relied on his spiritual awareness, his scouting range was 100 or even 1,000 times greater than others. He didn't have to worry about getting lost. It was also simple to find the black wind beasts. With a sweep of his spiritual awareness, he would basically be able to find 1 or 2 black wind beasts. After a few years, Li Fuqian had over 1,000 black wind rocks. If they were exchanged for elder points, it would be over 10,000. But it wasn't enough, far from enough. 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, during the recent years, the emperors that came to the Black Wind Valley were rather strange. In the past, it might be extremely difficult to encounter the Black Wind Beast, but it wasn't like now where they couldn't encounter one for a few years. What is going on? Did something happen in the Black Wind Valley? One of the female emperors that came to the Black Wind Valley frowned. The black wind beasts were condensed from the soul-separating black wind. Even if they were killed, they could condense again after a period of time. Hence, in theory, the number of black wind beasts in Black Wind Valley would never decrease. Unless the soul-separating Black Wind Valley's soul-separating Black Wind Valley dissipated, or if all the black wind beasts in the area were killed in a short period of time, no new black wind beasts would be condensed. Unknowingly, Li Fuqian had arrived at the true depths of the Black Wind Valley. Apart from peak-level emperors and paragon emperors, no one dared to come here. The violent soul-distance black wind was like a bone-scraping steel saber. It could easily injure a regular emperor's spirit soul. Correspondingly, the black wind beasts here were much more concentrated and it saved Li Fuqian a lot of time. 8,000, 9,000, 10,000. Chapter 996. This is too much. How many years has it been and they have only discovered 2 black wind beasts? In the Black Wind Valley, a black monarch had a gloomy expression. He cultivated the Wind Dao and felt that he had signs of breaking through recently. He was planning to obtain more black wind rocks to comprehend. He didn't expect for the current Black Wind Valley to be completely different from his impression. There were pitifully few black wind beasts. Someone is coming out. The black monarch extended his spiritual awareness to the extremity and noticed a figure skimming out from the depths of the Black Wind Valley. If he was just an ordinary sovereign monarch or a high-level sovereign monarch, he definitely wouldn't go looking for trouble. If he was a peak-stage sovereign monarch, he might consider it. However, he was a peak-stage sovereign monarch. At the sovereign monarch level, he feared no one. Even an invincible sovereign monarch could only defeat him, not kill him. Most importantly, Li Fuqian's chi presence was only that of a regular monarch and was close to a high-class monarch. There was nothing to worry about. Stay behind. The black monarch extended his hand and created a violent whirlpool. Caught off guard, Li Fuqian was swept away by the violent whirlpool. Not good. Li Fuqian blasted the Origin Return sword form at the violent whirlpool. But before the Origin Return sword form could make contact with the violent whirlpool, it was scattered by the horrific wind force. It is a peak-level monarch. Li Fuqian's face turned dark. The black monarch's strength was obviously above the purple extreme monarch and Li Fuqian wasn't a match. Even the indestructible body wouldn't be able to withstand too many attacks. Of course, Li Fuqian was a monarch after all and it was impossible for him to not have any countermeasures. Fusing with his sword, Li Fuqian turned into a sword light and split open the wind force. He split open the spatial zone of the Black Wind Valley and instantly tunneled in, trying to escape. The Black Monarch sneered and rubbed his hands. The violent whirlpool became 10 times more intense. The horrific wind force permeated into the depths of the Black Wind Valley's spatial zone and enveloped Li Fuqian again before sweeping him out. Intolerable bully. Li Fuqian took out the prismatic stone mother and activated the time source essence. In the next moment, the spatial zone froze and the Black Monarch's body was also frozen. Li Fuqian seized the opportunity to escape rapidly and vanished in the blink of the eye. In the blink of an eye, the black-robed sovereign lord woke up. A universe treasure, prismatic stone mother. The Black Emperor had once seen a mother prismite, but it was only the size of a walnut. It was embedded into Tao Lord Space Soar's staff, and that staff was reputed to be one of the most powerful of top-grade, peerless weapons. No one wanted to be struck by it. Unfortunately, this is Black Wind Valley. The Black Sovereign Lord's spiritual sense spread out and fused into the soul-departing Black Wind. Found it. Soon enough, the black-clothed ruler noticed Li Fuqian's traces and quickly chased after him. Do I have to make a breakthrough now? Li Fuqian was confident that he could break through to the supreme rank of the primary extreme sword technique before the primary extreme sword technique killed him. With his current proficiency, once the primary extreme sword technique broke through, it would at least be at the pinnacle of the City Lord class. Correspondingly, his strength would go from a regular emperor to a pinnacle or even a peak-level emperor. However, in this way, it was equivalent to wasting all the previous efforts. Although martial arts or cultivation techniques could continue to improve after reaching the supreme level, the speed of improvement was extremely slow. Looking at the strength of most heaven monarchs millions of years ago, it was still the same strength now. There was not much change. No way. Li Fuqian shook his head and took out the prismatic stone mother to release the time source essence. Once, twice, thrice, one was escaping while the other was chasing. The process was extremely dangerous. You cannot escape. Leave behind the prismatic stone mother and I can spare your life. Originally, the black-clothed ruler felt that Li Fuqian was suspicious and wanted to capture Li Fuqian. Right now, he only had eyes for the prismatic stone mother. In his opinion, it was too wasteful to leave the prismatic stone mother in Li Fuqian's hands. It was better to embed it on a weapon. Aren't you being too tyrannical? Li Fuqian had already recognized the black-clothed ruler. This black-clothed ruler was the Black Wind ruler of the Battle God Pagoda. The Battle God Pagoda was publicly recognized as one of the 9 great factions in the universe. It had multiple demigods and everyone in the pagoda was belligerent and overbearing. Tyrannical? I am already very benevolent. If it was the God Temple and the Trial's Eye, they would stand on the moral high ground and judge you. The Black Wind Monarch chuckled and released a thin wind blade at Li Fuqian. Crackle. The wind blade was unimaginably sharp. It sliced through layers of time and space until it couldn't be broken. It was fortunate that Li Fuqian's myriad calamity immortal body wasn't weak either. After exhausting a portion of the calamity power, he was able to withstand the wind blade. Interesting. The Black Wind ruler released more wind blades. 10%, 20%, 30%, Li Fuqian's calamity power was severely depleted and the replenishment speed couldn't keep up. It was fortunate that the Black Wind Valley's exit was already in sight. Seal. When Li Fuqian skimmed out of the Black Wind Valley, he crushed a prismatic gem and took out the prismatic stone mother. He released a large amount of time source essence and formed a wall of time to seal the Black Wind Valley's exit. The Black Wind ruler sneered and released a wind blade as he planned to split open the wall of time. However, the closer the wind blade got to the wall of time, the slower it was and it was almost at a standstill. Limitless wind shift. The Black Wind ruler didn't believe it and turned into a breeze before burrowing into the wall of time. But soon enough, he flew out of the wall of time. Damn it! The Black Wind ruler had a very unpleasant expression. He admitted that he had underestimated the power of the universe cardinal treasure, the prismatic stone mother. This wall of time might only be broken by an invincible ruler. Being in the vicinity of the wall of time, the Black Wind ruler couldn't feel the elapse of time, but his instincts told him that a long time had passed. Crackle. Finally, the wall of time was broken open and the Black Wind ruler arrived outside the Black Wind Valley. After sensing the flow of time and space in the surroundings, the Black Wind ruler had a gloomy expression. A mere regular ruler actually used a universe cardinal treasure to trap him for 3 days. It was truly preposterous. Don't let me see you again. The Black Wind ruler was confident that he would encounter Li Fuchen in the future. By then, he would settle the score with Li Fuchen. There is less than 30% time source essence left. The starry sky changed as Li Fuchen stored the prismatic stone mother inside. If it wasn't for the prismatic stone mother, Li Fuchen would have to pay a price to leave the Black Wind Valley. This was mainly because he had too few survival methods. There were some ancient rulers that had lived for millions or tens of millions of years or even longer. Apart from their strength, they would normally have incredible escape methods. Li Fuchen was only a few hundred years old and his foundation was still too shallow. He didn't have the time to collect these escape methods, therefore, he would be at a disadvantage when encountering existences that were much stronger than him. In the universe, every step is filled with danger. This seclusion should be enough to break through to the supreme rank of the primary extreme sword technique. Chapter 997. After returning to the Sword Brilliant City, Li Fuchen immediately exchanged 12,500 Black Wind Stones for 125,000 Elder Points. With the addition of his original Elder Points, Li Fuchen now had more than 127,000 Elder Points. With so many Elder Points, it was enough for him to redeem some high-grade Supreme Sword Bones. Without any hesitation, Li Fuchen first spent 5,000 Elder Points to borrow a Grade 6 Supreme Sword Bone. A Grade 6 Supreme Sword Bone contains sword arts and sword patterns that were already at the City Lord class. When Li Fuchen comprehended it, his gains were far beyond the Grade 9 and Grade 8 Supreme Sword Bones. However, a single Grade 6 Supreme Sword Bone would cost 5,000 Elder Points. It was equivalent to 3 Grade 9 Supreme Sword Bones or 2 Grade 8 Supreme Sword Bones. Li Fuchen's gains weren't 2 or 3 times as much, it was only a little more than twice. After thinking about it, Li Fuchen borrowed another Grade 3 Supreme Sword Bone. Li Fuchen spent 50,000 Elder Points to borrow this Grade 3 Supreme Sword Bone. This won't do. It seems like borrowing a large number of low-grade Supreme Sword Bones is the correct way. After many years, Li Fuchen opened his eyes and shook his head. In his opinion, a Grade 3 Supreme Sword Bone was only equivalent to over a dozen Grade 9 Supreme Sword Bones. Borrowing a Grade 3 Supreme Sword Bone was equivalent to borrowing over 30 Grade 9 Supreme Sword Bones. The price-performance ratio was too low. If it was to allow the primary extreme sword technique to break through to the supreme rank as soon as possible, then the higher the grade of the Supreme Sword Bone, the better. But Li Fuchen's objective was to perfect the primary extreme sword technique and make it perfect before breaking through. Therefore, he required more sword Dao directions and not just blindly pursue the depth of the sword Dao. The primary extreme sword Dao contains all sword Daos. This is the path that I want to take. Li Fuchen returned to the resource hall and used all the remaining Elder Points to borrow Grade 9 and Grade 8 Supreme Sword Bones. This seclusion will probably last for at least 100 years. In the past, Li Fuchen wouldn't be in seclusion for such a long time, but he didn't really mind now. His relatives and friends were basically at the Law Phase realm and had a lifespan of 2,000 years. With some artifacts that could extend lifespan, it wasn't a problem for them to live up to 3,000 to 5,000 years. Therefore, Li Fuchen didn't have to worry about important people dying of old age during his seclusion. This Emperor Yuanji is really a cultivation maniac. After seeing Li Fuchen's actions, the primary bright sword ancestor smiled and shook his head. Perhaps only this kind of cultivation maniac could improve so quickly. In normal situations, the Son of Universe's improvement speed wouldn't be as exaggerated as Li Fuchen's, even if he had heaven-defying opportunities. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen's Sword Dao foundation was rapidly increasing. If Li Fuchen's Sword Dao was originally a small river, it was now a large river and lake. Not only did it increase in length and width, but it was also much deeper. In the blink of an eye, 150 years had passed. A boundless Sword Dao Qi presence was emitted from Li Fuchen's body. It has truly reached the critical point. Li Fuchen believed that his primary extreme sword technique contained all the Sword Dao directions. A portion of the Sword Dao directions came from the Supreme Sword Bone, while another portion was deduced by Li Fuchen based on the Supreme Sword Bone. Of course, it was naturally impossible to walk in all the Sword Dao directions. Li Fuchen had to accommodate all the Sword Dao directions and turn them into his own Sword Dao. This Sword Dao was the primary extreme Sword Dao, the source of all things Sword Dao. It is time to break through. After letting out a deep breath, Li Fuchen's eyes were revolving with countless sword lights. Some of the sword lights were like water, some were like fire, some were heavy, some were light, some were like bubbles, some were everywhere, some were bright, some were dark. It was hard to imagine how many sword lights were in Li Fuchen's eyes. Closing his eyes, Li Fuchen's Sword Dao Qi presence was gradually withdrawn and his entire body became extremely empty. A sword diagram that looked extremely complicated but was actually extremely simple was circulating in Li Fuchen's body. One could see that some of the minute details of the sword diagram were constantly being destroyed and reborn. Every time it was destroyed and reborn, it would become slightly more perfect. However, there were times that it would experience a hair-raising scene. For example, when an extremely minute detail was destroyed and reborn, it would create a chain reaction and cause half of the sword diagram to collapse. Sometimes, after the destruction, it wouldn't be able to be reborn again, causing a terrifying crack to appear in the sword diagram. It was fortunate that these things didn't stump Li Fuchen. Using his perception that surpassed everything, Li Fuchen was finally able to perfect the sword diagram. When the sword diagram was completely perfected, the sword diagram came alive and breathed slowly and forcefully. Waves of Sword Dao source power were born from the sword diagram and fused into Li Fuchen's primary extreme Sword Dao bloodline. Hurry up and look. On this day, everyone in the Sword Brilliant City saw an unforgettable scene. In the sky above the Sword Brilliant City, countless sword lights were roaming. These sword lights had a myriad of Qi presence and didn't have a fixed number. It seemed like they could casually change their attributes. The range of the sword lights was getting bigger and the Sword Brilliant City was just the beginning. 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, I wonder which lord broke through. Why is there such a huge commotion? I have lived in the Sword Brilliant City for so many years and I have never seen a bigger commotion than this. Is the Origin Bright Sword Ancestor breaking through? Impossible, the Origin Bright Sword Ancestor is already an invincible emperor. If he breaks through again, he will be a demigod. It might be the Origin Bright Sword Ancestor breaking through to the demigod realm. Everyone was in a heated discussion. The Origin Bright Sword Ancestor who was being discussed was staring at the sky above the Sword Brilliant City with a shocked expression. How could he not know that this was a phenomenon caused by a cultivation technique's breakthrough? Back then, when his Origin Bright Sword technique broke through to the Star Field class, there was a rather huge commotion. But to be serious, it was still slightly lacking as compared to today's commotion. In just a few blinks of the eye, the sword lights had already spread out to a few thousand light years. Cling! All of a sudden, the sword lights shattered and a giant sword that was a few thousand light years in size was produced. There was a horrific prowess that instantly spread out and all the experts in the Radiant Starfield could feel it. Another invincible emperor has been born. The emperor rankings should appear soon, right? Some of the terrifying existences were mumbling to themselves. Sword Brilliant City, Li Fuchen was still immersed in an indescribable state. The breakthrough of the primary extreme sword technique had brought him too many changes. Li Fuchen's body had a total of 3 Sword Dao bloodlines. They were the Void Sword Dao bloodline, the Glorious Sword Dao bloodline, and the Primary Extreme Sword Dao bloodline. Putting aside the Void Sword Dao bloodline, the Glorious Sword Dao bloodline and the Glorious Sword Art were a single entity. As for the Primary Extreme Sword Dao bloodline, it wasn't just a single entity with the Primary Extreme Sword Art, it was also a single entity with the Primary Extreme Sword Technique. Originally, before Li Fuchen's Primary Extreme Sword Technique had a breakthrough, Li Fuchen's Primary Extreme Sword Dao bloodline was already at the Star Field class. Now that the Primary Extreme Sword Technique had a breakthrough, Li Fuchen's Primary Extreme Sword Dao bloodline had reached an extremely terrifying level, an indescribable level. Right now, Li Fuchen's Sword Dao Qi presence didn't just increase by 1 or 2 times, it wasn't 5 or 10 times, it was 100 or 1,000 times. Such a powerful Qi presence had instantly permeated into the depths of the universe source. Crash. In the universe, a list descended. The strange thing was that this list could only be seen by emperors. There were 1,000 names on the list. One of the names suddenly vanished and a new name was imprinted on it. Chapter 998. 99th? So high. That's ridiculous. Everyone on the emperor ranking is an extremely powerful existence. For example, the 1,000 Transformations demon ancestor was able to slaughter dozens of emperors even when they joined forces. How could this primordial emperor be ranked higher than him? Actually, it's normal for Emperor Yuanji to be ranked higher than the 1,000 Transformations demon ancestor. The emperor ranking only ranks the strength of the aura. In the past, there have been cases of lower-ranked ones defeating higher-ranked ones, and those outside the ranking defeating those in the ranking. So, there's no need to dwell on it. That's true. But no matter what, this person's aura is so strong that his strength must be extremely terrifying. Even if he's not as strong as the 1,000 Transformations demon ancestor, he's probably not far off. In the universe, some of the emperors gathered together discussed and expressed their opinions. Purple Pole Star Zone. 99th? Monarch Purple Pole sucked in a breath of cold air. Although he hoped that this Emperor Yuanji only had the same name as the Emperor Yuanji he knew and had nothing to do with it, his rationality told him that this Emperor Yuanji was the Emperor Yuanji he knew. Titles were very magical things, especially the titles of emperors. They involved the karma of the heavenly Tao. Basically, it was unheard of for 2 emperors to have the same name. Instantly, Emperor Purple Pole felt very complicated. At the same time, he felt some lingering fear. Fortunately, he did not offend the other party. Otherwise, he would not have a good time now. Of course, Emperor Purple Pole did not think that he would definitely die if he encountered an invincible emperor. After becoming an emperor for so many years, he had researched many survival techniques. At the same time, he had obtained a supreme-grade secret treasure in a relic. So, even if he encountered an invincible emperor, he was confident that he could escape. Horizontal River Star Zone. I didn't expect that my Horizontal River Star Zone would have an existence on the emperor ranking. Horizontal River Progenitor chuckled, his eyes flashing. Divine Leaf City. Emperor Sanguine Axe muttered to himself, Emperor Yuanji must be a son of the universe, a son of the universe even more terrifying than the Undying Suns. The Undying Suns were only favored by the Undying Power and the Undying King. But the Son of the Universe was favored by the entire universe. Although there were a lot of children of the universe, a total of 49, the universe was huge too. Imperial Monarch Bloodaxe even suspected that the so-called children of universe were similar to the children of Undying. At a certain stage in their cultivation, powerful quintessence energy would surge into their bodies and forcefully increase their cultivation. Otherwise, their speed of improvement would be too swift. Emperor Yuanji. In the entire Sword Brilliant City, only the Origin Bright Sword Ancestor knew that it was Li Fuchen who broke through. The primary Bright Sword Ancestor immediately arrived outside Li Fuchen's manor. He did not force his way in. That was disrespectful. Sword Ancestor Yuanming, please enter. Li Fuchen waved his hand to remove the manners array and the warning sword intent. Seeing the vast and simple sword Dao Qi presence from Li Fuchen's body, the primary bright sword ancestor was overwhelmed with emotions. He smiled and said, "Primary Extreme Emperor, congratulations." He wasn't the only invincible emperor in the Swordsman Guild. Basically, every first-class branch would have a few invincible emperors. But the Sword Brilliant City only had him and Li Fuchen in the top 100 of the Emperor-Monarch rankings. In the era where demigods had vanished, invincible emperors were undoubtedly the face of the super factions. Therefore, there might be plenty of super factions in the universe, but there were only 9 publicly recognized strongest super factions. These 9 super factions didn't just have many demigods, they also had a lot of invincible emperors. Invincible emperors were important enough, but the top 100 invincible emperors were naturally even more important. Originally, the Sword Brilliant City's strength in the Radiant Star region should be similar to the other 8 major branches. But now that Li Fuchen was here, the Sword Brilliant City's strength was probably superior. Of course, some of the 8 major branches also had 2 top 100 invincible emperors. After all, there were too many invincible emperors and the primary bright sword ancestor would occasionally head to other first-class branches. Primary Extreme Emperor, if you don't mind, can we have a spar? After chatting for a while, the primary bright sword ancestor went straight to the point. That is exactly what I wish for. Li Fuchen immediately nodded in agreement. The primary bright sword ancestor was ranked 32nd on the emperor ranking and it was enough to test his limit of strength. Follow me to the sword contest stage. The primary bright sword ancestor waved his hand and a void tunnel appeared. The sword contest stage was constructed by a demigod from the Swordsman Guild. Let alone an invincible emperor, even a regular demigod wouldn't be able to destroy it easily. The primary bright sword ancestor didn't want anyone to know about this spar. After going on stage, he sealed off the surroundings. Primary bright sword ancestor, please. Li Fuchen drew the Joint Heaven sword. After sizing up the Joint Heaven sword, the primary bright sword ancestor smiled and said, "It seems like you are still lacking a suitable artifact sword." Invincible emperors basically used peak-grade supreme weapons. Just like his primary bright sword, it was a peak-grade supreme artifact sword. Not wishing to take advantage of Li Fuchen, the primary bright sword ancestor took out a high-grade supreme artifact sword. Be careful, Sword Sea Horizon. The same move, Sword Sea Horizon, was executed at this moment and it was approaching perfection. The entire sword contest stage and even the depths of time and space were occupied by the boundless Sword Sea. There wasn't a single gap. A great move, Sword Sea Horizon. Take a look at my sword intent illumination. The primary bright sword ancestor brandished his long sword and a layer of faint sword light protected him. With the protection of this layer of sword light, the boundless Sword Sea wasn't able to do anything to him. Sect Origin Swords. After the first sword didn't work, Li Fuchen followed up with the second sword. In the void, billions of sword lights fused together, turning the limitless into the limited, turning the 10,000 swords into one sword. In the face of this sword that returned to the natural state, all transformations were meaningless. This sword was aimed at one's nature. This sword represented one's uniqueness. My heart is like a clear mirror that reflects everything. There was a burst of sparks as the primary bright sword ancestor blocked Li Fuchen's sect origin swords with extreme precision. Seeing one's nature with a clear mind, turning slaughter into nothingness. Immediately after, the primary bright sword ancestor's sword brushed past Li Fuchen's sword and slashed at Li Fuchen's chest. This sword was too fast and Li Fuchen couldn't block it in time. PFFF. The sword pierced through Li Fuchen's chest, but Li Fuchen's chest was only formed by sword light and not his true body. The primary bright sword ancestor revealed a shocked expression. To be honest, even if this sword struck Li Fuchen, it wouldn't be able to injure Li Fuchen at all. It was impossible for an invincible ruler to kill another invincible ruler. Otherwise, an invincible ruler wouldn't be called an invincible ruler. But the primary bright sword ancestor would never expect that Li Fuchen would be able to dodge this sword. He was known as the primary bright sword ancestor and was one of the oldest batch of invincible rulers on the emperor ranking. He had abundant combat experience and knew invincible rulers couldn't compare with him. In the past, he had fought with dozens of invincible rulers. Apart from those ancient invincible rulers who had the same amount of combat experience as him, the other invincible rulers would be at a disadvantage when facing him. Some of them would even be suppressed from the start to the end and wouldn't be able to retaliate. Li Fuchen had just progressed to an invincible ruler today and was actually able to dodge his sword. It was truly unbelievable. How could the primary bright sword ancestor know that Li Fuchen's combat experience couldn't be calculated with common sense? Li Fuchen's on-the-spot reaction speed wasn't something a ruler could compare with. In fact, with Li Fuchen's spirit soul strength, he was able to predict the opponent's move trajectory in advance. Therefore, unless the difference in strength was too great, otherwise, Li Fuchen wouldn't be suppressed by techniques. Sword Chi Return. From the side of the primary bright sword ancestor, an unknown sword light flew over. Clang! When the primary bright sword ancestor's sword didn't hit Li Fuchen, he already felt something wasn't right. It was fortunate that his primary bright sword Dao was able to reflect all things. He was able to detect Li Fuchen's sword move in advance. Sparks burst out as Li Fuchen and the primary bright sword ancestor each took a few steps back. Primary extreme ruler, if you can block the next two sword moves, apart from demigods, there aren't many individuals that can suppress you. The primary bright sword ancestor had a solemn expression. Chapter 999. Come. Li Fuchen's eyes turned solemn. Strictly speaking, sword ancestor Yuanming's sword skills were superior to his. If not for his exceptional reflexes that allowed him to predict the trajectory of the other party's moves, he would have been hit long ago. Intuition told Li Fuchen that for the next two swords, it was already very difficult for him to block one sword. To block two swords, it would be a little difficult. But how would he know if he didn't try? Be careful. The aura of the Yuanming sword ancestor turned ethereal. In the next moment, his body spun and soared into the sky, slashing down with his sword. The bright moon is still the same. The illusory sword light enveloped the heaven and earth and also enveloped Li Fuchen's spirit at the same time. Not good. Li Fuchen's expression changed. His opponent's sword was too different from the previous sword. It was as though there was a qualitative change. In the face of this sword, Li Fuchen felt powerless for the first time. It wasn't a lack of power, but a lack of power in terms of realm. Origin returning sword form. Li Fuchen gritted his teeth and activated his kill move. This time, the origin return sword form wasn't a row of swords, it was a giant sword that enveloped Li Fuchen and slashed violently. Crackle. The illusory sword light destroyed layer after layer. In an instant, at least thousands of layers were destroyed. However, this illusory sword light didn't increase or decrease. It was inextinguishable. Just like the name of this move, the bright moon is still, truth is not. I don't believe that I can't break this move. Li Fuchen's entire body was bursting with sword shadows. In an instant, there were at least 10 million sword shadows bursting out. If it was before the breakthrough of the primary extreme sword technique, Li Fuchen wouldn't have dared to do this, otherwise, he would have emptied himself. Of course, at that time, he was unable to use the returning origin sword form. Finally, there was a fluctuation from the illusory sword light. Billions of illusory sword lights were like sunlight that shone on Li Fuchen's body. The aftermath has consumed more than 90% of my robbery power. Li Fuchen's heart shivered. Last time in Black Wind Valley, Monarch Black Wind had attacked him so many times, but he had only expended 30% of his tribulation power. This kid's survivability is really strong. I can't even injure him in the slightest. The Origin Bright Sword Ancestor assumed that this move should be able to injure Li Fuchen. He didn't expect for Li Fuchen's defense to be so tyrannical. In terms of defense, Li Fuqian was at least top 20 on the emperor rankings. Yuan Ming sword ancestor, I'll see your final sword next time. I'll let it go this time. Li Fuqian might want to see the power of the primary bright sword ancestor's final sword, but he wasn't even able to withstand the primary bright sword ancestor's sword completely and wasn't qualified to witness the final sword. Alright. Although sword ancestor Yuan Ming had a smile on his face, he was filled with emotions. The other party had just broken through and was already so powerful. The next time they sparred, he was not confident that he could suppress the other party. Other than the supreme sword bone, the Swordsman Guild had many other precious resources. For example, secret technique resources. The secret techniques here were no ordinary 9-star secret techniques. Instead, they were supreme secret techniques. The supreme secret techniques were further divided into low grade, middle grade, high grade, and supreme grade. Generally speaking, emperors would cultivate high grade or supreme grade supreme secret techniques. But even the worst high-grade supreme secret techniques would cost 1,000 elder points. As for supreme-grade supreme secret techniques, they would cost 100,000 elder points. Li Fuqian didn't have enough elder points. It seems like I have to go out and earn more elder points. Back then, if Li Fuqian had learned a few formidable escape secret techniques, he wouldn't have to exhaust the time source essence of the prismatic stone mother when he encountered the Black Wind Monarch. The prismatic stone mother was a universe cardinal treasure and it was truly a waste to use it to escape. The Elder Grand Hall was Li Fuqian's second time here. This time, he was preparing to accept missions with higher difficulty. Li Fuqian arrived in front of the mission wall and sized up the mission list. The previous missions are still here. Perhaps I can venture into the Chaos Ruins. The Chaos Metal Beast's corpse might only be worth 5,000 elder points, but the Chaos Ruins was a dangerous place with the richest resources. It was rumored that someone obtained the Universe Cardinal Treasures, the Chaos Pearl and the Chaos Fire Lotus in the Chaos Ruins. Li Fuqian didn't have any extravagant hopes of obtaining the Chaos Pearl or the Chaos Fire Lotus. He would be satisfied if he could obtain some rare resources. As for the Black Wind Valley mission, Li Fuqian was too ruthless previously. After over 200 years, the Black Wind Valley's Black Wind beasts had only recovered 10%. It wasn't worth it to hunt them. The Chaos Ruins, as the name suggested, was a piece of Chaos Ruins. In this place, all the universe laws had been shattered and the universe source had already vanished. Once one entered, one could only rely on one's strength reserves to fight. It was impossible to rely on the universe source to replenish one's strength. It was precisely because of this that the Chaos Ruins were extremely dangerous. More than one invincible emperor had perished inside. From afar, Li Fuqian could see the Chaos Ruins. It was hard to describe the state of the Chaos Ruins. If he had to describe it, it was like a wound in the universe. Furthermore, this wound was constantly expanding and there would be sounds of the universe laws collapsing and shattering at the edges. A few years later, will the entire Radiant Star region be destroyed? Li Fuqian was speechless. He could destroy the universe laws within a short period of time and most of the emperors could do it too. But to destroy the universe laws permanently, no emperor could do it. Only demigods could barely do it. However, Li Fuqian didn't know if there were any demigods that could create the Chaos Ruins. There might be, there might not be. Without any hesitation, Li Fuqian didn't slow down and rushed into the Chaos Ruins. This feeling is really uncomfortable. Once inside, Li Fuqian felt that he had lost contact with the outside world and was no longer able to connect to the Sword Dao source. It was fortunate that he was already an invincible emperor and his strength reserves were extremely exaggerated. As long as he wasn't trapped in the Chaos Ruins forever, it wouldn't be a problem for him to survive. The Chaos Ruins wasn't as simple as the universe laws being shattered. This place was filled with a power that was completely opposite to the universe, it was chaotic power. In this place, even Li Fuqian felt his willpower being disrupted and he couldn't help but want to fight. The universe represents order, the Chaos Ruins represents disorder. In this place, those with weaker willpower would easily lose control of their Tao heart. Li Fuchen naturally wasn't afraid of the chaotic power here. Earlier on, it was just a trace of discomfort due to the sudden change in environment. Now that he had adapted, his heart was like an ancient well without any ripples. Li Fuchen traversed through the chaos ruins with extreme speed. When flying past the ruins of a universe city, Li Fuchen stopped. Li Fuchen drew the joint heaven sword and cleaved open the ruins of the universe city. In between the ruins of the universe city, there was a red crystal that was a few miles in size. Such a large piece of low-grade fire element crystal is rare in the world. I reckon that most of the arrays in this universe city were fire Tao arrays. This piece of fire element crystal was used to provide energy for the universe city. A fist-sized low-grade fire element crystal wasn't valuable at all and was only worth 2 or 3 peak-grade spirit stones. But a piece of low-grade fire element crystal that was a few miles in size was extremely valuable and was worth at least 1 trillion peak-grade spirit stones. It was fortunate that this was the Chaos Ruins and it was filled with chaotic power. Otherwise, this piece of fire element crystal would have been discovered by others. Chapter 1000. There was no concept of time in the Chaos Ruins. Even if 100 million years or 1 billion years passed in the outside world, no time would pass here. In other words, if an ordinary person could survive in the ruins of chaos, he would be able to live forever as long as he didn't go crazy from the endless years of torture. Unfortunately, this was meaningless to an emperor. An emperor was immortal in the first place. Rumble. A voice that only Li Fuchen could hear echoed. In his line of sight, the remains of a glowing cosmos city were being corroded by the chaotic energy. They crumbled and turned into chaotic energy, merging with the chaos ruins. I wonder how much time has passed in the outside world. In the chaos ruins, timekeeping tools were basically useless because this place was filled with chaotic energy and the interference was too severe. It was estimated that only the timekeeping tools at the level of high-grade or supreme-grade secret treasures would not be affected too much. Li Fuchen was a little worried. He was worried that once he exited, tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years would have passed in the outside world. Most of his friends and relatives would have perished. It shouldn't be that mysterious. At most, I'll find a sovereign emperor skilled in the Tao of space and time to revive them. Under normal circumstances, it was very difficult for an emperor to revive a heaven monarch. However, it was relatively easy to revive existences below the heaven monarch realm. However, reviving people who died of old age was a little special. After reviving them, they had to be placed in a special space-time. Otherwise, they would still die of old age instantly. Roar. A loud and ear-piercing voice echoed from an extremely far distance. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up as it was the voice of the Chaos Metal Beast. Speeding up, Li Fuchen flew towards the source of the sound. A few days later, Li Fuchen saw the Chaos Metal Beast. The Chaos 5 Metal Beast was tens of thousands of miles long, and its entire body was covered with 5-colored metals. Its opponent was a peak sovereign emperor wearing a brown cloak and holding a 3-pointed, double-edged saber. The Chaos Metal Beast was not very strong. It was only equivalent to an ordinary sovereign emperor. However, its defenses were extremely strong. This peak sovereign emperor could only barely break through its defenses. He could not severely injure the Chaos Metal Beast. Who is it? Shouted the peak sovereign emperor fighting the primal Chaos 5 Metal Beast when he sensed someone approaching. This chaotic metal beast is mine. You can leave now. Li Fuchen released his chi presence. It was very difficult to transmit one's aura out of the chaos ruins unless one actively released it. An invincible sovereign lord? The peak imperial lord's expression changed. If it were just a peak sovereign emperor, Shaochen would not fear it. At worst, he would just fight it out and see who had more trump cards. However, his opponent was an invincible sovereign lord. That was a completely different matter. This was the ruins of primordial chaos. Without any energy to replenish themselves, there was a high chance that invincible Empyreans would be able to kill them. A wise man did not fight when the odds were against him. This peak sovereign emperor did not even dare to say anything harsh, directly fleeing. "You're quite tactful." Li Fuqian didn't think he was a saint and didn't want to be one. In the dangerous ruins, he didn't have any psychological burden to rob others. Moreover, the Chaos 5 metal beast was not an inanimate object. It did not belong to whoever encountered it first. Break! Li Fuqian brandished his sword and the sword chi penetrated the Chaos metal beast's head. But just as Li Fuqian expected, this sword didn't kill the Chaos metal beast. Li Fuqian's strength might be several levels higher than the Chaos Metal Beast, but the Chaos Metal Beast was still a Chaos Giant Beast that lived in the Chaos Ruins. Its vitality was unimaginably vigorous. Li Fuqian's sword was only able to extinguish a portion of the Chaos Metal Beast's vitality, it wasn't able to extinguish all of the vitality. 2 strikes, 3 strikes, in a single breath, Li Fuqian brandished his sword more than 1,000 times and finally killed the Chaos Metal Beast. It is fortunate that I prepared a P-class spatial ring, otherwise, I will not be able to store the Chaos Metal Beast's corpse. Li Fuqian waved his hand and stored the Chaos Metal Beast's corpse. In the Chaos Ruins, apart from the Chaos Metal Beast, there were other Chaos Giant Beasts like the Chaos Worm, Chaos Silver Snake, Chaos Golden Snake, Chaos Giant Spirit, and many others. In comparison, the Chaos Metal Beast was considered easier to deal with. The Chaos Worm might have the same strength as the Chaos Metal Beast, but the Chaos Worm could split itself into millions of parts. It was almost impossible to kill them in the Chaos Ruins. The Chaos Silver Snake's strength was at the level of a high-class ruler, the Chaos Golden Snake was at the level of a P-class ruler, and the Chaos Giant Spirit was at the level of a P-class ruler. It was unknown if Li Fuqian was lucky or not, but he encountered a Chaos Golden Snake. The Chaos Golden Snake was 100,000 miles long and it was like a golden snake that was 1,000,000,000,000 times larger. This golden snake didn't have a tail and both of its heads were golden. It looked very strange and savage. PFFF. Li Fuqian used all his strength and was only able to leave a few sword marks on the surface of the Chaos Golden Snake. My strength as an invincible ruler can't even deal with a Chaos Golden Snake. I wonder what is so terrifying about a stronger Chaos Giant Spirit. Perhaps, with a peak-grade Supreme Artifact sword, it will be much easier. Right now, the Joint Heaven sword in Li Fuqian's hand was already unable to keep up with his pace. Almost all the other invincible rulers had a peak-grade Supreme Artifact. It seems like I have to change to a different sword. To be serious, the Joint Heaven sword wasn't suitable for him. After all, he wasn't walking on the Void Sword Dao, it was the primary Extreme Sword Dao. If he had a peak-grade Supreme Artifact sword that was compatible with the primary Extreme Sword Dao, Li Fuqian's strength would be increased by 10 times or 100 times. At the thought of this, Li Fuqian had an idea. Why not forge a primary Extreme Artifact sword himself? He might not have the materials, but he could barter with other items. Back in the Prism Light Galaxy, he had obtained a star's Purple Cloud Divine Metal. The Purple Cloud Divine Metal was one of the most suitable metals to forge armors in the universe. It was said that as long as the forging method was formidable enough, the Purple Cloud Divine Metal could forge half-god armors that surpassed peak-grade Supreme armors. I can try it after I get out. After getting rid of the Chaos Golden Snake, Li Fuqian continued to explore the Chaos Ruins. It might have been a day, it might have been a few decades. Li Fuqian, who was wandering aimlessly in the Chaos Ruins, suddenly felt a blazing intent surging at him. It was very unbelievable. In the Chaos Ruins, even invincible rulers' chi presences couldn't transmit very far. What could transmit the blazing intent from such a long distance? Universe Artifact? Li Fuqian immediately thought of Universe Artifact. Only a universe treasure could surpass an unrivaled sovereign emperor in terms of intrinsic quality. Li Fuqian burst with speed to the limits and flew towards the source of the blazing intent. This flight took a very long time. There was no concept of time in the Chaos Ruins and time didn't exist. However, a ruler was actually a small universe and had the ability to measure everything. It was because the Chaos Ruins was filled with chaotic power, otherwise, a ruler would be able to synchronize the time in the outside world. Finally, Li Fuqian saw the source of the blazing intent. In the center of the fiery red paste, there was a flaming red lotus. It was gently swaying and emitting horrific and mighty power. Chaos Fire Lotus, one of the 2 universe artifacts in the Chaos Ruins. This is the Fire Dao cultivation artifact, Chaos Fire Lotus. I will kill anyone who dares to snatch it from me. Just like Li Fuqian, there were plenty of rulers that were attracted by the Chaos Fire Lotus Chi presence and there were plenty of invincible rulers among them. Blazing Flame Power and Calamity Power. Chapter 1001. A middle-stage tribulation hand was equivalent to a sovereign emperor. At that time, no one below the demigod level would be able to break his indestructible body, and as long as the indestructible body was not broken, he would not be injured at all. Apart from energy output, he would not consume any energy at all, which was equivalent to increasing his strength in another way. The primal Chaos Fire Lotus is a cosmic treasure produced after the destruction of the universe. It's normal for it to contain tribulation power. When anything was destroyed, there would be tribulation power spilling out. The destruction of the universe was no exception. In his heart, Li Fuqian had already treated the Chaos Flame Lotus as his possession. The primal Chaos Fire Lotus is mine. Bullshit. The primal Chaos Fire Lotus is mine. All the sovereign emperors charged towards the Chaos Fire Lotus. Among them, a green-haired old man was the fastest. Its ancestor Azure Soul that's ranked at the 887th position on the Imperial Monarch rankings. Everyone, attack him together. Otherwise, we won't have a chance once the chaotic flame lotus falls into his hands. Invincible sovereign emperors posed far too great of a threat. In a one-on-one fight, no one would be able to withstand a single blow from Forefather Azure Soul. The weaker ones would be easily heavily injured. Boom boom boom, dozens of attacks slammed into Forefather Qinghua, sending him tumbling backward. He failed to obtain the primal Chaos Flame Lotus. Damn it, all of you should die. Patriarch Azure Soul was enraged and began to fight against the Imperial Monarchs. An invincible sovereign emperor was indeed an invincible sovereign emperor. Even when fighting against so many, he was not at a disadvantage. It must be known that none of these sovereign emperors were ordinary sovereign emperors. Most of them were peak sovereign emperors, and there were quite a few peak sovereign emperors as well. At this moment, the advantage of not being famous was here. Li Fuqian might be an invincible ruler, but there weren't many that recognized him. Furthermore, this was the Chaos Ruins and his chi presence wasn't obvious. Therefore, everyone treated Li Fuqian as a regular ruler. Turning into a sword light, Li Fuqian flew towards the Chaos Flame Lotus with extreme speed. Not good. Li Fuqian's speed was too fast and his speed had already surpassed regular peak-level emperors. Right now, there were only 2 explanations. Firstly, Li Fuqian was an invincible ruler. Secondly, Li Fuqian had a powerful cardinal artifact that could increase his speed. Either way, it was not a good thing for everyone. Trying to profit from the fight? Dream on. The first to make a move was the Green Soul Ancestor. He grabbed with his hand and a green claw enveloped Li Fuqian. The others wanted to make a move but didn't have the time. By the time they made a move, Li Fuqian would have already obtained the Chaos Flame Lotus. However, no one was worried that Li Fuqian would be able to obtain the Chaos Flame Lotus. The Qing Soul Ancestor was an invincible ruler and with his help, even other invincible rulers would be severely affected. Crack. The green claw crushed a sword light. Li Fuqian arrived at the side of the Chaos Fire Lotus and reached out to pluck it. So hot, so heavy. The primal Chaos Flame Lotus was extremely blazing. In order to resist the blazing heat, Li Fuqian's power was rapidly depleting. The consumption speed was thousands of times faster than during combat. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen's power reserve was at the invincible ruler level, otherwise, it would be very strenuous. Secondly, the primal chaos flame lotus was rather heavy. Li Fuchen felt as though he was uprooting a universe tree and had used every ounce of strength in his body. He's an invincible sovereign. Everyone finally woke up. In the blink of an eye, there was a rumbling sound as Li Fuchen abruptly pulled out the chaos flame lotus. For a moment, the dazzling flames enveloped Li Fuchen. Die! Dozens of attacks landed on Li Fuchen, including the Qing Soul Ancestor's attack. Bang boom! The attacks exploded on Li Fuchen's body, but they couldn't even injure a single hair on Li Fuchen's body. Impossible! The Qing Soul Ancestor's eyes were widened. It was fine if Li Fuchen dodged his attack previously, but now, Li Fuchen had taken a full-force attack from the Qing Soul Ancestor. Even if Li Fuchen was one of the top rankers among the invincible sovereigns, there was no reason for Li Fuchen to be unharmed after taking an attack from the Qing Soul Ancestor. Could Li Fuchen have some incredible peak-grade Supreme Defense Cardinal Artifact or peak-grade Supreme Armor? A regular peak-grade Supreme Defense Cardinal Artifact or peak-grade Supreme Armor wouldn't be able to completely isolate their attacks. They would only be able to isolate regular attacks from regular sovereigns. I have used around 5% of the calamity power. They are all invincible sovereigns, but the difference is rather huge. If the Qing Soul Ancestor was the primary Bright Sword Ancestor, a single sword would be able to break Li Fuchen's myriad calamity immortal body and injure him. Right now, the Qing Soul Ancestor would need at least 20 attacks to break the myriad calamity immortal body. As for the others' attacks, to Li Fuchen, their combined attacks weren't even comparable to a single attack from the Qing Soul Ancestor. Obtaining the Chaos Fire Lotus didn't mean that Li Fuchen could keep it. Even the best spatial ring wouldn't be able to withstand the power of the Chaos Fire Lotus, unless the Chaos Fire Lotus was sealed first. Seal. Sword patterns were emitted and enveloped the Chaos Fire Lotus. As the sword patterns got more concentrated, the power of the Chaos Fire Lotus was getting weaker and was finally sealed. However, the seal was only temporary. In a short period of time, the Chaos Fire Lotus would be able to break the sword pattern seal, but that was a matter for the future. After keeping the Chaos Fire Lotus, Li Fuchen raised his head and looked at everyone with a smile that wasn't a smile. Everyone, farewell. While speaking, there was a flash of sword light and Li Fuchen was already extremely far away. Thinking of leaving? The Qing Soul Ancestor turned into a green light and pursued relentlessly. As for the others, they looked at each other with bitter expressions. They couldn't catch up to Li Fuchen, furthermore, so what if they caught up? They could still think of a way to deal with one invincible ruler, but it was impossible for them to obtain the Chaos Fire Lotus with two invincible rulers. The Qing Soul Ancestor firmly believed that Li Fuchen had incredible cardinal artifacts and armor. Otherwise, why didn't Li Fuchen counterattack? Since Li Fuchen's strength wasn't at the level of an invincible ruler, there was still a way. The Qing Soul Ancestor could slowly exhaust Li Fuchen's power. After flying for a certain distance, Li Fuchen stopped. Not going to escape anymore. The Qing Soul Ancestor's face was filled with murderous aura. Why should I escape? Li Fuchen asked in return. That's right. It doesn't matter if you escape or not, there will only be one outcome, that is to be killed by me, the Qing Soul Ancestor. Patriarch Azure Soul tossed a 5-colored pearl into the air. The 5-colored light it gave off completely enveloped the area where the two of them were, not leaving any gaps. This is a sealing cardinal artifact that I obtained from a ruin. It is able to seal all time and space. Even I will need to attack it dozens of times before I can break it. If Li Fuchen wanted to attack continuously, he must not be disturbed. Therefore, even if Li Fuchen was an invincible ruler, he wouldn't be able to break it unless he was a top-ranked invincible ruler. In the past, the Qing Soul Ancestor had used this sealing cardinal artifact to kill several peak-level rulers. It was a pity that this sealing cardinal artifact's only weakness was that it couldn't seal too many experts. The more experts it sealed, the easier it would be broken. I hope you aren't trapped in your own trap. Li Fuchen grinned. Courting death. The Qing soul ancestor brandished his claw at Li Fuchen. Sword see horizon. Li Fuchen drew the joint heaven sword and a silver sword Qi devoured the Qing soul ancestor. How is this possible? In the endless sword sea, the Qing soul ancestor was in a miserable state when facing the waves of sword Qi. He then realized that Li Fuchen was an invincible ruler in name only and Li Fuchen's strength was superior to him. 9th rank Qing soul, activate. After activating a peak-grade supreme secret technique, the Qing soul ancestor's body opened up. The power output instantly increased by 10 times. Normally, there was a limit to the power output, but there were some secret techniques that could increase the limit. Rumble. With the power output increased by 10 times, the Qing soul ancestor's claw art's power was also increased by 10 times. In just a few breaths, the endless sword sea was broken. Receive another sword move from me, Sect Origin Sword. Without giving the Qing soul ancestor any chance to react, Li Fuchen thrust his sword. PFFF. The sword light penetrated the Qing soul ancestor's body. Subsequently, Li Fuchen used all sorts of methods to suppress the Qing soul ancestor. Withdraw. The Qing soul ancestor was extremely sullen, but no matter how sullen he was, he still had to be rational. After keeping the 5-color pearl, the Qing soul ancestor turned into a green light and fled frantically. Let's see how long you can escape. Even if there wasn't much hope to kill the Qing soul ancestor, Li Fuchen still wanted to give it a try. With one chasing and the other escaping, both of them were extremely fast. It was obvious that Li Fuchen's speed was slightly faster than the Qing soul ancestor. Green smoke shifting technique. At the crucial moment, the Qing soul ancestor executed an incredible escaping secret technique. His speed increased drastically and instantly left Li Fuchen far behind. Truly troublesome. Li Fuchen frowned. The Qing soul ancestor had too many methods. There was a sealing cardinal artifact, burst secret technique, and escape secret technique. Until the very last moment, no one would know how many methods the Qing soul ancestor was hiding. Based on this deduction, apart from the new monarchs like Li Fuchen, those ancient monarchs probably had all sorts of incredible methods and wouldn't be easily persecuted. Let me find a place to absorb the calamity power from the Chaos Flame Lotus. The Chaos Ruins might be extremely dangerous, but it was also extremely dangerous to take out the Chaos Flame Lotus outside. If a large group of invincible monarchs came looking for him, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to escape no matter how strong he was. But in the Chaos Ruins, Li Fuchen didn't have to worry about such things. Li Fuchen was confident that he could resist against single-digit invincible monarchs. After an unknown period of time, Li Fuchen found a strange low-lying area. The chaotic power here was very concentrated and there were signs of collapse. Sitting in the middle of the low-lying area, Li Fuchen took out the Chaos Flame Lotus and removed the sword pattern seal. Boom! A dazzling flame burst out along with a shocking blazing intent. The impact caused the low-lying area to collapse. Begin. Li Fuchen circulated the calamity power and pressed his hand on the Chaos Flame Lotus. In the next moment, a horrific and viscous power flowed through Li Fuchen's palm and rushed into Li Fuchen's body. Such pure calamity power. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. Chapter 1002. Soon enough, Li Fuchen's hand of calamity had reached the peak of the initial stage. Next, it was time to break through to the mid-stage. Crack crack crack, Li Fuchen's body appeared with countless fine cracks and there was a destructive qi presence leaking out from the cracks. Visible to the naked eye, the area around Li Fuchen was producing small bubbles. These small bubbles were constantly appearing and disappearing and were extraordinary. No wonder it is the calamity power that is born from the destruction of the universe. As a large amount of pure calamity power entered his body, Li Fuchen naturally comprehended plenty of calamity extermination quintessence. Calamity power was the power that caused order to collapse. To a certain degree, it was on the opposite side of the universe. It originated from chaos and returned to chaos. The bubbles were increasing and getting denser. It felt as though the chaos ruins was being boiled by someone. But what kind of power was able to boil the chaos ruins? Bang boom. All the bubbles were instantly destroyed. With Li Fuchen at the center, the strange depression started to collapse. The chaos ruins was originally chaos, and if the chaos collapsed again, what was that? Li Fuchen couldn't understand, but it didn't stop him from being fearful. He could feel that the boundless chaos power was gathering here. It felt like a bottomless pit that was devouring the entire ocean. Forcefully breaking free from the collapse power, Li Fuchen fled frantically. Rumble. After an unknown period of time, there was a burst of intense light behind Li Fuchen. It was hard to imagine that there was light in the chaos ruins. Along with the light was an unparalleled explosive power. In Li Fuchen's opinion, the explosive power had already surpassed the Emperor's level. If Li Fuchen didn't escape early, the myriad calamity immortal body wouldn't be able to withstand the explosive power and would instantly be smashed into smithereens. Of course, even though Li Fuchen escaped early, he still consumed 80% or 90% of his calamity power. His hand of calamity was already at the mid-stage. The myriad calamity immortal body was able to ignore attacks below the half-god level. Li Fuchen didn't know that because of him, over a dozen emperors had perished from the explosive power. There were plenty of peak-tier emperors among them. In the outside world, there might only be a few peak-tier emperors that perished in 1,000,000 or 10,000,000 years. There were plenty of chaos metal beasts in the chaos ruins. With absolute strength and excellent luck, Li Fuchen's spatial ring already had 8 chaos metal beasts' corpses. If they were exchanged for elder points, it would be 40,000. It is a chaos silver snake. After killing the 9th chaos metal beast, Li Fuchen encountered a chaos silver snake. Li Fuchen might not be able to kill the chaos golden snake, but he had a high chance of killing the chaos silver snake. Just like the chaos golden snake, the chaos silver snake did not have a tail. Both of its heads were snake heads. However, the chaos silver snake's body was bright silver instead of gold. After expending a huge amount of effort, Li Fuchen successfully killed the primal chaos silver snake. A primal chaos silver snake's corpse can be exchanged for 100,000 elder points. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. The Chaos Fire Lotus and low-grade Fire Element crystals might also be exchanged for a massive amount of Elder Points, but these two items were too precious and Li Fuchen wasn't willing to use them to exchange for Elder Points. In the outside world, 80 years had passed since Li Fuchen entered the Chaos Ruins. I'm finally out. It hasn't been too long. At the border of the Chaos Ruins, Li Fuchen forcefully let out a turbid breath. To be honest, unless it was absolutely necessary, Li Fuchen didn't wish to enter the Chaos Ruins again. It wasn't to say that it was dangerous inside, but as a life form that was born in the universe, it was rather stifling to be unable to feel the existence of time. In the end, Li Fuchen wasn't used to his eternal life. Once he was used to it, he might not feel that the Chaos Ruins was so stifling. After exiting the Chaos Ruins, Li Fuchen felt relaxed and flew towards the Sword Brilliant City with a pleasant mood. 9 Chaos Metal Beast corpses, 1 Chaos Silver Snake corpse, and some resources that could only be produced in the Chaos Ruins. After returning to the Sword Brilliant City, Li Fuchen's Elder Points had increased from a few hundred to 200,000 points. It was even more than the previous harvest in the Black Wind Valley. Let me redeem a secret technique to practice first. After arriving at the secret technique hall, Li Fuchen started to choose a secret technique. Li Fuchen didn't consider high-grade supreme secret techniques and immediately went to the region where peak-grade supreme secret techniques were stored. Burst Battle Body, Power Burst Secret Technique. A total of 6 ranks. Each rank will allow the user to burst out with twice the strength. The 6th rank will allow the user to burst out with 12 times the strength. Price, 100,000 Elder Points. Flowing Light Sword Shift, Speed Type Sword Dao Secret Technique. At the sub-completion rank, the user will be able to increase the speed by 3 times. At the completion rank, the user will be able to increase the speed by 6 times. At the perfection rank, the user will be able to increase the speed by 9 times. Price, 120,000 Elder Points. Sword God's Eye, Spiritual Awareness Attack Secret Technique. It is split into 3 grades. At the low-grade rank, the user will be able to injure the saint spirit of regular monarchs. At the mid-grade rank, the user will be able to injure the saint spirit of high-class monarchs. At the high-grade rank, the user will be able to injure the saint spirit of peak-class monarchs. Price, 150,000 Elder Points. Sword Lock, Sealing Sword Dao Secret Technique. At the sub-completion rank, the user will be able to trap a peak-class monarch. At the completion rank, the user will be able to trap a peak-class monarch. At the perfection rank, the user will be able to trap an invincible monarch. Price, 180,000 Elder Points. Li Fuchen realized that he wanted to learn all of the peak-grade supreme secret techniques. Each of them was extremely useful and none of them were useless. It is very difficult for everyone to kill each other at the monarch level. At this moment, it is very important to have an all-round ability. Whoever is more well-rounded will have the upper hand. Whoever is more well-rounded will have the stronger survivability. In history, the dead monarchs were usually monarchs that only had one ability. After pondering for a long time, Li Fuchen decided to choose the sword lock. The burst battle body might allow him to burst out with 12 times the strength, but it wasn't enough to kill a peak-class monarch in a single attack. It wasn't even possible to kill a peak-class monarch. If he couldn't kill the enemy would immediately use some methods to escape. But with the sword lock, it was different. Li Fuchen could trap the enemy first before slowly killing them. As for the flowing light sword shift and the eye of the sword god, they weren't as useful to Li Fuchen as the sword lock. After the hand of calamity reached the middle stage, no one below the demigod level could kill Li Fuchen. Not even a few invincible monarchs would be able to kill Li Fuchen. Therefore, speed wasn't crucial to Li Fuchen. The eye of the sword god was just a spiritual awareness attack secret technique and its power was on the weaker side. When cultivated to the high grade, it would only be able to injure a peak-class monarch saint spirit and wasn't very useful. Li Fuchen actually wanted to learn a spiritual awareness attack secret technique. Of course, with Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness strength, after learning the eye of the sword god, he would actually be able to increase the eye of the sword god's power by several levels. It wouldn't be impossible to injure an invincible monarch saint spirit. Take it slow. I will learn the sword lock first before thinking of a way to redeem the eye of the sword god. Without a soul Dao secret technique, Li Fuchen had no choice but to take a step back and choose a spiritual awareness secret technique. According to Li Fuchen's understanding, let alone peak-grade Supreme Soul Dao secret techniques, even high-grade and mid-grade Supreme Soul Dao secret techniques were extremely rare in the universe. They were usually in the hands of individuals. Chapter 1003. After returning to the manor, Li Fuchen started to cultivate sword lock heaven and earth. This secret technique wasn't difficult to learn, but it was very complicated. It required the cultivator to condense a sword talisman. This sword talisman was formed by countless sword diagrams, and each sword diagram was formed by countless sword marks. The cultivator needed to spend a lot of energy to truly condense a sword talisman. In the history of the Swordsman Guild, people who cultivated this secret technique took at least 50 years to master it. Sword ancestor Yuan Ming spent 300 years to master it. That's easy. But in Li Fuchen's opinion, it was too easy to enter the entry stage of sword lock. With his purplish-red soul, his deduction ability could be said to be heaven-defying, so he was least afraid of being complicated. In just 3 months, Li Fuchen had cultivated the sword lock of heaven and earth to the entry stage. This was because there were some parts that needed to be comprehended and pondered. If he didn't need to comprehend and ponder, he would be able to condense the sword talisman in a few days. After the entry stage, the next step was the minor accomplishment stage. To reach the lesser mastery level, one would need to condense 36,000 sword talismans and form a sword formation. That's right, sword lock heaven and earth could be considered a formation. However, this formation was a little special in setting it up. It wasn't a difficult task for Li Fuqian to condense 36,000 sword talismans, and he succeeded in just a few months. However, the next step was the most important. He needed to combine these 36,000 sword talismans into a sword formation. This was not a simple patchwork, but a perfect combination. There was no room for error. The slightest mistake would cause the sword formation to collapse, and so would the sword talisman. At that time, he would have to condense the sword talisman once more to form the sword formation once more. Not only would it be a waste of energy, it would also easily cause him to become impatient. In the history of the Swordsman Guild, the fastest person to cultivate sword lock heaven and earth to the small success stage took a total of 800 years. Done. Li Fuqian broke the record again and used just 1 year to cultivate the sword lock of heaven and earth to the subcompletion stage. Sword lock heaven and earth. Li Fuqian used himself as the target and released sword lock. In the next moment, a spherical spatial zone enveloped Li Fuqian. There were faint sword runes flickering on the spatial barrier, but soon enough, the sword runes and the spherical spatial zone were concealed. Bang! Li Fuqian blasted a fist at the void. He only used a small amount of strength in this punch, roughly equivalent to a high-level sovereign lord. According to the introduction of the secret technique, the subcompletion stage of sword lock was enough to trap a high-class ruler. Li Fuqian's fist wasn't even able to shake the sword lock. Only when Li Fuqian increased his attack power to the level of a peak-class ruler, the sword lock was finally broken and plenty of sword talismans were shattered. I see. Li Fuqian understood clearly. The sword lock of heaven and earth would be consumed, but it would be in the form of sword talismans. Each sword talisman was condensed from the power of his sword Dao. If he were to use it against his enemies in the future, it would be best to condense more sword talismans. That way, even if the sword lock of heaven and earth was broken, he could continue to use it. After the minor realm was the major realm. The major realm required 360,000 swords to form a sword array. The Swordsman Guild's record was 5,000 years. To Li Fuqian, apart from the process of forming the sword formation, there were some places that required comprehension and pondering. There wasn't any trace of difficulty and it just required some effort. Therefore, Li Fuqian only spent 6 years to cultivate the sword lock to the completion stage. If this news got out, it would definitely cause a commotion in the Swordsman Guild. The person who created the cultivation record for the sword lock of heaven and earth was a son of the universe. Li Fuqian's cultivation speed was 1,000 times faster than the son of the universe, and it was definitely too exaggerated. Only Li Fuqian knew that he might be 100 or 1,000 times superior to the son of the universe. The son of the universe was favored by the universe, while Li Fuqian was favored by the golden amulet. From all the signs, the golden amulet's existence was obviously superior to the universe. If there was a god in a divine world, then the golden amulet must be from the divine world. Even if it was in the divine world, it would probably be an incredible item. Of course, gods and divine worlds were just legends and no one had seen them before. It was just a guess. Li Fuqian had to personally verify the origin of the golden amulet. The prerequisite was that Li Fuqian had to stand at the pinnacle of this universe. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be qualified to investigate the golden amulet. Horizontal River Star region, it was as calm as before. At the border of the Horizontal River Star region, there was a boundless group of asteroids that were slowly moving. Rumble. All of a sudden, there was a flash of white light and the group of asteroids exploded. Immortal Emperor, where do you think you are going? After the white light, there was a green light. The speed of the green light was slightly faster than the white light, and it soon caught up with them. Myriad Poison Emperor, why must you be so overbearing? You have been chasing me for 1,000 years. Within the white light was a handsome middle-aged man. I said it before. Even if I have to pay a huge price, I will kill you. While speaking, within the green light, there was a giant green hand that slammed at the handsome middle-aged man. Boom! The handsome middle-aged man was sent flying and his body was tainted with a faint layer of green. But soon enough, the layer of green vanished. It is fortunate that I cultivate the immortal Tao, otherwise, I would have been poisoned to death. But if this carries on, in just a few hundred years, the immortal power in my body will be depleted. Soon enough, 2 rays of light arrived at the center of the horizontal river star region. This commotion. The commotion caused by the battle between 2 emperors was too huge. Almost all the city lord class heaven monarchs could sense it from afar. The closest one was the blue water city's Shui Tianjun. He didn't dare to approach with his main body and used a water Dao clone to approach silently. It is the immortal emperor. I didn't expect him to become an emperor in just a few tens of thousands of years. I wonder what level of emperor is he? Shui Tianjun immediately recognized the immortal emperor. Before Li Fuqian was born, the immortal emperor was known as the #1 prodigy of the horizontal river star region. Shui Tianjun remembered that a few tens of thousands of years ago, the immortal emperor even had a battle with the darkness heaven monarch. But the emperor that is chasing after the immortal emperor looks even stronger. He isn't inferior to the horizontal river primogenitor. Shui Tianjun hadn't seen too many emperors, therefore, he wasn't able to see the emperor's level. He could only use reference objects to differentiate. The second to arrive was the horizontal river primogenitor. So it is the myriad poison emperor. The horizontal river primogenitor recognized the myriad poison emperor. This was an emperor whose strength wasn't inferior to him and was extremely famous in the universe. As the myriad poison emperor attacked the immortal emperor, he said to the horizontal river primogenitor, "Horizontal river primogenitor, this person has a huge grudge with me. You probably won't interfere, right?" His poison power was able to suppress those that were weaker than him, but it would be weaker against those with similar strength. The horizontal river primogenitor said, "I naturally won't interfere, but I still hope that you can let him off." The immortal emperor and Li Fuqian came from the same plane. He might not wish to provoke the myriad poison emperor, but he hoped that the myriad poison emperor would give him some face. Impossible. The myriad poison emperor immediately rejected. What a joke. He had been chasing the immortal emperor for over 1,000 years, how could he give up just like that? Furthermore, if he gave up on the immortal emperor, he wouldn't be able to obtain the world fruit. Sigh. The horizontal river primogenitor sighed and silently crushed a message token. The life force board told me that the life force is in the horizontal river star region. But where exactly is it? The immortal emperor didn't think that the horizontal river primogenitor would save him. What a joke. In order to save him, the immortal emperor would form an enmity with a peak-level emperor. It was a very unwise action. After all, he didn't have any relationship with the horizontal river primogenitor, unless he gave the world fruit to the horizontal river primogenitor. However, the immortal emperor didn't wish to give up this fated opportunity. Secondly, he believed in the life force board and felt that there would definitely be a chance. A short moment later, the Blood Axe Emperor arrived too. Myriad Poison Emperor, what kind of wind blew you to the horizontal river star region? The Blood Axe Emperor also recognized the Myriad Poison Emperor. As the 19th Legion commander of the Undying Legion, the number of people the Blood Axe Emperor knew wasn't any lesser than the ancient horizontal river primogenitor. Blood Axe Emperor, you are also in the horizontal river star region. The Myriad Poison Emperor frowned. He might not believe that the horizontal river primogenitor and the Blood Axe Emperor would work together to deal with him, but he didn't feel safe. Especially when the immortal emperor was on the verge of death, he would definitely expose the world fruit. By then, the situation wouldn't be good. The Blood Axe Emperor chuckled and said, "Myriad Poison Emperor, I advise you to let the immortal emperor off." Why? Are you threatening me? The Myriad Poison Emperor glared at the Blood Axe Emperor. The Blood Axe Emperor shook his head. I'm not threatening you. Do you know that the immortal emperor and an invincible emperor come from the same plane? After living in the horizontal river star region for so many years, the Blood Axe Emperor knew a thing or two about the situation there. An invincible emperor. The Myriad Poison Emperor was shocked. It was very rare for an invincible emperor to kill a peak emperor in the universe, but at least it had happened before. For example, if an invincible emperor had many formidable techniques, he might be able to kill a peak emperor. The only exception would be if the peak emperor had even more life-saving techniques that were impossible to defend against. The Myriad Poison Emperor naturally had many life-saving techniques, but could he be certain? Did the enemy not have many techniques? If the enemy had a powerful entrapment technique, he wouldn't even be able to escape. All he could do was slowly grind to death. Could it be the Curse Heaven Monarch? The immortal emperor thought it was the Curse Heaven Monarch. He and the Curse Heaven Monarch hadn't met for millions of years. In terms of talent, he didn't think he was inferior to the Curse Heaven Monarch. However, fortuitous encounters were hard to predict. Perhaps the Curse Heaven Monarch had obtained a heaven-defying fortuitous encounter in the past millions of years and became an invincible emperor? I wonder which invincible emperor it is. The Myriad Poison Emperor frowned and asked the Blood Axe Emperor. The Blood Axe Emperor said, "Primordial Emperor." It's him. Damn it. The Myriad Poison Emperor's frown deepened. The Primordial Emperor was ranked 99th on the Emperor ranking. All the Emperors had seen it. It was impossible for him not to remember it. A top-ranked invincible emperor was indeed a huge threat to him. But to give up the world fruit just like that? No, so what if it's an invincible emperor? Can't I seek help from an invincible emperor? The Myriad Poison Emperor secretly crushed a message token. Who is this primordial emperor? Did something incredible happen in the past tens of thousands of years? Chapter 1004. After spending 30 years, Li Fuqian cultivated the sword lock to the perfection rank. Furthermore, his body had already condensed more than 10 million sword talismans. One had to know that only 6 million sword talismans were required to complete the sword lock of heaven and earth. Just as Li Fuqian was thinking of a way to redeem the eye of the sword god, a message token suddenly cracked open in his spatial ring. This was the message token that Ancestor Heng He had given him. It was worth 500 million supreme-grade spirit stones. Even if they were separated by more than half a universe, he could still send a message. However, it could only be sent once. The immortal Heavenly Lord is being pursued by a peak sovereign emperor, the Myriad Poison Sovereign Emperor? Li Fuqian raised his brows. The immortal Heaven Monarch and the Curse Heaven Monarch were definitely legends of the Deep Blue Plane. Back when Li Fuqian was in the Deep Blue Plane, he would often hear their names. Li Fuqian really wished to meet the immortal Heaven Monarch, and this was the perfect opportunity. Without any hesitation, Li Fuqian spent 1,000 Elder Points to teleport from the Sword Brilliant City to the Sword Star City, then from the Sword Star City to the Divine Leaf City. The reason why a superpower was called a superpower was that it had teleportation arrays between its branches. A weaker power wouldn't have the financial resources or the means to do so. Near Blue Water City, the battle was still going on. Apart from Progenitor Hengyi and the Arch-Sanguine Axe, all the other City Lord-class Heaven Monarchs had sent out an avatar to watch the battle. If we include Eternal Emperor Immortal, then our horizontal river stellar region has 4 Eternal Emperors. Monarch Sanguine Axe isn't from our horizontal river stellar domain. That's 3 Imperial Lords. 3 Sovereign Emperors. Many astral regions don't even have a single Sovereign Emperor. Everyone discussed spiritedly. The Myriad Poison Emperor Lord's poison power was not strong in an instant, but it could last for a long time. As his immortal power was gradually depleted, the immortal Emperor Lord could feel that it was taking more and more of his immortal power to eliminate the poison power. Optimistically, in 300 years at most, his immortal power would be exhausted, and his immortal bloodline would wither. Immortal Emperor, if you know what's good for you, hand over that item and I can choose to spare your life. The myriad poison Emperor Lord sent a voice transmission to Immortal Emperor. You want the world fruit? In your dreams. I'd rather give it to Ancestor Heng He than to you. Immortal Emperor sneered. Don't force me. If you push me too far, I will hunt down your Tao companion, Heavenly Lord Black Dream, with all my might. The myriad poison Empyrean Lord threatened. You dare. Li Meng's master is Mount Chi's old ancestor. Immortal Imperial Lord's expression changed. He was truly afraid that the myriad Venom's Imperial Lord would chase after his Tao companion, Heavenly Monarch Li Meng. Old ancestor Qi Shan is not an invincible sovereign emperor. Why should I be afraid of him? Even if he is an invincible sovereign emperor, he still has to pay the price for offending me, the myriad poison sovereign emperor. The myriad poison Empyrean Lord was really going all out. For the sake of the world fruit, he didn't mind offending an invincible Empyrean Lord. Myriad poison Emperor Lord, do you really think that no one can deal with you? Let's see if you can still be so stubborn when Imperial Emperor Yuanji arrives. Immortal Imperial Lord firmly believed that Yuanji Imperial Lord was the source of life. His life plate was a supreme-grade secret treasure that had never failed him. Then I will wait for him. The myriad poison's Emperor activated his poison energy and sent palm after palm strike at the Immortal Emperor. No need to wait, I'm coming. Right at this moment, a clear voice echoed from the end of the starry sky. A horrific Qi presence suddenly descended and pressured the myriad poison sovereign. Invincible sovereign emperor. The myriad poison sovereign had an unpleasant expression as he didn't expect for the opposition to arrive so quickly. In front of everyone, a delicate and handsome youth walked out from the void. Imperial Emperor Yuanji. Heng He primogenitor smiled. Li Fuqin nodded. He was very grateful that Heng He primogenitor informed him. This was a favor that Li Fuqin would repay in the future. Imperial Emperor Yuanji, it has been a long time. The Blood Axe Emperor had a complicated expression. Li Fuqin's progress was too fast and he didn't know what identity he should use to face Li Fuqin. As Li Fuqin walked towards the Immortal Emperor and myriad poison sovereign, he first looked at the Immortal Emperor. To be honest, Li Fuqin was rather surprised as he thought that the Immortal Emperor would have the strength of a high-class ruler. He didn't expect for the Immortal Emperor to only have the strength of a regular ruler. It wasn't an easy task for a regular ruler to fight with a peak-level ruler for such a long time. Immortal Emperor, I have heard of your achievements in the past and have always admired you. Li Fuqin smiled and said. The Immortal Emperor shook his head. I am merely born a few million years earlier than the Imperial Emperor Yuanji. I am not worthy of the Imperial Emperor's admiration. Li Fuqin didn't wish to be modest with the Immortal Emperor and asked, Immortal Emperor, why is the myriad poison sovereign pursuing you? The Immortal Emperor didn't hide anything and transmitted a message to explain, I obtained a fruit from the world tree in a ruin. I didn't expect for the myriad poison sovereign to see it, hence, he has been pursuing me for over 1,000 years. It is fortunate that I have a cardinal artifact called the Vitality Board. With the guidance of the Vitality Board, I intentionally escaped to the Heng He Star region. The fruit of the world tree. Li Fuqin raised his brows. This was a true cardinal treasure of the universe and its value wasn't inferior to the leaves of the world tree. To a certain extent, it was even more precious than the leaves of the world tree and was considered a priceless treasure. It seemed like the Immortal Emperor was also a fated person. Li Fuqin felt that the Immortal Emperor's luck was too good and wasn't any inferior to him. Li Fuqin shifted his eyes away from the Immortal Emperor and looked at the myriad poison sovereign. Get lost. Don't force me to make a move. Li Fuqin didn't place a peak-tier sovereign in his eyes. You. The myriad poison sovereign was nearly fuming with anger and the poison chi on his body looked much denser. Why? You don't wish to leave. Li Fuqin squinted his eyes. If I leave like this, wouldn't I be disrespecting the Imperial Emperor Yuanji? I, the myriad poison sovereign, am willing to spar with you. The myriad poison sovereign wasn't willing to leave like this and gritted his teeth. Alright, I hope you don't regret it. Li Fuqian had yet to kill a sovereign. The Chaos Metal Beast and the Chaos Silver Snake might have the combat strength of a sovereign, but they were too stupid and didn't have many moves. They weren't considered real sovereigns. Furthermore, Li Fuqian had just cultivated the sword lock to the perfection stage and was planning to find someone to test the power of the sword lock. The myriad poison sovereign was definitely a good opponent. Seeing that the duo was about to start a fight, everyone's eyes lit up. Especially the horizontal river primogenitor and the blood axe sovereign. The two of them wanted to know the strength of Li Fuqian, who was ranked 99th on the emperor rankings, and the difference between them. In terms of chi presence, I am inferior to the primary emperor. But in terms of strength, I might not be inferior to him. The horizontal river primogenitor had always been very confident in himself. Many thanks, primary emperor. After expressing his thanks, the immortal emperor quickly retreated to the side. In the deathly silent starry sky, the myriad poison sovereign's chi presence clashed with Li Fuqian's chi presence. But it was obvious that the myriad poison sovereign's chi presence was withering and couldn't extend over Li Fuqian's chi presence. Primary emperor, receive my move. The myriad poison sovereign was wearing a pair of transparent gloves. The gloves would only have green veins when the myriad poison sovereign exerted his strength. This pair of gloves had a dangerous but pleasant name. It was called Hidden Poison Thousand Net. It was a peak-grade supreme poison Dao weapon and was forged from the Chaos Poison Silkworm's silk. The Hidden Poison Thousand Net wasn't just indestructible, it had horrific poison power. Regular heaven monarchs would be turned into ashes after a single touch. Regular emperors would also be poisoned and would need to expend a lot of energy to neutralize the poison. The immortal emperor's immortal Dao was rather special, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to escape back to the horizontal river star region. The green palm prints were like green silkworm shadows that pounced at Li Fuqian. When facing the myriad poison sovereign's finishing move, Li Fuqian drew his sword and swung. A silver sword chi devoured the myriad poison sovereign. It is over just like that. The spectators were flabbergasted. They thought there was going to be a shocking battle. Putting aside the city lord class heavenly monarchs, they were too far away from emperors and were just spectators. But the horizontal river primogenitor, the blood axe sovereign, and the immortal emperor were all emperors. They were rather surprised that Li Fuqian was able to trap the myriad poison sovereign in a single sword. If Li Fuqian was able to trap the myriad poison sovereign in a single sword, didn't it mean that he could also trap the horizontal river primogenitor in a single sword? In the endless sea of swords, the myriad poison sovereign roared with rage and burst out with countless green palm prints that cleaved at the sea of swords. But after the sea of swords was impacted, it became even more berserk. The myriad poison sovereign was forced to retreat and was in a miserable state. How can this primary extreme emperor be so powerful? The myriad poison sovereign was regretting. He shouldn't have been careless. Li Fuqian was ranked 99th on the emperor rankings, and it was obvious that regular invincible emperors couldn't compare with him. I can only use one myriad poison pearl. The myriad poison sovereign took out a multicolored pearl from his spatial ring. This pearl was refined by him after roaming the universe for countless years and collecting countless venomous essences. The myriad poison sovereign opened his mouth and swallowed the myriad poison pearl. In the next moment, ferocious and surging poison power gathered from the myriad poison sovereign's body and poured into the hidden poison thousand net. Break! The myriad poison sovereign held his right wrist with his left hand and extended his right index finger. The tip of his index finger was filled with concentrated poison power and had a dreamy and chaotic luster. PFFF. A hole that was the size of a finger appeared in the sea of swords. The myriad poison sovereign seized the opportunity to enter the hole with a flash. Swish! In the outside world, the myriad poison sovereign appeared out of nowhere. No wonder he is so arrogant. Li Fuqian was rather astonished. His sword Sea Horizon's sealing ability was far superior to the sword Lock of Heaven and Earth. In the Chaos Ruins, even the invincible Emperor, Ancestor Qing Soul, was trapped inside for a period of time. He had to activate his burst secret technique to escape. However, the sword Sea Horizon was just a sword move. After trapping the enemy, Li Fuchen couldn't enter. Once he entered, the sword Sea Horizon would lose its effect. Furthermore, the sword Sea Horizon didn't have much power. Even if a regular emperor was trapped inside, they would need a long period of time to exhaust their power and bloodline before dying. Chapter 1005. Primary Extreme Emperor, if you are capable, receive my strongest move, Heart of Poison. The 10,000 poison treasure pearls' power was still hidden in his body. The 10,000 poison emperor didn't wish to waste it and thrust his finger at Li Fuchen. Bring it on. Li Fuchen wanted to test the effects of the 10,000 calamity immortal body. He didn't dodge and was planning to use his body to resist. Use your body to resist my finger. The 10,000 poison emperor was startled at first before his face flashed with a sinister expression. Li Fuchen was too arrogant. He was a peak-level emperor, and with the 10,000 poison treasure pearl, he was able to burst out with the strength of an invincible emperor. When invincible emperors fought, apart from those invincible emperors who cultivated body refinement or those with formidable defensive cardinal artifacts and armors, no one would dare to use their body to resist the opponent's move. In the 10,000 poison emperor's opinion, his finger would definitely injure Li Fuchen. It might even poison Li Fuchen and greatly reduce his strength. Thinking up to here, the 10,000 poison emperor used an extremely minute amount of time to instigate more poison power into his finger. Finally, the 10,000 poison emperor's finger stabbed at Li Fuchen's chest. Crackle. There was a sound of bones breaking. The 10,000 poison emperor's finger was twisted in a strange way. He felt like a grasshopper that stepped on an iron plate and bounced back at a shocking speed. It was rather comical. How is this possible? After his finger recovered, the 10,000 poison emperor's face was a mix of green and red as he was bewildered. Not bad. Li Fuchen patted his chest. The 10,000 poison emperor's finger had only consumed a small portion of his calamity power, and Li Fuchen could instantly replenish it. If it was before the hand of calamity broke through, the 10,000 poison emperor's finger would have consumed at least 5% of his calamity power. After all, the 10,000 poison emperor's attack power was already at the level of an invincible emperor and wasn't inferior to the green soul ancestor. He must be a body refinement emperor. The 10,000 poison emperor didn't have any more battle intent. Wasn't it courting death to clash with an invincible emperor who cultivated the body refinement Tao? Using the body to resist the 10,000 poison emperor's attack. At this moment, even the horizontal river primogenitor had a change of expression. He believed that he wouldn't be able to use his body to withstand the myriad venom emperor's attack. Of course, he wouldn't give the myriad venom emperor a chance to hit his body. Empyrean Emperor Primal Twin is too powerful. The immortal emperor let out a breath of relief. Originally, he didn't think that Li Fuchen would be able to suppress the 10,000 poison emperor. It wasn't because he doubted Li Fuchen's strength, but he understood that the 10,000 poison emperor had lived for tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of years and definitely had plenty of trump cards. If he encountered an invincible ruler, he might be able to contest. Li Fuchen's cultivation period was too short and his foundation was a shortcoming. After seeing how Li Fuchen easily withstood the myriad venom emperor's exposed trump card, the immortal emperor knew that he had underestimated Li Fuchen. Since Li Fuchen was ranked on the emperor rankings, it didn't matter if Li Fuchen had a trump card or not. Li Fuchen was still terrifying and wasn't someone a peak-tier emperor could challenge. Run! Without any hesitation, the myriad poison emperor lord turned into a wisp of illusory poisonous smoke and fled. As for the invincible sovereign emperor he had invited, it would take a long time for him to reach the horizontal river galaxy, so he could not count on him. Now you know how to run. Too bad it's too late. Li Fuchen brandished his sword and a sword chi penetrated the illusory poison smoke. Puff! The illusory poison smoke was formless and formless, but when facing Li Fuchen's sword chi, it was useless. As fresh blood sprayed out, the myriad Venom Emperor Lord's figure appeared. A single sword was able to erase so much of my power. The myriad Venom Emperor Lord was appalled. To a heaven monarch, power was vitality. As long as the power wasn't exhausted, the vitality wouldn't be exhausted either. The myriad Venom Emperor Lord calculated and knew that the power that was erased by Li Fuchen would need a few blinks of the eye to replenish. If Li Fuchen continuously attacked him, the recovery speed wouldn't be able to keep up with the consumption speed. After all, in a few blinks of the eye, Li Fuchen would be able to attack him multiple times. The myriad Venom Emperor Lord held a talisman in his hand and was preparing to crush it. Sword lock heaven and earth. Li Fuchen wasn't going to give the myriad Venom Emperor a chance. A large number of sword talismans were already set up in the surrounding void. With a single thought from Li Fuchen, 6 million sword talismans gathered together and formed a spherical space that was filled with sword talismans that enveloped the myriad Venom Emperor Lord and Li Fuchen. Bang! After crushing the talisman, the myriad Venom Emperor crashed into the sword lock heaven and earth barrier and bounced back. No! The myriad Venom Emperor Lord panicked. The primal chaos teleportation talisman was his greatest reliance when facing invincible emperors. Once he crushed the primal chaos teleportation talisman, he would be able to teleport 100,000 light-years away. With his ability, he would be able to fly freely after 100,000 light-years. No matter how strong Li Fuchen was, it was impossible for him to catch up. Bang bang bang! The myriad Venom Emperor Lord started to attack in a frenzy. The myriad Venom Pearl's poison power was still lingering in his body. When he blasted an all-out attack on the sword lock heaven and earth, a crack immediately appeared. But soon enough, the crack was mended. It is fortunate that I have enough sword talismans to replenish. Li Fuchen didn't set up 6 million sword talismans in the surrounding void, it was more than 10 million sword talismans. Every sword talisman that the myriad Venom Emperor destroyed would be replenished with the same amount, leaving no gaps. Of course, Li Fuchen wasn't planning to allow the myriad Venom Emperor Lord to attack the sword lock heaven and earth as he wished. Activating the origin return sword form, multiple sword forms were blasted at the myriad Venom Emperor Lord. Boom boom boom, the myriad Venom Emperor Lord vomited fresh blood and was in a miserable state. He didn't have the strength to continue attacking the sword lock heaven and earth. Origin Extreme Emperor, I am too arrogant. I will immediately leave the horizontal river star region and will never set foot in this place again. The myriad Venom Emperor Lord started to beg for mercy. I said it before, it is too late. Li Fuchen was expressionless as he continued to attack the myriad Venom Emperor Lord. Seeing that his power was dispersing like water, the myriad Venom Emperor Lord put up a tough front and said, Origin Extreme Emperor, don't go overboard. I am an elder of the Dark Council. If you kill me, the Dark Council will definitely do their best to hunt you down. Is that so? I would like to see how the Dark Council is going to hunt me down. Li Fuchen remained indifferent. In the blink of the eye, half a month had passed. The myriad Venom Emperor Lord's chi presence had weakened significantly. Li Fuchen's strength was much stronger than the myriad Venom Emperor Lord. There might only be a difference of one level between peak stage emperors and invincible emperors, but invincible emperors were also divided into different levels. Li Fuchen was definitely one of the stronger invincible emperors, and it was obvious from his ranking on the emperor rankings. Half a month might not be considered short for ordinary people, but to everyone present, it was too short. Everyone didn't leave and were quietly observing. Is there a helper? Li Fuchen's senses were extremely sharp. Just a moment ago, he sensed an extremely powerful chi presence flying over from the border of the horizontal river star region. A short moment later, the horizontal river primogenitor sensed it too. He turned his head with suspicion and looked into the depths of the starry sky. Without any sound or presence, a black door appeared in the starry sky and a figure walked out from the door. It was a handsome middle-aged man wearing a black coat. His body was emitting intense darkness chi presence. Apart from Li Fuqian, the horizontal river primogenitor, and the blood axe emperor, everyone else could only see a blurry black figure. They couldn't even see his appearance clearly. Sovereign King of Darkness. The horizontal river primogenitor had a grave expression. The Sovereign King of Darkness was ranked 62nd on the Emperor rankings, and his ranking was even higher than Li Fuqian. The horizontal river primogenitor didn't understand how the myriad venom emperor was able to invite the Sovereign King of Darkness. The Sovereign King of Darkness' arm expanded and instantly pierced through the sword lock and released the myriad venom emperor. Sovereign King of Darkness, many thanks. Seeing that the Sovereign King of Darkness had rushed over, the myriad venom emperor had a delighted expression. Myriad venom emperor, I am here for the world fruit. You will have to pay the price for lying to me. The Sovereign King of Darkness transmitted a message to the myriad venom emperor. The myriad venom emperor said, how would I dare to lie to the Sovereign King of Darkness? The world fruit is with the immortal emperor, but the immortal emperor has a helper called the primary extreme emperor. If the Sovereign King of Darkness didn't arrive in time, I would have been killed. Primary Extreme Emperor huh? The Sovereign King of Darkness frowned. The Primary Extreme Emperor was ranked 99th and wasn't inferior to the Sovereign King of Darkness. The Sovereign King of Darkness looked at Li Fuqian and said, please give me some face and don't interfere in this matter. The Sovereign King of Darkness believed that he had some influence in the universe. How much is your face worth? A mere Sovereign King of Darkness wasn't enough to scare Li Fuqian. The Sovereign King of Darkness had overestimated himself. Do you really want to oppose me? The Sovereign King of Darkness stared at Li Fuqian and emitted massive pressure. You can think so. Li Fuqian suddenly appeared beside the immortal emperor and brandished his sword to clash with the Sovereign King of Darkness. It turned out that the Sovereign King of Darkness' main body had silently arrived behind the immortal emperor and wanted to restrain the immortal emperor first. But who knew that Li Fuqian's senses were too sharp and could even see through the Sovereign King of Darkness clones. There was a sharp howl as the Sovereign King of Darkness activated his super ability. Swish! In an instant, all the clones of the City Lord class Heaven Monarchs were shattered. The weaker Blood Axe Emperor felt dizzy and nearly lost his balance. The Immortal Emperor was in an even worse state as he was bleeding from his 7 apertures and his consciousness was blank. The Heng He primogenitor didn't seem to have any change in expression, but only the Heng He primogenitor knew if he was affected. When the Sovereign King of Darkness activated the Darkness Howl, his primary target was naturally Li Fuqian. He didn't hope to injure Li Fuqian. As long as Li Fuqian was slightly slower, the Sovereign King of Darkness would be able to restrain the Immortal Emperor. Perhaps I made the wrong choice. If I chose the Eye of the Sword God, it would be much more effective than the Sword Lock of Heaven and Earth. The Sword Lock of Heaven and Earth was mainly used against existences below invincible monarchs. If the Sovereign King of Darkness didn't come, Li Fuqian was confident he could eliminate the Myriad Poison Emperor. But the Eye of the Sword God was different. The original version of the Eye of the Sword God would only be able to injure a P-class ruler's Saint Spirit. Li Fuqian reckoned that it would be able to affect a P-class ruler's consciousness, but it wouldn't be effective against invincible monarchs. However, Li Fuqian's spiritual awareness was much stronger than regular monarchs. With the Eye of the Sword God in his hands, he would be able to exhibit greater power and it wouldn't be a problem to affect invincible monarchs. It was just the right time to fight against the Sovereign King of Darkness. There isn't any wrong choice. Even without the Eye of the Sword God, I still have an advantage against the Sovereign King of Darkness. Li Fuqian waved his hand and a sphere of sword light enveloped the Immortal Emperor before sending him far away. As for the Immortal Emperor's Darkness Howl, it was useless against Li Fuqian. Seeing the situation, the Sovereign King of Darkness had a dark expression and said to the Myriad Poison Emperor, "You go deal with the Immortal Emperor. Leave him to me." Yes. The Myriad Poison Emperor lunged at the Immortal Emperor. Chapter 1006. Crackle. Li Fuqian and the Sovereign of Darkness were in an intense battle. Within a few light years, the starry sky was shattered like a mirror before exploding into a paste. The scene was rather horrifying. After one day, Li Fuqian was only at a slight disadvantage and neither side was able to hurt the other. Dark World. After roughly understanding Li Fuqian's strength, the Sovereign of Darkness activated his innate ability, Dark World. In an instant, a world that was filled with endless darkness descended and enveloped Li Fuqian. The Dark World again. On the seven-color continent, Li Fuqian had witnessed Wang Heilung's Darkness Bone Frame divine ability, Darkness Sky Canopy. It was the embryonic form of the Darkness World and it had yet to form the Darkness World source. It was just a field formed by the power of darkness and its power was billions of times weaker than the true Darkness World. When Li Fuqian was adventuring with the Night Devil team in the ancient Stone Star region, he had witnessed the true world of darkness from the Bloodlust Sacred Lord. The Dark World had already formed the origin of the Dark World, and the dark creatures had been born. These dark creatures were endless, and as long as the Dark World could be maintained, the dark creatures would never be able to be killed. On the other hand, the Sovereign of Darkness was an unrivaled emperor, and his world of darkness was thousands of times stronger than Sacred Lord Bloodlust's. There was a sharp howl. As Li Fuqian was enveloped by the world of darkness, two dark figures attacked Li Fuqian. Bang bang, after exchanging moves with one of them, Li Fuqian realized that the two dark figures were actually invincible emperors. The King of Darkness's voice transmitted from all directions. It seems like you have already discovered that their power is at the invincible sovereign emperor's level. If you count me in, you will have 3 invincible sovereign emperors. Are you sure you want to continue fighting? If 3 invincible sovereign emperors joined hands, none of the invincible sovereign emperors ranked higher than the King of Darkness would be able to deal with them. How would we know if we don't try? If there were 3 sovereign kings of darkness, Li Fuqian wouldn't be able to deal with them. However, these 2 darkness creatures only had the strength of regular invincible emperors. Even the Green Soul Ancestor was inferior. Boom boom boom, during the battle, Li Fuqian, who was at a slight disadvantage previously, was now in an absolute disadvantage. Dark World Claw. Even in the boundless darkness, the King of Darkness's claw still gave people a feeling of boundless darkness. Bang! This claw viciously struck Li Fuqian's chest. Any other invincible eternal emperor would probably have their ribs torn apart by this claw. But when the Sovereign of Darkness made contact with Li Fuqian's chest, he felt as though he was grabbing onto an indestructible piece of metal. His claw was in pain from the vibrations. Body refining Tao. Something's not right. The body tempering Tao is not that exaggerated. Among the invincible sovereign emperors, only the Black Dragon Primogenitor and a few others have such terrifying physical defenses. The Sovereign of Darkness didn't attack anymore and simply asked the 2 dark creatures to stall Li Fuqian. As expected of the King of Darkness, his offensive power surpassed the 10,000 Poisons Emperor Monarch by too much. The 10,000 Venom Emperor had activated his trump card and increased his attack power to the level of an invincible ruler, but he had only exhausted a tiny portion of Li Fuqian's calamity power. The Sovereign of Darkness all-out attack had exhausted a wisp of Li Fuqian's calamity power. One was minuscule, while the other was a wisp. The latter was about 100 times more powerful than the former, so the difference was quite big. Of course, it didn't matter if it was the former or the latter, Li Fuqian would be able to instantly replenish the exhausted calamity power. Primary Extreme Emperor, I admit that I can't do anything to you. But it is enough to trap you for a period of time. The Sovereign of Darkness laughed heartily and lunged at the immortal emperor. In the world of darkness, his speed was increased by several times, while Li Fuqian's speed was reduced by several times. With the disparity, the Sovereign of Darkness wouldn't be able to stop the Sovereign of Darkness. In your dreams. After activating the calamity power, Li Fuqian's speed increased drastically and instantly obstructed the Sovereign of Darkness. How is this possible? This time, the Sovereign of Darkness was shocked. Why wasn't Li Fuqian affected by the world of darkness at all? His senses weren't affected, even his speed wasn't affected. How could the Sovereign of Darkness know that Li Fuchen's calamity power could disregard all laws? At least at the Emperor level, the calamity power wouldn't be restricted. Furthermore, after the Hand of Calamity reached the middle level, Li Fuchen's defense didn't just increase by several times, his speed had also increased by several times. Immortal Emperor, you better hand over the world fruit to me first. Li Fuchen knew that this wasn't a solution and transmitted a message to the Immortal Emperor. All right. The Immortal Emperor nodded. He and the 10,000 Venoms Emperor were also enveloped in the world of darkness. However, the 10,000 Venoms Emperor could see the Sovereign of Darkness, but the Sovereign of Darkness couldn't see or sense anything. After seeing the Immortal Emperor's agreement, Li Fuchen repelled the Sovereign of Darkness with a palm strike and turned to the Immortal Emperor's side. Here. The Immortal Emperor handed over a giant fruit with resplendent patterns to Li Fuchen. No. The Sovereign of Darkness was anxious and turned into a black pillar of light that blasted at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen kept the world fruit calmly and forcefully endured the Sovereign of Darkness' all-out attack. Break. Li Fuchen released the calamity power and tore the world of darkness apart. He then pulled the Immortal Emperor and flew out. The world of darkness vanished and the Sovereign of Darkness looked at Li Fuchen with a gloomy expression. Sovereign of Darkness, the item is with me. Come and snatch it if you are capable. Li Fuchen said nonchalantly. Good, very good. This time, I, the Sovereign of Darkness, am defeated. The Sovereign of Darkness was extremely regretful and regretted that he was too careless. If he had executed the world of darkness right from the start and he could stall Li Fuchen while the two dark creatures restrained the Immortal Emperor, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. It could only be said that he was too confident in the world of darkness. However, the Sovereign of Darkness didn't know that even if he did so, he might not be able to restrain the Immortal Emperor. Li Fuchen's spirit soul force wasn't obstructed in the world of darkness. If Li Fuchen detected the Sovereign of Darkness's intention, he would definitely protect the Immortal Emperor and ask the Immortal Emperor to give the world fruit to Li Fuchen in advance. However, if I, the Sovereign of Darkness can't obtain it, you can forget about obtaining it. Heng He Primogenitor, Blood Axe Emperor, do you know why I am here? The Sovereign of Darkness looked at the Heng He Primogenitor and the Blood Axe Emperor. Why are you here? The Blood Axe Emperor had already guessed that the Immortal Emperor definitely had some cardinal artifact, but he didn't know what it was. The Sovereign of Darkness pointed at Li Fuchen and said, the world fruit is with him. I am here for the world fruit. To be honest, the Sovereign of Darkness didn't wish to expose the world fruit either. If he relied on the Dark Council's power to suppress an unrivaled emperor like Li Fuchen, it was still possible. However, Li Fuchen also had the Swordsman Guild behind him. As such, Li Fuchen would become everyone's target. World fruit. The Heng He Primogenitor and the Blood Axe Emperor's eyes contracted. The world fruit was the fruit of the world tree. It contained mystical world laws and was very helpful to the cultivation of emperors. In comparison, the leaves of the world tree might be precious, but the world laws contained within were inferior to the world fruit. Primary Extreme Emperor, do you really have the world fruit? The Heng He Primogenitor asked. Li Fuchen didn't admit or deny it. He said to the Sovereign of Darkness, such a sinister method. It is a pity that it is destined to be futile. The Sovereign of Darkness chuckled and said, the world fruit is very troublesome. Keep it well. Let's go. Chapter 1007. After the Monarch of Darkness and the Myriad Poison Emperor Lord left, the Horizontal River Primogenitor and the Blood Axe Emperor Lord looked at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen nodded and said, the world fruit is indeed with me, but the two of you better not have any ideas. In the future, I might discuss with the Immortal Emperor Lord to let the two of you comprehend it. Right now, he definitely wouldn't let the Horizontal River Primogenitor and the Blood Axe Emperor Lord comprehend it. Origin Extreme Emperor, don't worry. I, the Horizontal River Primogenitor, won't do foolish things. The horizontal river primogenitor felt that if he transmitted a message to Li Fuchen wouldn't forget this favor. The Blood Axe Emperor also said, Origin Extreme Emperor, the world fruit and the world leaf are one. We can exchange and comprehend it later. The world leaf might not contain world laws as profound as the world fruit, but it was still a part of the world tree. It would also be beneficial to the emperor's cultivation. Li Fuchen nodded and didn't say anything. After chatting for a while, both sides separated. Origin Extreme Emperor, this world fruit shall be kept by you from now on. I can't keep it with me either. The immortal emperor suggested. Li Fuchen thought for a moment and nodded. All right, I will temporarily keep it for you. But before that, I still need to use the world fruit to increase my cultivation level. That's right, why don't we go to the deep blue plain? It is the safest there. The immortal emperor said. Deep blue plain, after a few centuries, the sword sect had great changes. There weren't just more law phase realm emperors, there were also a few more saints. As Li Fuchen's disciple, Wu Zhuo was the first to step into the saint's realm. The second was Shen Guanyu, the third was the Safflower Empress, and the fourth was the Vacant Mountain Emperor. To be honest, the Vacant Mountain Emperor was already over 2,000 years old. It was fortunate that he had all sorts of resources and artifacts to extend his lifespan, allowing him to maintain his body at a relatively peak condition. As for the fifth person to step into the saint's realm, it was none other than Li Fuchen's father, Li Tianhan. Originally, with Li Tianhan's innate perception, his limit in this lifetime would be the Earth-Shatter realm. However, Li Fuchen had repeatedly changed his parents' fates and forcefully upgraded their bone frames to the 9-star level. He had also used up plenty of resources and artifacts to increase perception, increase cultivation, and change the physique. 10 years ago, after consuming some of the divine leaf sap, Li Tianhan was blessed and naturally stepped into the saint's realm. As for Li Fuchen's mother, Shen Yuyan, and sister, Li Fuxiang, they were still at the peak level of Law Phase realm, but they weren't far from the Soul Merge realm. With the Immortal Emperor's agreement, Li Fuchen gathered a small group of people to comprehend the world fruit. For example, the Myriad Image Sword Saint, Mystic Deep Sword Saint, a portion of the Sword Sect Saints, and of course, Yan Qinggu. Li Fuchen didn't consider allowing those below saints to comprehend the world fruit. The world law contained in the world fruit was too high level, and the level was too low. It was impossible to comprehend anything. In fact, it would be hard for ordinary saints to comprehend anything. It would all depend on their own fate. It's been a long time since I've returned, but the deep blue plain is still so amiable. The Immortal Emperor strolled around the deep blue plain before returning to the Sword Sect. Immortal Emperor, let's start to comprehend the world fruit. Li Fuchen said. All right. The Immortal Emperor nodded. After gathering everyone together, Li Fuchen executed the sword lock to seal this area of time and space. Li Fuchen then took out the world fruit. The world fruit could be big or small. In order to allow everyone to sense it more clearly, Li Fuchen made the world fruit the size of a star and made it float high in the air. The Immortal Emperor and Li Fuchen sat on the world fruit to comprehend, while the others stayed below to comprehend. The world fruit was indeed the world fruit. Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword art had already reached the star field class, but he was still able to comprehend the world law. Let's increase the void Dao to the saint first. Li Fuchen gave up on comprehending the sword Dao and started to study the void Dao. Perhaps it was because he had already accumulated enough for the void Dao and was just lacking an opportunity. Li Fuchen took just 1 month to increase the void Dao to the saint. After reaching the saint's level, the void Dao was naturally fused with the time Dao, allowing the power to increase again. If the void Dao or time Dao was only at the level of a first-grade heaven lord, when fused, it would reach the level of a city lord and was comparable with the radiant sword Dao. This is the city lord class time and space Dao. Li Fuchen felt that the world had become mystical, lively, and lively. Time acceleration. Li Fuchen waved his hand and enveloped everyone below with the power of time and space. Without anyone knowing, the time around them was accelerated by 1,000 times. It also meant that one day in the outside world was equivalent to 1,000 days here. It is a pity that regular saints have a limited lifespan and cannot accelerate too much. If there wasn't a lifespan limit, Li Fuqian could activate the prismatic stone mother and accelerate the time for everyone below by 10,000 times. However, regular saints would only have a lifespan of 100,000 years or at most a few 100,000 years. If it was accelerated by 10,000 times, their lifespan would be exhausted in 10 years or a few dozen years. It wasn't worth it. After dispersing the power of time and space, Li Fuqian stood up. He was preparing to make a trip back to the Sword Brilliant City to learn the Eye of the Sword God. As for the world fruit, it was indeed beneficial for Emperor's cultivation, but it wasn't something that could be obtained in a short period of time. If Li Fuqian's primary extreme sword art was at the mid-stage of Star Field class, he would need to comprehend the world fruit for at least 10,000 years to improve it to the late stage. This was already a low estimate. If it was someone else, it wouldn't take 10,000 years to improve their martial art from the mid-stage of Star Field class to the late stage. Even 100,000 years or 1,000,000 years weren't enough. However, it was mainly because Li Fuqian was an invincible emperor and his cultivation technique had also reached the Star Field class. If Li Fuqian was like the immortal emperor and his cultivation technique hadn't reached the Star Field class, he would be able to increase his cultivation technique rank first. That way, the time required would be reduced by several times. Everyone was very safe in the sword lock of heaven and earth, hence, Li Fuqian left immediately. At the Sword Brilliant City, Li Fuqian cut off a large piece of low-grade fire element crystal and exchanged it for Elder Points. He then used the Elder Points to redeem the Eye of the Sword God. The Eye of the Sword God was a spiritual awareness attack secret technique. It was separated into 3 grades. The low grade could injure the saint spirit of regular emperors, the mid grade could injure the saint spirit of high-class emperors, and the high grade could injure the saint spirit of peak-class emperors. The redeeming price was 150,000 Elder Points. 1 month later, Li Fuqian cultivated the Eye of the Sword God to the 2nd grade. As expected, Li Fuqian revealed a smile. At the place where the spiritual awareness attack was tested in the Sword Brilliant City, Li Fuqian's Eye of the Sword God displayed power that could injure peak-class Emperor's Saint Spirit. It also meant that if he cultivated the Eye of the Sword God to the high grade, he might be able to injure the invincible Emperor's Saint Spirit. Half a year later, Li Fuqian's Eye of the Sword God reached the mid-grade. The current spiritual awareness attack was enough to injure peak-class Emperor's Saint Spirit. 9 years later, the Eye of the Sword God reached the high grade. As compared to the Sword Lock of Heaven and Earth, the Eye of the Sword God is too easy to cultivate. Chapter 1008. Primary Extreme Emperor, you have a world fruit with you. On this day, the Origin Bright Sword Ancestor saw Li Fuqian and asked. Li Fuqian nodded. It has already been spread. He didn't need to guess to know that the news was spread by the Sovereign of Darkness. Most of the emperors know about it now. You have to be careful in the future. The Origin Bright Sword Ancestor had thoughts about the world fruit, but he wouldn't force Li Fuqian to share it. I will. Li Fuqian wasn't too worried. Firstly, the world fruit wasn't a supreme cardinal artifact that would cause a bloodbath. Secondly, it didn't matter even if most of the emperors knew about it. With his strength, unless he was surrounded by multiple invincible emperors, he wouldn't be in any danger. Once Li Fuqian left, 2 men and a woman walked over. From their chi presences, they were all invincible emperors. Origin Bright Sword Ancestor, you should let him share the world fruit. One of them was wearing yellow clothes and had a domineering chi presence without eyebrows. Imperial Monarch Fenghua, if you have the world fruit and I force you to share it, would you be willing? The Origin Bright Sword Ancestor asked. Imperial Monarch Fenghua frowned, it doesn't matter if I am willing or not, I should share it. You can talk to the primary extreme emperor personally. The armored female invincible emperor didn't like imperial monarch Feng Hua and mocked. The only one who didn't say anything and had an extremely cold chi presence said, "We can pay him some elder points as long as he is willing to share the world fruit." The female invincible emperor went silent and felt that the suggestion wasn't bad. The origin bright sword ancestor said, "Wait first. He will definitely use the world fruit first. We will discuss with him when he is almost done." He had been stuck at this level for countless years. The world fruit was definitely an opportunity for him to continue improving. All right. Everyone nodded. They could afford to wait as their lifespan was endless anyway. Dark Parliament, one of the Class 1 branches. The Dark Soul primogenitor was an elder with a terrifying chi presence. He said to the King of Darkness with dissatisfaction, "You shouldn't leak the news of the world fruit so early. It won't be too late to leak it when the Dark Parliament can't handle it." He greatly desired the world fruit. His battle prowess was actually inferior to that of the King of Darkness. What was truly terrifying about him was his soul path techniques. The King of Darkness said, "Even I cannot break through his defense. It is comparable to the Black Dragon primogenitor and the others. Unless the Dark Council sends 10 odd invincible sovereign emperors, it will cause a huge commotion. The Swordsman Guild will not sit idly by." The Dark Soul progenitor said, "I don't need a dozen invincible imperial emperors. I only need 2 invincible imperial emperors to defeat Emperor Primal Extreme." He didn't dare say that he could kill an invincible sovereign emperor. It was almost impossible to kill an invincible sovereign emperor, especially one with such a powerful defense. "Are you sure you only need 2? The King of Darkness was still skeptical. He had witnessed his opponent's soul path techniques, and they were really powerful. But they weren't powerful enough to make an invincible sovereign emperor ranked at the top lose his fighting prowess. The Dark Soul progenitor smiled smugly. "In the past few million years, I've created a new Soul Dao secret art. If you're worried, you can try it yourself." All right. The King of Darkness was very confident in himself. Plus, he had cultivated an inferior grade Soul Dao defense secret art and a supreme grade Soul Consciousness defense secret art. Be careful. The Dark Soul progenitor's eyes spun like whirlpools. In the next moment, the King of Darkness felt the entire world spin. This is. Without realizing it, the King of Darkness fell into a terrifying world. In this world, he couldn't move at all. He could only drift with the flow. He couldn't use any power in his body. He was like an ordinary person. Is this the new soul path secret art the other has created? The King of Darkness sucked in a breath of cold air. His spiritual consciousness defense layer and soul power defense layer didn't have much of an effect. If he was in a battle, he would be in a dire situation. How is it? Soon, the King of Darkness left the terrifying world. In front of him was a smiling Dark Soul progenitor. "What happened?" the King of Darkness asked. The Dark Soul progenitor explained, "Actually, your main body didn't fall into the soul world. It was your spirit soul that fell into the soul world." "You dragged my spirit soul into the soul world?" The King of Darkness broke out in a cold sweat. If his spirit soul couldn't come out, wouldn't he be dead? The Dark Soul progenitor said, "I don't have such capability. Your spirit soul is still in your main body. I merely prevented your spirit soul from contacting your main body temporarily. Furthermore, the soul world isn't perfect yet. It can't trap your spirit soul for a long time. Even 1 or 2 breaths are enough." An invincible ruler that had lost consciousness and an invincible ruler that had consciousness were 2 different concepts. The invincible ruler would lose a lot of physical defenses. Most importantly, they were able to seize Li Fuchen's spatial ring within 1 or 2 breaths. At the thought of this, the King of Darkness felt a little regretful. If he knew that the Dark Soul progenitor had this ability, he wouldn't have spread the news about the world fruit. He was simply shooting himself in the foot. Horizontal River Star region, 3 figures silently appeared near the Divine Leaf City. "Wait, he will definitely come to the Divine Leaf City." The King of Darkness had already found out everything about Li Fuchen. As long as I can obtain the world fruit, it is worth waiting for 10,000 years. The one speaking was a white-haired elder with a haggard face. He emitted a chi presence that wasn't any weaker than the King of Darkness and the Dark Soul progenitor. If someone knew him, they would definitely recognize that the white-haired elder was Ancestor Deadwood, who was ranked 257th on the Emperor Lord rankings. Let's wait. I have already set up plenty of soul awareness in the radius of a few hundred light years. The Dark Soul progenitor sat down cross-legged. Deep blue plain, on the world fruit, Li Fuchen's comprehension was getting deeper. Many unimaginable inspirations appeared in his mind. What he had to do was to link these inspirations together and fuse them into his sword Dao. Time elapsed quickly and 200 years passed by in a flash. In the first 100 years, his mother, Xin Yuyan, and sister, Li Fuxiang, had finally stepped into the saint's realm. In the next 100 years, his adopted sister, Li Xiaodai, had also stepped into the saint's realm. Right now, Li Fuchen's loved ones had all become saints and had lifespans of more than 100,000 years. Once they became saints, it would be much easier to progress. However, the one with the greatest improvement was still Yan Qinggu. After comprehending the world law for 200 years, Yan Qinggu's strength had a drastic improvement and she had stepped into the Sacred Lord realm. As compared to regular saints, Sacred Lords had a much longer lifespan and could easily live for a few million years. The Wolfman incarnation is in trouble. On this day, Li Fuchen frowned and flashed out of the sword lock. He rushed out of the deep blue plain and flew towards the Divine Leaf City. He is here. In the depths of the spatial zone near the Divine Leaf City, the Dark Soul progenitor opened his eyes. World of Darkness. Tree World's Descent. In an instant, a world of darkness and a world filled with trees enveloped the radius of a few thousand light years. Sovereign King of Darkness. Li Fuchen's voice was majestic and even the world power couldn't stop it. Primary Extreme Emperor, we meet again. The Sovereign King of Darkness voice was everywhere. It seems like you are rather confident this time. I wonder who gave you such confidence. Li Fuchen swept a glance at the Dark Soul progenitor and the Deadwood ancestor. Kill. The Sovereign King of Darkness didn't even bother speaking with Li Fuchen. He and the two dark creatures surrounded Li Fuchen. It wasn't over yet. From all directions, there were vines that emitted eternal chi presence that wrapped around Li Fuchen. Break! Li Fuchen brandished his sword and was only able to sever a few dozen vines. It was obvious that these vines were very tough. With the interference of the Sovereign King of Darkness, Li Fuchen wasn't able to sever all the vines at once. Bind! Seeing the situation, the Deadwood ancestor formed a seal with both hands and wrapped more vines at Li Fuchen. This person is probably the Dark Parliament's Deadwood ancestor. Li Fuchen recognized the Deadwood ancestor. However, Li Fuchen didn't panic at all. He pushed the calamity power to the limits and swung his hand blade to sever all the vines. One of the dark creatures was sent flying and even the world of darkness and the tree world were slashed open. When the hand of calamity reached the middle stage, its power had surpassed the sword Dao strength. Otherwise, the owner of the hand of God wouldn't have been able to dominate the universe. However, it was mainly related to the calamity power's characteristics. It was born with the attribute to destroy everything. This is the hand of God. The Dark Soul primogenitor's voice was filled with shock and sharpness. What is the hand of God? The Sovereign King of Darkness and the Deadwood ancestor looked at the Dark Soul primogenitor. Among the trio, the Dark Soul primogenitor knew the most. There was once a ruthless demigod called the Undying God. His unique absolute art is called the Hand of God. It is said that when the Hand of God reaches the highest rank, it can form the undying body. The calamity power can destroy everything. When used with the gloves of undying, he is almost invincible among the demigods. But later on, during a great calamity, he was still surrounded and killed by over a dozen top-notch demigods. The Dark Soul primogenitor explained. A top-notch demigod's absolute art. The sovereign king of darkness and the deadwood ancestors' eyes lit up. The hand of God sounded very incredible. If they could learn it, wouldn't they be able to dominate the universe and compete with demigods? We must capture him. Only by capturing him can we extract his memories. The Dark Soul Primogenitor had a frenzied expression, but he knew that he wouldn't be able to capture Li Fuqian by himself. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to tell the duo about the Hand of God. Capture him. The Sovereign King of Darkness and the Deadwood Ancestor also had frenzied eyes. Soul World. The Dark Soul Primogenitor executed his strongest Soul Dao secret technique at Li Fuqian. Soul World. Soul Dao secret technique? Li Fuqian was very sensitive to soul power waves. Interesting. Chapter 1009. The Dark Soul Primogenitor thought he could trap Li Fuqian's spirit soul into the soul world. But in the blink of the eye, the Dark Soul Primogenitor was shocked. The soul world that had always been successful had immediately melted when encountering Li Fuqian's spirit soul. It was like snow encountering the sun. What class is his spirit soul? The Dark Soul Primogenitor believed that his spirit soul was already at the limits of a ruler. Unless... The Dark Soul Primogenitor thought of a possibility. Unless Li Fuqian's spirit soul reached the demigod level. It wasn't impossible as there were plenty of fated opportunities in the universe. Was the difference between a ruler and a demigod really just a difference in cultivation level? The ancient Dark Soul Primogenitor already knew that the difference between a ruler and a demigod was a demigod artifact. Only by possessing a demigod artifact for a long time and receiving the baptism of the demigod artifact's power, a ruler would be able to step into the demigod realm. The Dark Soul Primogenitor guessed that the god of immortality must have left behind a demigod artifact shard for Li Fuqian to step into the demigod realm first. As for a complete demigod artifact, it shouldn't be possible. Back then, the gloves of immortality were obtained by 2 elite demigods and it was impossible for Li Fuqian to obtain it. Furthermore, if Li Fuqian obtained a complete demigod artifact, even if it wasn't for a long time, his body would still have demigod power. The 3 of them combined wouldn't be enough to crush Li Fuqian. Demigod artifact shard. The Dark Soul Primogenitor's breathing became erratic. In the universe, there was only one place that could obtain demigod artifacts and shards, it was the battlefield of gods. But the battlefield of gods was too dangerous. Even a demigod would be in extreme danger. Anyone below the demigod level would definitely die. Only those invincible rulers who had lived for countless years and thought they had lived long enough would choose to enter the battlefield of gods. Of course, there was another way to become a demigod. It was to be bestowed a demigod artifact by a demigod. 90% of the demigods had become demigods this way. However, it was dangerous for demigods to enter the battlefield of gods too. Demigods weren't that foolish to risk their lives to bestow demigod artifacts to others. Normally, even if a demigod wanted to enter the battlefield of God, they would wait for countless years before teaming up with a demigod they were on good terms with. This way, the invincible sovereign emperors would have to wait for a long time to obtain a half-divine tool. Furthermore, a demigod who obtained a second half-divine tool might not necessarily give the first one. The more half-divine tools there were, the better. No one would complain about having too many. Soul World is only a Soul Dao illusion technique used to confuse the soul. It's not very powerful. I don't believe that my Dark Soul Blade can't deal with you. The Dark Soul Primogenitor still didn't believe that Li Fuqian had a demigod spirit soul. Perhaps Li Fuqian had some Soul Dao cardinal artifact that could resist Soul Dao illusion arts. From the Dark Soul Primogenitor's left eye, an invisible black saber light flew out and cleaved at Li Fuqian. Bang! Before the black saber light could even make contact with Li Fuqian's spirit soul, it had already exploded. What? The Dark Soul Progenitor exclaimed. What happened? The King of Darkness and Forefather Withered would looked at the Dark Soul Progenitor. Attack together. The dark soul progenitor's face turned ashen. There were two possibilities. The first possibility was that Li Fuchen's spirit soul had reached the demigod level. The second possibility was that Li Fuchen had an extremely incredible Soul Dao cardinal artifact. It was fortunate that apart from his incredible Soul Dao secret technique, his combat strength was also at the invincible Sovereign Emperor level. With the addition of the King of Darkness's two dark creatures, they had 5 invincible Sovereign Emperors. It wasn't impossible to take down Li Fuchen. Courtesy demands reciprocity. It is now your turn to witness my spiritual awareness attack secret technique. Li Fuchen activated the Eye of the Sword God at the trio. The invisible eyes were like sword lights that pierced at the trio's saint spirits. Ah! The withered wood ancestor grunted and bled from his 7 orifices. The King of Darkness was slightly better, but his face was also pale. The Dark Soul Progenitor was the only one that wasn't affected. Right now, the Dark Soul Progenitor eliminated one of the two possibilities. Li Fuchen didn't have a Soul Dao cardinal artifact and his spirit soul was definitely a demigod's spirit soul. Otherwise, the saint spirits wouldn't be so powerful. Again. Li Fuchen continued to activate the Eye of the Sword God. Soon enough, the withered wood ancestor couldn't withstand it anymore. He might have cultivated a peak-grade Supreme Spiritual Awareness Defense Secret Technique and a low-grade Soul Dao Defense Secret Technique, but Li Fuchen's Eye of the Sword God was activated too frequently. Damn it, why didn't he use the Spiritual Awareness Attack Secret Technique previously? The King of Darkness was confused and angry. Let's retreat. The Dark Soul Progenitor had to admit that this operation had failed. Li Fuchen was much more terrifying than they imagined. Not only did he have incredible physical defense, but he also had a demigod spirit soul that was nearly flawless. Over a dozen invincible sovereign emperors might not be able to take down Li Fuchen even if they worked together. There was only hope if the top 10 emperors made a move. However, there was only one top 10 invincible emperor in the Dark Parliament and he was currently exploring a ruin. It was reckoned that he would only come out after a long period of time. It is fortunate that I have cultivated the Eye of the Sword God, otherwise, I will have to continue being entangled. After the trio left, Li Fuchen said to himself. After entering the Divine Leaf City, Li Fuchen used the Swordsman Guild's teleportation array to teleport to the Sword Star City. He then teleported from the Sword Star City to the Sword Brilliance City. Finally, he used the Sword Brilliance City to teleport to another Class 1 branch, the Black Sword City. The Black Sword City was located in the Super Star region, the Black Flame Star region. The Wolfman incarnation was currently trapped in a ruin in the Black Flame Star region. The Towerwood Ruins was the lowest-ranked ruin in the Black Flame Star region. But even the lowest-ranked ruin was rather dangerous for City Lord-class Heavenly Monarchs. The Towerwood Ruins were white buildings and there were plenty of withered plants twining around the buildings. Of course, most of the Towerwood ruins were hidden in the depths of the endless time and space. It was impossible to see from the outside. After entering the Towerwood ruins, Li Fuchen headed deeper with rapid speed. Not good, there are too many Towerwood insects. There should be at least 10 million. Are we going to die in the Towerwood ruins? At the periphery of the Towerwood ruins was a massive garden with plenty of fountains. A group of people were trapped near the fountains and there was a layer of golden light enveloping them. Through the golden light, one could see that there was only one ruler in the group and it was just a regular ruler. The rest were only City Lord-class Heavenly Monarchs. The thing that was emitting the golden light to protect everyone was a large golden seal that was suspended in midair. Monarch Golden Light, what should we do? A City Lord-class Heavenly Monarch asked anxiously. Monarch Golden Light frowned and said, "My golden light seal can only resist for 2 hours at most. After 2 hours, I will barely be able to protect myself." A single Towerwood insect was very weak. Only the venom that they spat out was very corrosive. But if there were more than 10,000 of them, they would pose a threat to City Lord-class Heavenly Monarchs. If there were 1 million of them, it would be enough to kill any City Lord-class Heavenly Monarchs. If there were 10 million of them, even a ruler would be in danger. PFFF PFFF PFFF, countless venom sprayed on the golden light and the golden light was visibly thinning. Extinguish. Monarch golden light shot out a beam of golden light at the tower wood insects from time to time. But the tower wood insects gathered together and naturally formed a layer of energy. This beam of golden light only killed a few hundred tower wood insects. Husband, you'd better escape by yourself. If you stay, we will all die together, the female heavenly monarch who had been accompanying Monarch Golden Light said bitterly. I will not abandon you. Monarch Golden Light gritted his teeth and persisted. She was his cultivation partner. The two had known each other for millions of years and had a very deep relationship. However, as the golden light gradually thinned and the number of tower wood insects increased, Monarch Golden Light began to despair. He was now faced with two choices. One was to hold on, and the other was to abandon these city lord-class heavenly monarchs and escape alone. There were not too many tower wood insects at the moment. With his strength, he still had some confidence in escaping. The former could certainly win him support, but if he lost his life, it would be useless. But he could not abandon his cultivation partner. It was also not very likely that he could escape with his cultivation partner. After all, it would be difficult for him to escape alone. If I die, let's die together. Monarch Golden Light decided to stay and die with his cultivation partner. It was actually not bad to die with the person he loved. After making up his mind, he felt much more relaxed. There was only a trace of the golden light left. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear. Only Monarch Golden Light and his cultivation partner held hands and looked at each other with a smile. Husband, I hope to meet you again in the next life. In the next life, I will become stronger. I will not let anything hurt you. Trust me. I trust you. The two were ready and looked up at the sky full of tower wood insects. Poof! At this moment, a sword light flashed. 99% of the tower wood insects that covered the sky were suddenly reduced. There were only a few 100,000 tower wood insects left, which was nothing to worry about. Everyone who had been prepared to die was stunned and speechless. That sword light just now. So powerful. One sword light killed tens of millions of tower wood insects. After a moment of silence, everyone was excited and discussed. Husband. The female heavenly lord looked at Monarch Golden Light. Among everyone present, perhaps only her husband could guess the strength of the sword light's owner. Monarch Golden Light said excitedly, it's an invincible emperor. That's right, it must be an invincible emperor. The pagoda wood ruins was the lowest ranked ruin. To an invincible imperial emperor, it posed no danger at all. At most, it would cause some trouble. Moreover, Imperial Emperor Golden Light had once seen an invincible Imperial Emperor. That invincible Imperial Emperor's aura wasn't as strong as this sword light. If only one day, I can also become an invincible Emperor. Monarch Golden Light was very envious. He did not dare to think about becoming a demigod. An invincible Emperor was undoubtedly his ultimate dream. Husband, I believe you will become an invincible Emperor. The female heavenly lord encouraged him. Chapter 10:10. Werewolf Li Fuchen was trapped in an underground hall in the pagoda wood ruins. This underground hall was radiating with artifact light and there were 4 cardinal artifacts. Werewolf Li Fuchen was trapped in an array in the hall. If it wasn't for his powerful spirit soul, Werewolf Li Fuchen would have already died. This underground hall is truly concealed. No wonder I wasn't discovered. Li Fuchen scanned with his spirit soul force and immediately found the underground hall. After finding the entrance, Li Fuchen entered the underground hall. Break! Li Fuchen activated the calamity power and cleaved open the array with a single palm strike. In fact, the array's power wasn't weak and was almost at the level of a regular emperor. It was a pity that it wasn't enough in front of Li Fuchen. Let me recover my strength first. After being rescued, werewolf Li Fuchen's chi presence was dispirited. He nodded to Li Fuchen and quickly sat cross-legged to recover his strength. A regular emperor-level array was too powerful. Even if Li Fuchen arrived at an extremely fast speed, he had already exhausted 70% of his strength. If he was a little later, he would definitely be dead. The werewolf's incarnation is still too weak, Li Fuchen said to himself. After a few centuries, werewolf Li Fuchen's strength was already at the pinnacle city lord level. He wasn't weaker than most of the universe city lords, but if he wanted to roam the superstar region, he would still be too weak without the strength of an emperor. It was a pity that werewolf Li Fuchen didn't have any darkness attribute cardinal artifacts, otherwise, he would be able to increase werewolf Li Fuchen's strength rapidly. After taking a glance at werewolf Li Fuchen who was recovering his strength, Li Fuchen started to collect the cardinal artifacts in the hall. For cardinal artifacts, 3 were high-grade supreme artifacts and 1 was a peak-grade supreme artifact. It is a Thunder Dao cardinal artifact, not bad. This peak-grade supreme artifact was an awl. The surface of the awl was flickering with terrifying electric currents and had astounding power. From the inside of the awl's secret pattern, the power wasn't inferior to an all-out attack from a high-class emperor. It just happened to make up for werewolf Li Fuchen's weakness of insufficient strength. A few days later, werewolf Li Fuchen recovered his strength. Li Fuchen decided to let werewolf Li Fuchen return with him to comprehend the world fruit. Everyone didn't find it strange that a stranger appeared in the sword lock heaven and earth. They believed in Li Fuchen and this stranger didn't give them a strange feeling. This stranger had a trace of intimacy. This time, Li Fuchen didn't choose to comprehend the world fruit with everyone. He decided to choose a ruin to explore. Even though his strength was already very formidable and was ranked at the top of the Imperial Monarch rankings, he knew that there were still invincible Imperial Monarchs that could threaten him. I lack weapons, armor, and secret treasures. Among the many ruins, only the third-ranked Water God tomb is suitable for me. The Water God's mausoleum was a demigod's tomb. Over the countless years, countless imperial emperors had entered the Water God mausoleum, and correspondingly, countless imperial emperors had perished inside. Generally speaking, those that dared to enter the Water God tomb would at least have the strength of a peak-level imperial monarch. A peak-level imperial monarch's entire wealth was extremely tempting to invincible imperial monarchs. Once they perished, their entire wealth or a portion of their wealth would be left behind in the Water God tomb, benefiting the later generations. Of course, the true treasure of the Water God tomb was the Water God's collection. It was said that the Water God had placed his half-divine weapon, the Water God Trident, in the Water God tomb for fated individuals. The Water God Trident was the true reason why countless imperial monarchs would enter. After all, this was a chance to become a god in a single step and it was much safer than the battlefield of gods. Li Fuchen's objective wasn't the Water God Trident as it wasn't compatible with his attributes. Even if he obtained it, he wasn't planning to use the Water God Trident to become a demigod. His objective was to obtain more peak-grade supreme weapons, armors, and secret treasures. In the depths of the radiant starfield, there was a star-sized water whirlpool. This water whirlpool was the entrance to the Water God tomb. Every year, there would be plenty of imperial monarchs that entered the Water God tomb. Most of them were imperial monarchs from outside the radiant starfield. On this day, a sword light skimmed straight into the water whirlpool. Is this the Water God tomb? After entering the Water God tomb, Li Fuchen felt a gush of moisture assaulting his face. The Water God tomb was filled with concentrated water Dao source and the other universe sources were severely suppressed. In other words, in the Water God tomb, the water Dao cultivators would have a great increase in strength while the other cultivators would have a sharp decline in strength. It seems like the top-ranked ruins and danger grounds aren't that easy to explore. In terms of vile environment, the Devil Horn Star Sea was comparable to the Water God tomb and might even be superior. However, in terms of danger, the Devil Horn Star Sea wasn't as dangerous as the Water God tomb. After all, the Devil Horn Star Sea seemed to be formed naturally while the Water God tomb was man-made. There were plenty of traps and arrays inside that were hard to defend against. It was the same for the Chaos Ruins. In terms of danger, it was slightly inferior to the Water God Tomb. It was just that the environment was extremely vile and wasn't suitable for any cultivator to enter. The Water God Tomb was massive and it was like a maze. There were plenty of tomb buildings. In the Water God Tomb, it was impossible to fly. Not even invincible imperial monarchs could fly. Stepping on the hard floor of the mausoleum, Li Fuchen carefully advanced. It is raining. After walking for a while, a drop of rain landed on Li Fuchen's hair. He lifted his head and saw that it was drizzling in the dusky sky. TSS. However, this drizzle was extremely powerful. Li Fuchen reckoned that if a City Lord class Heaven Monarch entered, they wouldn't even be able to last for a single breath. Regular Heaven Monarchs wouldn't be able to last for a long time either. They would need to use a peak-grade cardinal artifact or armor to protect themselves. This is just a drizzle. The rain in the Water God Tomb is separated into 4 levels. Light rain, moderate rain, heavy rain, and heavy rain. Once there is a heavy rain, even invincible imperial monarchs would be in a miserable state and wouldn't dare to expose themselves in the rain for a long period of time. The drizzle continued for a few days. A few days later, Li Fuchen arrived in front of a pond. The design of the pond was very exquisite and in the center of the pond, there was a statue of a frog. As the pond water was very clear, Li Fuchen could easily see the bottom of the pond. All of a sudden, his eyes lit up as he noticed a spatial ring at the bottom of the pond. It was obvious that this spatial ring was left behind by a fallen Heaven Monarch. Li Fuchen squatted down and extended a finger into the pond. As he expected, the pond water was much more dangerous than the drizzle. It contained powerful power and if a high-class Heaven Monarch dared to jump in, they would be instantly annihilated. Splash! Li Fuchen dived to the bottom of the pond. As for the power of the pond water, it wasn't able to deal with his myriad calamity immortal body. Soon enough, Li Fuchen retrieved the spatial ring and went ashore. After opening the spatial ring, Li Fuchen couldn't help revealing a smile. If he didn't guess it wrongly, this should be a peak-level Heaven Monarch spatial ring. Just the peak-grade spirit stones alone had a few trillion. If the other resources and artifacts were added up, it would at least be a few trillion. These peak-level Heaven Monarchs are too wealthy. Li Fuchen lamented. He was an invincible Heaven Monarch and was far inferior to these peak-level Heaven Monarchs. Previously in the Chaos Ruins, Li Fuchen obtained a large piece of low-grade fire origin crystal and it was only worth a few trillion. The Chaos Fire Lotus was extremely valuable and it was impossible to estimate. However, Li Fuchen understood that this was due to his young age. If he lived for tens of millions or hundreds of millions of years, his wealth would definitely far surpass peak-level Heaven Monarchs. Inside the spatial ring, the most valuable item was a peak-grade Supreme Offensive Cardinal Artifact. Looking at the secret pattern, Li Fuchen reckoned that the power of this cardinal artifact should be at the level of an invincible Heaven Monarch. It was useless to him, but it was definitely a priceless treasure for those below the invincible Heaven Monarch level. Huff! Li Fuchen let out a breath forcefully and was in a pleasant mood. After obtaining a single spatial ring, Li Fuchen's wealth had increased by several times. If he could obtain a few more, his wealth would probably be comparable with weaker invincible Heaven Monarchs. Splash splash! In the Water God Tomb, there would be a rain every once in a while. This time, it wasn't a drizzle, it was a heavy rain. The heavy rain was already able to threaten peak-level Heaven Monarchs. If Li Fuchen didn't find a place to take shelter from the rain, he would be drowned by the rain. The sword energy burst out and enveloped Li Fuchen like a transparent egg. When the rainwater landed on it, there was a pitter-patter sound. Li Fuchen might have the myriad calamity immortal body, but he didn't wish to be drenched by the rain. An invincible Heaven Monarch's wealth must be astounding. In the depths of the rain, a transparent figure stood there with eyes that were filled with greed and malevolence. In the outside world, he didn't dare to provoke invincible Heaven Monarchs. But this was the water god tomb, and the strength of water Dao cultivators would increase by several times. With his strength as a peak-level heaven monarch, he would be able to exhibit the strength of an invincible heaven monarch in the water god tomb. But it was different for invincible heaven monarchs. Weaker invincible heaven monarchs would only be able to exhibit the strength of peak-level heaven monarchs in the water god tomb. Powerful invincible heaven monarchs would only be able to exhibit the strength of regular invincible heaven monarchs. Most importantly, the water god tomb was filled with the water Dao source, allowing Li Fuqian to recover his strength easily. It was different for other cultivators, and they had to rely on their energy reserves to fight. As such, Li Fuqian had a great advantage. Previously, that invincible heaven monarch escaped. This time, I will definitely succeed. The transparent figure approached Li Fuqian silently. The heavy rain had concealed his chi presence. Water source world. When it was still a distance away from Li Fuqian, the transparent figure tossed a fist-sized golden water sphere into the sky. In the next moment, the golden water sphere exploded and turned into a golden circular water barrier that couldn't block the rain and enveloped Li Fuqian. Water Revolution 8 Dragons Kill. The transparent figure didn't stop and rushed into the golden circular water barrier before blasting a fist at Li Fuqian. This fist was very ferocious, and the fist force turned into 8 water dragons. Each of the dragons contained abundant water Dao source. Just in time. Li Fuqian had already noticed the transparent figure. He turned around and slashed with his sword. Boom boom boom. The 8 water dragons exploded, and the transparent figure couldn't help but take over a dozen steps back. Such strength. The transparent figure's eyes turned sluggish. His fist earlier was definitely at the level of an invincible heaven monarch, but Li Fuqian was still able to force him back. It meant that Li Fuqian's original strength was extremely powerful and wasn't comparable to regular invincible heaven monarchs. Chapter 10-11. Just a P-class emperor, and he dares to assassinate an invincible emperor. Wealth is truly tempting. The transparent figure might be able to execute the strength of an invincible emperor, but his chi presence was only at the level of a P-class emperor. Of course, if it was any other invincible emperor, they would have no choice but to flee. After all, this was the water god tomb. Even if they could defeat the enemy, they wouldn't be able to outlast the enemy. However, Li Fuqian wasn't like the other invincible emperors. The eye of the sword god was activated, and the invisible eyes were like sword lights that sunk into the transparent figure's body. Ah! The transparent figure screamed miserably, and his chi presence turned chaotic. What spiritual awareness secret technique is this? The transparent figure was enraged and fearful. He felt that his saint spirit was about to split open and he wouldn't be able to withstand a few more attacks. A spiritual awareness secret technique that can kill you. The original eye of the sword god was only able to injure the P-class emperor's saint spirit. But in Li Fuqian's hands, it was able to injure the invincible emperor's saint spirit and severely injure or even tear the P-class emperor's saint spirit. While speaking, Li Fuqian continued to activate the eye of the sword god. No. Don't use it anymore. I admit defeat and I will leave immediately. The transparent figure had a splitting headache and his water Dao disguise was exposed. He was a short elder. Too late. The sharp spiritual awareness sword light slashed on the short elder's saint spirit. Crackle. The short elder's saint spirit was torn apart. Once the saint spirit was torn apart, it was nearly impossible to recover by itself, unless there was a universe artifact that specialized in repairing saint spirits. Without the saint spirit's obstruction, the spiritual awareness sword light started to slice the short elder's spirit soul. This was the difference between Soul Dao secret techniques and spiritual awareness secret techniques. Soul Dao secret techniques specialized in attacking the spirit soul. The saint spirit wasn't very useful and could only barely offset some of the power. As for spiritual awareness secret techniques, the saint spirit had to be torn apart before attacking the spirit soul. Furthermore, the power wasn't comparable to Soul Dao secret techniques. If we are going to die, we shall die together. The short elder knew that he was definitely going to die. Furthermore, his saint's spirit was torn apart and it made him extremely extreme. It was unknown what kind of secret technique he executed, but his body started to swell up. There was a boom and a blood mist blasted out in all directions. The power was at least 1,000 times stronger than his previous attack. Such horrific power was something that Li Fuqian, the sovereign of darkness, and the others couldn't compare. It was reckoned that only the top 10 emperor-monarch rankings would have such horrific power. Li Fuqian crossed his arms and flew backwards, crashing into the golden round water barrier. With a crackling sound, the golden round water barrier shattered. Such ferocious strength. Rubbing his feet on the ground, Li Fuqian slid for a few miles before stopping. If Li Fuqian didn't have the myriad calamity immortal body, he would definitely be severely injured by the enemy's self-detonation. As for being blasted to death, that was unlikely. The short old man had underestimated an invincible sovereign emperor. Unfortunately, his space ring has already been blown to smithereens. Li Fuqian felt that it was a pity that he wasn't able to obtain the enemy's space ring. The space ring wasn't indestructible and would still be destroyed in the face of absolute power. Once the space ring was destroyed, the resources and treasures inside would be scattered in the turbulent flow of time and space and no one would be able to find them. However, the short old man still left behind an item and it was that entrapment cardinal artifact, the golden water sphere. After spending some time, Li Fuqian removed the mark on the golden water sphere. This is an entrapment cardinal artifact that can trap peak stage emperors. It is similar to the sword lock, but this is the water god tomb and it is enough to trap invincible sovereigns. To Li Fuqian, the golden water sphere wasn't considered a great item, but in a place like the water god tomb, it would be very effective. The short old man's sneak attack was just a small interlude as Li Fuqian continued to explore the water god tomb. Splash splash. Endless torrential rain poured down from the sky. A figure shuttled through the endless torrential rain. PFFF. The energy layer on the figure's body was shattered and the torrential rain smashed onto the figure. According to the power of the torrential rain in the water god tomb, an invincible sovereign's body wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, this figure was able to ignore the torrential rain and continued to run in the rain. There is a palace ahead. From far away, Li Fuqian saw a palace. Li Fuqian scanned with his spirit soul force and noticed 3 figures inside the palace. 2 of the figures were invincible sovereigns and 1 was a peak stage emperor. However, the peak stage emperor was obviously a water Dao emperor and was the strongest among the 3. He was suppressing the 2 invincible sovereigns. The reason for the battle was because there was a 1-meter-long whale-shaped boat on the table at the end of the palace. The surface of the boat was covered with countless black scales. A flying-type cardinal artifact. Furthermore, this cardinal artifact's chi presence is 10 times or 100 times stronger than all the cardinal artifacts I have seen before. Li Fuqian's eyes lit up. If he didn't guess it wrongly, this flying-type cardinal artifact was definitely a peak-grade supreme cardinal artifact. Swish! With increased speed, Li Fuqian turned into a sharp arrow and shot towards the palace while sticking close to the ground. Inside the palace, the battle was extremely intense. Dao Lord Extermination, Dao Ancestor Du Jiao, the 2 of you cannot defeat me. Hurry up and leave. Blue Rain Emperor, you are only taking advantage of this place because this is the water god tomb. Once we are outside, we will already eliminate you. So what if this is the water god tomb? If the 2 of you don't leave, don't blame me for starting a massacre. If you can start a massacre, you would have already started a massacre. Do you really think we invincible sovereigns are easy to deal with? The frenzied battle had affected the entire palace, but the black-scaled boat was protected by a layer of black barrier and didn't move at all. Not good, someone is coming. As the trio was fighting, a figure rushed in from outside the palace. Originally, the trio thought that the figure would stop for a moment to observe the situation inside the palace. Who knew that the figure didn't slow down and actually wanted to pass through the trio? His intention was obvious. Courting death. The trio was enraged and attacked the figure in a frenzy. Bang bang bang, the trio's attacks were extremely terrifying, especially the Blue Rain Emperor. With the enhancement of the Water Dao source, his attacks were far beyond regular invincible sovereigns. But the trio was shocked when their attacks landed on Li Fuchen. It was like a rainstorm hitting a banana leaf. Apart from a series of crackling sounds, Li Fuchen wasn't injured at all. In a split second, Li Fuchen had already arrived in front of the table. His right hand that was covered with the calamity power had forcefully penetrated the black barrier and grabbed the black-scaled boat. In the next moment, the black-scaled boat was stored away. No! Bastard! Courting death. The trio was shocked and infuriated as they attacked Li Fuchen with the same hatred. Although it was a supreme grade secret treasure, it was also divided into different grades. For example, a Tier 1 peak grade supreme artifact would only be able to execute the effects of a regular emperor. A Tier 2 peak grade supreme artifact would be able to execute the effects of a high-class emperor, a Tier 3 peak grade supreme artifact, a Tier 4 peak grade supreme artifact, a Tier 5 peak grade supreme artifact, a Tier 6 peak grade supreme artifact, and a Tier 7 peak grade supreme artifact. The trio was certain that the black-scaled boat was at least a Tier 6 peak grade supreme artifact. It might even be a Tier 7 peak grade supreme artifact. Such a secret artifact was considered priceless and wasn't inferior to regular universe cardinal artifacts. When facing the trio's encirclement, Li Fuchen didn't fear and immediately activated the Eye of the Sword God. Ah! The first to let out a miserable scream was the Blue Rain Emperor. In essence, he was only a peak-grade emperor and wasn't comparable with an invincible emperor. Of course, the Dao Monarch Extermination and the Dao Monarch Degree Angle weren't having it easy either. How can there be such a powerful spiritual awareness secret technique? The Dao Monarch Extermination and the Dao Monarch Degree Angle couldn't understand. Peak-grade supreme artifacts could be separated into 7 grades, but they never heard that peak-grade spiritual awareness secret techniques were also separated into 7 grades. Generally speaking, spiritual awareness secret techniques that could injure a peak-grade emperor were already considered top-notch. It was impossible to injure an invincible emperor. Only an extremely horrific Soul Dao secret technique would be able to injure an invincible emperor. Even though their saint spirit was injured, the trio still fought to the death. But when they realized that no matter how they attacked, they couldn't injure Li Fuchen at all, they were in despair. In fact, the trio wanted Li Fuchen dead, but Li Fuchen also wanted them dead. Activating the Eye of the Sword God required a large amount of spiritual awareness, but an emperor's saint spirit was extremely firm and basically hard to be shaken. This was also why no one cultivated spiritual awareness secret techniques. But Li Fuchen was different. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness grade had already surpassed the emperor's level. Be it the quality or quantity, it wasn't something an emperor could compare with. Finally, the Blue Rain Emperor's saint spirit was torn apart. He wanted to escape, but Li Fuchen pursued relentlessly. Let's go. Seeing that they couldn't deal with Li Fuchen, the Dao Monarch Extermination and the Dao Monarch Time Corner had the intention to retreat. If they didn't retreat now, after Li Fuchen dealt with the Blue Rain Emperor, he would definitely come and deal with them. By then, it would be hard for them to escape. Once the Dao Monarch Extermination and the Dao Monarch Time Corner left, the Blue Rain Emperor had even more pressure. Inside the Water God tomb, his speed might be extremely fast and was even faster than regular invincible emperors, but Li Fuchen's speed wasn't slower than him at all. Furthermore, Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attacks were making the Blue Rain Emperor lose focus, and it was inevitable that his speed would be affected. Spare my life. I am an elder of the Rain God clan. If you kill me, the Rain God Patriarch will not let you off. The Blue Rain Emperor was afraid. He never thought that he would be killed by an invincible emperor in the Water God tomb. Otherwise, he wouldn't have entered the Water God tomb. Rain God Clan Li Fuchen had heard of this clan before. Just like the fire god Zhu clan, the rain god clan was also a great faction and had a half-god rain god. That's right, the rain god patriarch's power isn't something you can imagine. Even 10 of you wouldn't be able to withstand a single move from the rain god patriarch. The blue rain emperor felt that he was grasping onto a life-saving straw and quickly said. Li Fuchen laughed, the rain god is the rain god, you are you. Therefore, die. The blue rain emperor's saint spirit was sliced into pieces and his spirit soul was gradually thinning. Bang! After the blue rain emperor's roar of curses, the saint's spirit had completely crumbled and his spirit soul had also scattered. The sword god's eye is 90% guaranteed to deal with those below the invincible emperor level. It is just a little difficult to deal with invincible emperors. The invincible emperor's saint spirit was too tough. It might be possible that Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was exhausted, but the saint's spirit didn't crumble. Of course, the exact situation would only be known after the battle. It was just a guess now. After killing the Blue Rain Emperor, Li Fuchen extended his hand and pulled over the Blue Rain Emperor's spatial ring. After erasing the brand on the ring, Li Fuchen opened it to take a look. Incredible! Li Fuchen raised his brows. The Blue Rain Emperor's wealth wasn't something a regular peak-level emperor could compare with. Just the peak-grade spirit stones alone had a few hundred trillion. If all the resources and artifacts were added up, it would probably be a few hundred trillion. Even some of the younger invincible emperors wouldn't be so wealthy. However, Li Fuchen could imagine why the Blue Rain Emperor had so much wealth. Firstly, the Blue Rain Emperor was a peak-level emperor and had plenty of wealth. Secondly, the Blue Rain Emperor was basically invincible in the Water God tomb. Killing a few peak-level emperors would increase his wealth by a few times. If he could kill an invincible emperor, it would be even more profitable. Chapter 10-12. Inside the Blue Rain Emperor's spatial ring, there were several peak-grade supreme artifacts, peak-grade supreme weapons, and peak-grade supreme armors. Apart from that, there was also a metal that was the size of a small mountain. This is divine metal. Li Fuchen revealed a delighted expression. Supreme quality secret treasures, supreme quality weapons, and supreme quality armors all required divine metal. Under the condition that the forging method was constant, the more divine metal was added, the more powerful and sturdy it would be. In fact, most of the metal half-divine artifacts were made from divine metal. Of course, just having divine metal wasn't enough, the forging method was the most important. He had never heard of any demigods that could forge half-divine artifacts. In order to obtain half-divine artifacts, the only way was to head to the battlefield of gods. As for the water god trident in the water god tomb, it was also from the battlefield of gods. Li Fuchen didn't think of forging a half-divine artifact. His goal was to forge a peak-grade supreme artifact sword, and the higher the grade, the better. After I exit, I will use these divine metals to forge my own primary extreme sword. The Joint Heaven sword was only a high-grade supreme weapon and its grade was too low. It basically didn't increase his strength. After keeping the Blue Rain Emperor's spatial ring, Li Fuchen took out the black-scaled boat and sized it up carefully. Don't tell me this black-scaled boat was forged from the corpse of a star behemoth? The more Li Fuchen looked at the black-scaled boat, the more he felt the presence of a space giant beast. There might be millions of space giant beasts, but they all had similarities. Otherwise, they wouldn't be collectively known as the space giant beasts. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness entered the black-scaled boat and started to refine it. A few hours later, Li Fuchen successfully refined the black-scaled boat. The boat was called the Chaos Cloud Ship. Just as Li Fuchen expected, the Chaos Cloud Ship was forged from the corpse of the space giant beast, the Chaos Cloud Whale. The Chaos Cloud Whale was born with the strength of a ruler. When it matured to the extremity, it would have the strength of an invincible ruler. However, in comparison to strength, the Chaos Cloud Whale's speed was its advantage. Once it accelerated, even an invincible ruler wouldn't be able to catch up. This primal Chaos Cloud ship is at least peak rank 6. With it, even if we bring a large group of people, we can travel at the speed of an unrivaled sovereign emperor. Li Fuqian was also planning to construct a universe city in the future and move the sword sect into the universe city. With the Chaos Cloud ship, he would be able to transport the members of the sword sect with ease. However, there was no hurry. He would either not build a universe city, or he would build a top-notch universe city that could withstand the attacks of many demigods. Otherwise, he might as well let the people from the sword sect stay in the deep blue plane. After all, foreign heaven monarchs could not enter other planes. The plane was the safest place. I've gained enough. Is it time to leave? Originally, Li Fuqian's objective for coming to the Water God Tomb was to obtain some formidable cardinal artifacts, weapons, and armors. Now that the rewards had exceeded his expectations, there was no meaning for him to stay any longer. He was still preparing to find someone to forge the primary extreme sword after he left. Without much hesitation, Li Fuqian began to return the way he came. Dong 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 dong, the heavy footsteps were like the beating of a drum, spreading far and wide. Not good, it's the Water God guards. Damn it, why did I enter when the Water God guards made a move? Everyone in the Water God Tomb had a drastic change in expression. Many of them had pale faces. The Water God was one of the most fearsome demigods in the ancient era. The Water God guards that he created had the strength of a peak-level invincible emperor in the outside world. In the Water God Tomb, they were comparable with weaker demigods. No matter who it was, if they encountered the Water God guards in the Water God Tomb, they would only have one choice, and that was to escape. If they couldn't escape, they would have to die. Only those who cultivated the Water Dao and had the strength of an invincible emperor would be able to resist the Water God guards for a few moves. Others wouldn't be able to resist for a while. From afar, they could see the Water God guards. The Water God guards were dark blue giants that were several times taller than the buildings in the Water God Tomb. Their eyes were glowing with white light and looked extremely terrifying. After locking onto the Chi presences, the Water God guards started to sprint. Dong dong dong, the Water God guards were too fast. Most importantly, the Water God guards could pass through the buildings in the Water God Tomb. They didn't have to take many detours and could run in a straight line. No. The one with the slowest speed was stomped into a pool of blood by the Water God guard's foot. He was dead. They stomped Sovereign Emperor Jin Zhe to death just like that. The others were terrified. Sovereign Emperor Jin Zhe was a peak Sovereign Emperor, after all. Even an invincible Sovereign Emperor would find it hard to kill him. Yet, he was stomped to death by the Water God guards. Bang! Bang! Another 2 peak Sovereign Emperors were stomped to death by the Water God guards. Finally, only one invincible Sovereign Emperor was still fleeing. I can't die. I'm an invincible Sovereign Emperor. I can get whatever I want in the outside world. I can't die in the Water God Tomb for nothing. Sovereign Emperor Li Jiao gritted his teeth and fled frantically. However, no matter how fast he was, how could he compare to the Water God guards, who could take shortcuts? In a short while, the Water God guards caught up to him. Seeing a huge foot descend from the sky, Sovereign Emperor Li Jiao turned into a ferocious bird and flapped his wings, increasing his speed. Dong! The Water God guards stepped on empty air, and the huge force caused the ground to tremble. Pa! Before Sovereign Emperor Li Jiao could rejoice too early, a giant palm had slapped Sovereign Emperor Li Jiao ruthlessly. Sovereign Emperor Li Jiao felt his consciousness turning blank and he didn't know anything else. After killing Sovereign Emperor Li Jiao, the Water God guards lost their target and slowed down. They started to walk slowly in the Water God Tomb. On the other side, Li Fuqian, who was preparing to return, had also seen the Water God guards. Li Fuqian already understood how terrifying the Water God guards were. Therefore, he left early after his harvest exceeded his expectations. It was to avoid encountering the Water God guards. he didn't expect to still encounter the water god guards. The water god guards don't have any emotions. Their duty is to kill everyone that enters the water god tomb. But to kill, I have to lock onto the target's chi presence first. If I conceal my chi presence, I should be able to deceive them. Li Fuchen used his spirit soul talent to conceal his chi presence flawlessly. He then followed the shadows in the corners of the water god tomb and returned to the same spot. There were times when he had to take a detour to avoid being seen by the water god guards. As time elapsed, the number of dead sovereigns was more than the past few thousand years or tens of thousands of years combined. Every time the water god guards appeared, it would be a disaster. As expected, none of the water god guards are chasing after me. Along the way, Li Fuchen sensed the presence of at least 3 water god guards, but none of them noticed him. A few days later, Li Fuchen saw the exit. However, Li Fuchen's expression changed when he saw that there was also a water god guard near the exit. Most importantly, there weren't any water god tomb buildings blocking his vision. What should I do? Li Fuchen had witnessed the water god guard's speed. It wasn't exaggerating to say that even if they didn't take shortcuts, the water god guard's speed was still much faster than him. After all, the water god guards had a huge body size and those that entered the water god tomb could only maintain their height below the water god tomb buildings. Wait for a moment. Li Fuchen was planning to wait for the water god guards to leave. This wait lasted for half a month. Originally, the water god guard was planning to leave, but who knew that 1 week later, an invincible sovereign would also rush to the exit. After the invincible sovereign was easily eliminated by the water god guard, the water god guard stayed behind. During this half a month, Li Fuchen witnessed 2 invincible sovereigns and a peak stage sovereign being eliminated. No, I cannot wait any longer. If this place attracts 2 water god guards, my chances of escaping will be very slim. If there was only 1 water god guard, Li Fuchen felt that he might have a chance. As compared to the other invincible sovereigns, he had the myriad calamity indestructible body. It wasn't just an extra life, it was an extra few lives. Li Fuchen felt that it wasn't too safe yet, hence, he wore another peak-grade supreme armor and a peak-grade supreme defensive cardinal artifact on his waist. After doing everything, Li Fuchen took a deep breath and suddenly rushed towards the exit. When Li Fuchen exposed himself, the nearby water god guards had also noticed Li Fuchen. Boom! The water god guard exerted strength on its feet and chased after Li Fuchen at high speed. Sword lock heaven and earth. It didn't matter if it was useful or not, Li Fuchen first released the sword lock heaven and earth at the water god guard. A spherical space that was filled with sword talismans enveloped the water god guard. Bang! The sword lock heaven and earth didn't even last for a moment and was immediately shattered by the water god guard. All the sword talismans instantly exploded. Water world. Immediately after, Li Fuchen activated the water source world. That golden sphere of water. Bang! The golden round water shield formed by the golden water ball was also smashed into pieces. It did not pose any resistance. 10 miles. 5 miles. 1 mile. 200 meters. 100 meters. 100 meters was already within the water god guard's attack range. The water god guard leaned forward and blasted a fist at Li Fuchen. PFFF. The first thing that was shattered was the defensive layer created by the peak-grade supreme defensive cardinal artifact. This defensive layer was like a bubble that was shattered without a trace. Immediately after, the water god guard's fist landed on Li Fuchen's body. After being neutralized by the peak-grade supreme armor, only 70% or 80% of the force was transmitted to Li Fuchen. But this 70% or 80% of the force was far beyond any invincible ruler. Li Fuchen's calamity power was being consumed at a frenzy. A regular invincible ruler would only be able to consume 1 wisp of calamity power. Even a top 100 invincible ruler like the Sovereign of Darkness would only be able to consume a few dozen wisps of calamity power. It was far from 5%. But in front of the water god guard's fist, Li Fuchen's calamity power was like flowing water and was instantly consumed by 90%. Finally, Li Fuchen's myriad calamity indestructible body was broken. It was fortunate that the water god guard's fist was also exhausted. Swish! Using the force that the water god guard exerted on Li Fuchen's body, Li Fuchen's speed didn't decrease and increased instead. He immediately entered a giant water whirlpool at the exit. After losing the target, the water god guard continued to patrol nearby. The tall and massive figure had boundless pressure. So dangerous. On the outside, Li Fuchen let out a bitter smile. This was truly too dangerous and it couldn't be any more dangerous. But it was mainly because his foundation was too shallow. Chapter 10-13. In the outside world, the emperor ranking would appear from time to time. Every time it appeared, it meant that an invincible emperor had perished and a peak-level emperor would be added. There were too many invincible emperors that perished in the water god tomb. There were at least 20 invincible emperors that perished. Once an invincible emperor perished, the emperor ranking would naturally have an empty spot. These empty spots could only be filled by peak-level emperors. After all, not everyone was like Li Fuchen, who relied on an absolute chi presence to forcefully enter the 99th rank of the emperor ranking. Of course, the lower ranks of the emperor ranking weren't any different from the top-notch peak-level emperors. It was just the difference in chi presence. Some of the top-notch peak-level emperors were actually stronger than regular invincible emperors. Therefore, it wasn't considered a disgrace for them to be added to the emperor ranking. After leaving the water god tomb, Li Fuchen used the Sword Brilliant City as a transit station and teleported to another Class 1 branch, the Scarlet Sword City. The Scarlet Sword City had an invincible emperor called the Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor. The Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor was the #1 swordsmith below the demigod realm. His pinnacle work was a Tier 7 peak-grade artifact sword, the Scarlet Sword. The Scarlet Sword was also the symbol of the Scarlet Sword City. The reason why the Scarlet Sword City was called the Scarlet Sword City was because of the Scarlet Sword. Li Fuchen didn't have extravagant hopes to forge a Tier 7 peak-grade artifact sword. To him, a Tier 5 peak-grade artifact sword was enough to increase his strength by more than 10 times. Li Fuchen was a headquarters elder and an invincible emperor. It was rather easy for him to request an audience with the Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor. Primary Extreme Emperor, I have long heard of your name. Inside the Scarlet Fire Sword Manor, the Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor smiled at Li Fuchen. The Swordsman Guild publicly recognized Li Fuchen as one of the Son of Universe and no one was allowed to neglect him. Greetings to the Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor. Li Fuchen bowed to the Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor. The Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor waved his hand and said, "You're looking for me to forge a sword, right? Let me make it clear first. For me to forge a sword, I need divine metal. Secondly, the forging fee is 300 billion peak-grade spirit stones. Thirdly, I need 30,000 elder points." To everyone in the Swordsman Guild, the Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor would treat them equally. But this was only on the surface. He still had plenty of forging tasks onto his hands. If Li Fuchen soared to Li Fuchen, the swordsman would have to wait for him. Sure, no problem. This price wasn't a problem for Li Fuchen. Before entering the water god tomb, 300 billion peak-grade spirit stones was indeed a huge sum for him. But now, it was just a drop in the ocean. As for the 30,000 elder points, it wasn't considered much either. Alright, let me have a look at your divine gold. The Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor was rather looking forward to Li Fuchen's divine metal. In the universe, there were many types of divine metals. The more precious they were, the more powerful supreme treasured swords could be forged. Here. Li Fuchen handed over the mountain-sized divine metal. This is Scarlet Flame Sword Ancestor's eyes widened, Primal Copper Essence. Primal Chaos Copper Essence. Brat, your luck is really good. The primal chaos copper essence is one of the top 10 divine metals in the universe. It is extremely rare. To think that you managed to obtain such a large piece. Is it enough? Li Fuqian asked. The Scarlet Flame Sword Ancestor said, "From your words, I know that you are a layman. When forging weapons, there isn't enough or not. If there is less, the final effect will be worse. If there is more, the final effect will be better. Therefore, how much primal chaos copper essence do you plan to use to forge the sword?" "Naturally, I will use it all to forge the sword." "Alright, leave it to me. 500 years, no, 1,000 years later, come back to retrieve the sword embryo." He didn't forge a complete sword, but a perfect sword embryo. Then, the owner of the sword would personally inject the sword pattern into the sword. Of course, if the owner didn't mind, he could also personally inject the sword pattern. In terms of the sword pattern, he was extremely proficient, but there would be an additional fee to inject the sword pattern. Furthermore, it was most suitable for the owner to inject the sword pattern into the artifact sword. Very few people were willing to let him inject the sword pattern. Then I shall thank the Scarlet Flame Sword Ancestor. 1,000 years passed very quickly. Li Fuqian wanted to immediately return to the deep blue plane to continue comprehending the world fruit. Only when his primary extreme sword arts rank was high enough, his primary extreme sword pattern would be powerful enough. After injecting the sword embryo, the artifact sword formed would naturally have a higher grade. After bidding farewell to the Scarlet Flame Sword Ancestor, Li Fuqian strolled around the Scarlet Sword City before leaving. Time flew by and 500 years had passed by in a flash. Back then, the tragedy that happened in the Water God tomb had already calmed down as time elapsed. Everyone would only gather together and sigh with emotions. In the deep blue plain, Li Fuqian had been sitting on the world fruit for the past 500 years and was quietly comprehending the world law. There was a concentrated sword Dao law power that was seeping out from the world fruit and fusing into Li Fuqian's chi presence. On the other side, there was also the undying law power that was seeping out from the world fruit and fusing into the immortal emperor's chi presence. However, as compared to the sword Dao law power, the immortal emperor's undying law power was too thin. Dao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets all things. Similarly, sword begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets all things. Li Fuqian's comprehension was getting deeper, causing the world fruit to tremble slightly. The concentrated sword Dao law power was almost materialized and was lingering around Li Fuqian. Such terrifying perception. The immortal emperor woke up from his comprehension state and looked at Li Fuqian with shock. As compared to Li Fuqian, the immortal emperor's perception was thousands or even tens of thousands of times inferior. All of a sudden, the immortal emperor's face flashed with even more shock. Li Fuqian's body was actually gradually turning illusory before sinking into the world fruit. What is going on? The immortal emperor was still young and didn't understand the world fruit well, therefore, he didn't understand what was happening. Could the Origin Extreme Emperor have obtained the recognition of the world fruit? The immortal emperor guessed correctly. The immortal emperor's guess wasn't wrong. Li Fuqian had indeed obtained the recognition of the world fruit. After entering the world fruit, Li Fuqian discovered a brand new world. It was a world that was filled with order within the chaos. It was a world that was about to be established. Such a process could only be seen during the birth of a plane. As compared to planes, other hidden domains and unique spaces weren't considered complete worlds. They were only considered spaces with laws. Planes were also known as plane worlds and they were the source of life. Previously, Li Fuqian was observing the world from the outside, but now, he was observing the world from the inside. Be it the observation angle or the depth of observation, it was worlds apart. No wonder it is the world fruit. Such clear power of laws. Li Fuqian saw strands of threads that formed runes. They were heaven and earth runes, world runes that contained the world's mysteries and true essence. Soon enough, Li Fuchen found the sword Dao threads and the sword Dao runes. If I comprehend the sword Dao here, the speed will be at least dozens of times faster than the outside. Li Fuchen was filled with anticipation as he comprehended. 100 years later, a horrific qi presence burst out from Li Fuchen's body. In the outside world, the emperor rankings had appeared. Li Fuchen's ranking had suddenly climbed from 99th to 12th. Be it the breakthrough of sword art or sword technique, it would greatly increase the qi presence. After all, be it sword art or sword technique, they would be able to communicate with a large amount of sword Dao source power and sword Dao source essence, allowing the body's sword Dao bloodline to grow stronger. He broke through again. The immortal emperor didn't know what to say. In the horizontal river star region, everyone said that he was a prodigy, but as compared to Li Fuchen, he wasn't even considered mediocre. 12th. In the horizontal river city, the horizontal river primogenitor's eyes burst out with radiance. This child is not to be provoked. After letting out a turbid breath, the radiance in the horizontal river primogenitor's eyes faded and was left with intense fear. He might not have any grudges with Li Fuchen and had some friendship, but they were in the same star region and both of them had eternal lifespans. No one knew what would happen in the future. It seems like I have been living too comfortably for these countless years. There is a saying that goes, one is born from suffering and perishes in peace. The horizontal river primogenitor made up his mind and decided to venture out. With his strength, he would still be able to fight if he encountered a regular invincible emperor. There wasn't a need to be overcautious and think too much. In the Divine Leaf City, the Blood Axe Monarch had an extremely complicated expression. When Li Fuchen had just become an emperor, the Blood Axe Monarch was prepared to befriend Li Fuchen. After Li Fuchen became an invincible emperor, the Blood Axe Monarch didn't take the initiative to befriend Li Fuchen anymore. Right now, the Blood Axe Monarch wasn't qualified to interact with Li Fuchen as Li Fuchen didn't owe him anything. As for using the Undying Legion as his backer, it was destined to be a joke. Li Fuchen was backed by the Swordsman Guild and their faction was stronger than the Undying Legion. What if he wants me to hand over the Divine Leaf City? The Blood Axe Monarch suddenly had a thought. The Divine Leaf City had the Swordsman Guild and also the Leaves of the World Tree. It was hard to guarantee that Li Fuchen wouldn't have any thoughts. He shouldn't. With the support of the Divine Leaf City's array, my strength might not be weaker than the Undying Legion. Furthermore, I still have the Undying Spear as my trump card. When thinking about the Undying Spear, the Blood Axe Monarch felt slightly relieved. On this day, the name of the primary extreme emperor was spreading throughout the universe. Some of the peak-level invincible emperors who originally didn't put Li Fuchen in their eyes started to notice this title. After all, if Li Fuchen was ranked 12th on the emperor rankings, it meant that Li Fuchen was also a peak-level invincible emperor and was on the same level as them. Among the children of the universe, the primary extreme emperor is definitely a monster. In the Swordsman Guild, all the emperors were shocked. This is the late-stage Star Field class primary extreme sword art. In the past, Li Fuchen's sword art was only able to draw out a portion of the sword Dao source essence. Right now, it was able to draw out a large amount of sword Dao source essence. Furthermore, there would be sword Dao source essence fusing into Li Fuchen's body at all times, strengthening Li Fuchen's sword Dao bloodline. The prismatic stone mother contains the time source essence. If my sword art reaches the perfection stage of Star Field class, I will actually be a universe cardinal treasure. Chapter 10-14. It was out of Li Fuchen's expectation to push the primary extreme sword art from mid-stage to late-stage Star Field class in just 600 years. He thought it would be hard to break through within 1,000 years. The fruit of the world lives up to its name. However, I'm afraid very few people know that one must first obtain the acknowledgement of the fruit of the world in order to cultivate within it. This is more than 100 times better than comprehending the fruit of the world outside. The world fruit was too rare, even rarer than the world leaf. If one didn't have enough perception, they would have to use time to comprehend. If one could comprehend the world fruit for 100 million years or 100 million years, one might be able to obtain the recognition of the world fruit. Of course, it was also possible that one might not be able to obtain the recognition of the world fruit and could only comprehend it outside. In the universe, apart from fated opportunities, one had to have the ability to. Otherwise, one wouldn't be able to grasp the fated opportunities. There are still 400 years before the Scarlet Fire Sword ancestors promise. I cannot waste it. Li Fuchen started to comprehend the spatial and time law. On the 20th year, Li Fuchen's spatial and time Dao reached the mid-stage City Lord class. On the 50th year, he reached the late-stage City Lord class. On the 120th year, he reached the perfection level of the City Lord class. On the 380th year, Li Fuchen's spatial and time Dao finally reached the same level as the primary extreme sword art, although it was only at the initial level. Spatial and time acceleration. Li Fuchen waved his hand and enveloped himself with the spatial and time power. 2 times. 3 times. After the spatial and time Dao reached the star field class, Li Fuchen was able to accelerate the spatial and time that he was in. It might only be 3 times, but it was better than staying the same. Li Fuchen was an invincible ruler and it was an incredible feat to accelerate the time and space of an invincible ruler. Of course, it didn't mean that Li Fuchen could accelerate the spatial and time of other invincible rulers. Firstly, Li Fuchen accelerated himself because he didn't resist, but other invincible rulers would. Furthermore, if the target was himself, it would more or less be strengthened. Secondly, even if other invincible rulers didn't resist, it was still impossible to accelerate an invincible ruler, unless Li Fuchen's spatial and time Dao reached a higher level. After exiting the world fruit, Li Fuchen said to the immortal emperor, "Don't resist, I will accelerate the spatial and time you are in." While speaking, Li Fuchen released a spatial and time power to envelop the immortal emperor. 5 times. 10 times. 20 times. If the immortal emperor didn't resist, Li Fuchen's limit was to accelerate the immortal emperor by 20 times. After all, Li Fuchen's time and space Dao was about the same level as an immortal emperor. They were both at the level of regular emperors. If Li Fuchen resisted, he wouldn't even be able to double the speed. Your space-time Dao. Immortal Emperor was shocked. Accelerating space-time by 20 times meant that his efficiency would increase by 20 times. 10,000 years in the outside world would be equivalent to 200,000 years in reality. The price was just sacrificing some time. However, time was meaningless to sovereign lords. Immortal emperors would only be able to increase their speed by 20 times, but the werewolf incarnation would be able to increase their speed by 200 times. The difference between a star sector level heavenly monarch and a city lord heavenly monarch was huge, which could be seen from this. 200-fold spacetime acceleration is enough for a werewolf avatar to become an imperial lord in 1,000 years. If 1,000 years was accelerated by 200 times, it would be 200,000 years. If Li Fuchen was still unable to become an emperor, he didn't know what to say. However, Li Fuchen believed that a werewolf avatar with a bit of his spirit soul force wouldn't have such a bad perception. 1,000 years was just Li Fuchen's bottom line. In his opinion, it wouldn't even take 1,000 years. Li Fuchen didn't accelerate others, even Yan Qingwu's lifespan was only a few million years. If Li Fuchen accelerated her with all his strength, it would be around 1,000 or 1,000 times. As such, 1,000 years in the outside world would be equivalent to 1,000,000 or a few million years for her. It wouldn't be too late to accelerate her after she became a heaven monarch. It is time to retrieve the sword. Li Fuchen was rather looking forward to the primary extreme sword embryo. Scarlet Sword City, Scarlet Sword Manor. The Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor had yet to come out. He had already stayed in the sword crafting hall for more than 980 years. In these 980 years, the sword crafting hall had never stopped emitting scarlet light. Everything has a unique power, it is the same for divine metals. The primal copper essence is ranked top 10 in the universe, and it isn't easy to handle the power within the primal copper essence. If it isn't handled properly, it will easily damage the primal copper essence's power source. Forging a sword embryo wasn't just about forging a shape. If it was just forging a shape, Li Fuchen would be able to do it himself. Why would he need the Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor? Li Fuchen didn't have to wait for too long. After 3 years, the Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor came out. Ha! It is fortunate that I didn't disappoint you. Your sword embryo is forged. The Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor tossed the bronze sword embryo to Li Fuchen. It is so heavy. After receiving the sword embryo, Li Fuchen felt his hand was heavy. It felt as though it wasn't a sword embryo, but hundreds of stars. When Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness entered the sword embryo, he found the sword embryo's power source inside. Such a vigorous power source. Furthermore, it is the primal chaos power source that doesn't have any attributes. In terms of the intensity of the power source, the sword embryo wasn't inferior to an emperor. Furthermore, it was an emperor that had grasped the primal chaos Tao. The Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor said, the primal chaos power can be perfectly transformed into any form of power. This is also the main reason why the primal copper essence is ranked as one of the top 10 divine metals. In addition, you provided enough primal copper essence, therefore, the power source is sufficiently robust. It isn't exaggerating to say that even without the sword pattern, this sword embryo already has the power of a Tier 2 peak-grade supreme artifact sword. Right now, let's see how much your sword pattern can enhance the sword embryo's power. The sword embryo's power source was equivalent to the Emperor's power, while the sword pattern was equivalent to the Emperor's finishing move. A formidable finishing move would be able to use 10% of the power to burst out with 10 times or 100 times more lethality. Correspondingly, a formidable sword pattern would be able to enhance the artifact sword's power by 10 times or 100 times. Many thanks to the Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor. Li Fuchen was very satisfied with the primary extreme sword embryo and thanked the Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor again. The Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor said, in less than 1,000 years, you have advanced from 99th to 12th on the Emperor rankings. You are the only one worthy of this sword embryo. Right now, Li Fuchen had already become one of the symbols of the Swordsman Guild. Previously, the Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor heard that there were plenty of invincible emperors that coveted Li Fuchen's world fruits and wanted to work together to deal with Li Fuchen. Right now, these people probably didn't dare to provoke Li Fuchen. This was the change brought about by strength. The Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor is too kind. Li Fuchen shook his head. The Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor seemed to have something to say, but he hesitated and didn't know if he should say it. In response, Li Fuchen said, Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor, is there anything else? The Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor gritted his teeth and said, Primary Extreme Emperor, I wish to ask for a favor from you. It doesn't matter if you succeed, I will give you 3 million elder points. After countless years, the Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor had accumulated a lot of elder points. Li Fuchen said, Please speak. I wish to ask Primary Extreme Emperor to make a trip to the ancient stone Starfield's Forbidden Stone Cave. My granddaughter, the Reverence Moon Heaven Lord, was struck by the Forbidden Stone Cave's forbidden curse. Every 100 years, she would go insane. This kind of forbidden curse can only be removed by the Forbidden Stone in the Forbidden Stone Cave. There is no other way. When recalling his granddaughter's miserable state, the Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor had a distressed expression. Li Fuchen asked curiously, Is this Forbidden Stone Cave very dangerous? Can't the other invincible emperors do it? With the Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor's strength and status, it should be easy for him or an invincible emperor to go. Why did he specifically ask for a favor from Li Fuchen? The Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor shook his head and said, I have entered the Forbidden Stone Cave before. There is a monster inside called the Forbidden Stone Monkey. It isn't just indestructible, it is also extremely powerful. 3 of them are able to contest with invincible emperors. With my ability, I can only deal with 10 Forbidden Stone Monkeys at once. However, there are hundreds of forbidden stone monkeys inside. Without absolute strength, it is impossible to search for the forbidden stone. The Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor was ranked over 100 on the Emperor rankings. If he couldn't do it, there were very few people who could. It was reckoned that only peak-level invincible emperors like Li Fuqian who were ranked in the top 10 would have some hope. Can a ruler that doesn't cultivate the cursed Tao remove this forbidden curse? In the universe, there were plenty of rulers and there were definitely rulers that cultivated the cursed Tao. The deep blue plane had a curse heaven monarch. After so many years, he might have become a ruler just like the immortal emperor. The Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor smiled bitterly and said, I have looked for 3 rulers that mainly cultivated the cursed Tao. The strongest among them was a peak-level ruler, but they were all helpless. Perhaps only an invincible emperor that mainly cultivated the cursed Tao has a chance to remove the forbidden curse. But according to my understanding, none of the invincible emperors on the emperor rankings focused on the cursed Tao. There were a few who cultivated the cursed Tao as a secondary path, but they weren't proficient enough. Li Fuqian nodded. Main cultivation and secondary cultivation were 2 different things. Take his primary extreme sword Tao for example, and he had reached the level of a peak-level invincible emperor. His secondary cultivation of the time and space Tao was only at the level of a regular emperor. The difference was too great. Alright, after I inject the sword pattern into the sword embryo, I will find an opportunity to visit the Forbidden Cave. 3 million elder points were still very tempting to Li Fuqian. The Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor said, Primary Extreme Emperor doesn't know. The forbidden curse will activate once every 100 years. When it activates 99 times, the person will turn into a monster and there will be no more chances to reverse it. My granddaughter has already activated it 28 times. He was reminding Li Fuqian that there was only around 7,000 years before his granddaughter would turn into a monster and he mustn't delay it. Of course, he wasn't going to bet everything on Li Fuqian. Over 1,000 years ago, he had already spent a lot of money to invite 2 of the top 50 invincible rulers. However, there was still no news until now. Since he wasn't confident, he decided to invite Li Fuqian. I got it. Li Fuqian nodded. 7,000 years was enough for Li Fuqian. Normally, it should be very fast to inject the sword pattern. Li Fuqian wasn't planning to inject the sword pattern outside. As a precaution, he decided to return to the deep blue plane to complete the task. Chapter 10-15. On a desolate continent in the deep blue plain. Li Fuqian concentrated and started to pour the primary extreme sword pattern into the sword embryo. Pouring the sword pattern into a regular sword embryo and pouring the sword pattern into a sword embryo with power source were 2 different things. There was basically nothing to pay attention to when pouring the sword pattern into a regular sword embryo. But when pouring the sword pattern into a sword embryo with power source, one had to do their best to avoid damaging the sword embryo's power source. It was just like when a martial artist cultivated. One mustn't blindly cultivate, otherwise, one might damage the meridians or even the dantian. Under the observation of the spirit soul force, all the details of the sword embryo were magnified by countless times. According to the direction of the detailed patterns, Li Fuqian found the entry point and poured the primary extreme sword pattern in. Visible to the naked eye, the surface of the sword embryo was crawling with ancient and primitive straight patterns. These patterns were extremely profound and any random cut-off would be enough to dissect into an ultimate sword art. It could be said to turn something rotten into something magical, returning to the natural state and returning to the great Tao. The sword pattern was poured in very slowly and Li Fuqian didn't want to be sloppy. He hoped that the primary extreme sword pattern could fuse perfectly with the sword embryo. On a mountain range of a star near the deep blue plain, there were 2 figures standing on it. Mingyue, I will have to trouble you this time. The 100-flower empress was filled with anticipation and apprehension. It was very unbelievable for the 100-flower empress to have such an expression. In the past, the 100-flower empress gave off a noble and imposing aura. It felt as though she was a true empress that was unreachable. However, people didn't know that in the face of absolute strength, nobility, and unreachable were actually just a facade. The 100-flower empress had a request for Li Fuqian, and who was Li Fuqian? He was a ruler and not a regular ruler. He was ranked 12th on the emperor rankings and was a peak-class invincible ruler. Even the Cross River primogenitor and the Blood Axe ruler would have to be respectful to him. How would the 100-flower empress dare to be disrespectful? The reason why the 100-flower empress brought Zhao Mingyue to the deep blue plain was very simple. She hoped that Li Fuqian would give her the opportunity to comprehend the world fruit. She had been stuck at the City Lord Heaven Monarch realm for far too long. Even if she didn't have the world fruit, she would still have the patience to continue grinding. According to her estimation, she was confident that she would break through to the Star Domain realm and become the Arch in 1,000,000 to 100,000 years. However, with the world fruit, that time could be shortened by 100 or even 1,000 times. Empress, don't worry. Li Fuqian is a good person. If it is just comprehending the world fruit, it shouldn't be a problem. Zhao Mingyue was already at the Saint Monarch realm, and with the help of Matron 100 Flowers, she was already at the 7th level of the Unity realm. Zhao Mingyue transformed into a ray of light and flew towards the deep blue plain. The sword rune infusion is complete. The bronze sword embryo was covered with primitive and simple primary extreme sword patterns. Li Fuqian took a deep breath and poured the primary extreme sword Dao power into the primary extreme sword. Roar! The hum of the sword reverberated throughout the entire deep blue plain, as though an ancient peerless sword had awakened. At the same time, an indescribable sharpness swept across the entire horizontal river star zone, disappearing into the dark void between star zones. 6th rank or 7th rank? Li Fuqian was observing. Before the primary extreme sword was injected with the sword pattern, it was already a Tier 2 peak grade supreme artifact sword. After injecting the primary extreme sword pattern, it wasn't a problem to increase it by 3 or 4 tiers. After all, Li Fuqian's primary extreme sword pattern was already at the late-stage star field class. In the universe, how many individuals' martial arts or innate abilities were at the late-stage star field class? Most of the demigods weren't even at the late stage. Such a terrifying sharpness. When the sharpness swept past her body, Matron 100 Flowers felt a chill in her body and spirit soul. She didn't need to guess to know that Li Fuqian was the only one who could produce such a commotion. In the hands of an invincible emperor, a first-stage supreme-grade supreme treasure sword can only increase the lethality by 10 to 20%. A second-stage sword can increase the lethality by 30 to 40%. A third-stage sword can increase the lethality by 2 times. A fourth-stage sword can increase the lethality by 10 times. A fifth-stage sword can increase the lethality by 100 times. A sixth-stage sword can increase the lethality by 1,000 times. With my strength as a peak-stage invincible emperor, I can increase the lethality by dozens to hundreds of times. Even if it was a peak-grade supreme artifact sword, the lethal power would be enhanced differently in the hands of different individuals. For example, a Tier 1 peak-grade supreme artifact sword wouldn't only increase the lethal power by 10% or 20% in the hands of a regular emperor. However, invincible emperors were too powerful, therefore, they had a strong requirement for the artifact sword. A weaker artifact sword naturally wouldn't be able to increase the lethal power. Among the invincible emperors, there was also a difference in strength. A Tier 7 peak-grade supreme artifact sword would be able to increase the lethal power of a regular invincible emperor by 1,000 times, but it wouldn't be able to increase a peak-grade invincible emperor's lethal power by 1,000 times. As to how much the lethal power would be, Li Fuqian would have to test it first. At this moment, Li Fuqian had already sensed Zhao Mingyue and Matron 100 Flowers. He had also guessed their intentions, but he wasn't in a hurry. He would wait until he tested the primary extreme sword first. With a flash, Li Fuqian arrived at the starry sky outside of the deep blue plain. Split. Wielding the primary extreme sword, Li Fuqian cleaved at the starry sky. PFFF. The starry sky was like a pitch-black cloth that had traces of radiance. It was cut from the middle. The universe law, time, and space had all turned into falsehoods at this moment. It has increased the lethal power by 85 times. It is most likely a Tier 7 peak-grade supreme artifact sword. Li Fuqian revealed a delighted expression. In the past, it was already easy for him to execute the primary extreme sword art. Right now, when using the primary extreme sword to execute the primary extreme sword art, it was as though he was assisted by the gods. The surging speed of his power was countless times faster. Li Fuqian knew that the primary extreme sword was guiding his power. After all, the primary extreme sword had its own power source. No wonder it is a Tier 7 primary extreme sword. My strength is already at this level and it can still increase the lethal power by 85 times. It was nothing for an invincible emperor to increase the lethal power by 85 times. However, even if an invincible emperor's strength was increased by 1,000 times, they would only be comparable to a peak-grade invincible emperor. It was imaginable what was the concept of increasing the lethal power by 85 times for a peak-grade invincible emperor. I reckon that killing a regular emperor with a single sword should be as easy as eating or drinking now. Regular invincible emperors weren't able to kill a regular emperor in a single move, they could only do so easily. Huff. After letting out a breath, Li Fuqian flashed and appeared at the star where Matron 100 Flowers was at. Greetings to Primary Extreme Emperor. Seeing Li Fuqian's sudden appearance, Matron 100 Flowers quickly bowed. Li Fuqian said, Matron doesn't have to be so courteous. Are you here for the world fruit? That's right. 100 Flowers is willing to pay any price. Matron 100 Flowers was filled with anticipation. Li Fuqian said, it isn't a big deal for Matron 100 Flowers to comprehend the world fruit. However, Matron 100 Flowers is unable to enter the deep blue plane and I don't wish for the world fruit to appear in the outside world for a long period of time. The world fruit was very safe in the deep blue plane. Even if Li Fuqian wasn't around, no one would be able to break through the sword lock and snatch the world fruit. But it was different outside the deep blue plane. If Li Fuqian wasn't around, there would definitely be invincible emperors that would come to snatch it. Li Fuqian couldn't possibly keep protecting the world fruit, right? Before Matron 100 Flowers could speak, Li Fuqian asked, Matron, if you have the world fruit, how long will it take for you to break through? Matron 100 Flowers thought for a moment and lifted her head, at most 1,000 years. No, 500 years is fine too. Without knowing the specific effects of the world fruit, Matron 100 Flowers didn't dare to confirm how long it would take for her to break through. To be serious, 500 years was actually very risky and there was a high chance that she wouldn't be able to break through. But if it was too long, she wouldn't know when to stop. Sure. Li Fuqian nodded. With a wave of his hand, a spherical spatial zone that was filled with sword talismans flew out from the deep blue plane. Zhao Mingyue also appeared together with it. The two of you can enter then. Li Fuqian said to Matron 100 Flowers and Zhao Mingyue. After entering the sword lock, Matron 100 Flowers and Zhao Mingyue were shocked. In front of them was a fruit that was the size of a star. But from the chi presence emitted by the fruit, not even 10,000 stars or 1,000,000 stars could compare with it. Matron 100 Flowers, don't resist. I will accelerate the spacetime you are in and it will shorten the time you need to break through. Li Fuqian said. Alright. Matron 100 Flowers was rather astonished. Li Fuqian actually cultivated the spacetime Tao and it was a good thing. She didn't wish for the spacetime acceleration to be 10 times or 100 times, it would be great if she could accelerate it by 3 to 5 times. As such, she would be comprehending for 500 years and it would be equivalent to comprehending for around 2,000 years. It would greatly increase the chances of breaking through. Activating the spacetime power, Li Fuqian started to accelerate the spacetime that Matron 100 Flowers was in. 2 times, 5 times, 10 times, what? More than 10 times. Matron 100 Flowers was startled. 50 times, 100 times, 150 times. It seemed like Matron 100 Flowers' strength was much stronger than the werewolf incarnation. Li Fuqian could accelerate the space-time of the werewolf incarnation to 200 times, but he could only accelerate it to 150 times for Matron 100 Flowers, 150 times. Matron 100 Flowers took a deep cold breath. 150 times, what kind of concept was that? 500 years in the outside world was the same as 75,000 years for her. I should be able to break through in at most 100 years. Matron 100 Flowers looked at Li Fuqian with gratitude and immediately entered the comprehension state. Once Matron 100 Flowers breaks through, I will make a trip to the Forbidden Grotto. Li Fuqian's body sank into the world fruit and continued to comprehend the space-time Tao. He knew that after the space-time Tao reached the star domain class, it was impossible to break through within a short period of time. After all, he was only cultivating the space-time Tao and his foundation was far inferior to the sword Tao. 10 years, 20 years, soon enough, 50 years had passed. Am I going to break through? Li Fuqian could feel that on the surface of the world fruit, there was a powerful withering power that was brewing and awakening. A month later, Matriarch 100 Flowers opened her eyes. Countless vines grew out of her body. These vines grew countless green leaves, and within the green leaves, flowers bloomed. Then, flower fairies flew out from the flowers and danced around Matriarch 100 Flowers. After countless years of bitter cultivation, Matron 100 Flowers had finally stepped into the star domain class. As of now, her strength didn't just increase by several times, her lifespan had also reached eternity. Matron 100 Flowers, congratulations. Li Fuqian flew out and congratulated her. I am unable to repay the Emperor's kindness. If you need the 100 Flowers for anything in the future, just say the word. Matron 100 Flowers was very excited. Without possessing the Emperor's power, it was impossible to imagine the wonders of an Emperor's power. It is just a small matter, Matron 100 Flowers doesn't have to bother. After a pause, Li Fuqian continued, since Matron 100 Flowers has broken through, I shall not send her off. Ming Yu shall continue to comprehend the world fruit. While speaking, Li Fuqian sent the world fruit back to the deep blue plain. Chapter 10:16. Every time Li Fuqian visited the ancient stone starfield, it would give him a different feeling. Li Fuqian knew that this was the change brought about by increasing his strength. During this trip to the ancient stone star region, Li Fuqian could clearly sense that the ancient stone region was filled with subtle cursed chi presence. In the past, Li Fuqian's spirit soul force was able to detect this cursed chi presence, but it wasn't as clear as this time. The spirit soul power did allow Li Fuqian to have a unique vision, but the spirit soul power wasn't omnipotent. Due to the limitations of Li Fuqian's strength, the effect of the spirit soul power was actually only a very small portion. Li Fuqian didn't have the delusion that he could make perfect use of the spirit soul. What a joke, his spirit soul should be the divine soul. It was definitely unrealistic to use a mortal's body to make use of the divine soul. His spirit soul had stopped evolving mainly because of the limitations of the universe. The universe didn't allow such a powerful spirit soul to exist. In the past, Li Fuqian didn't know, but now he understood. Everyone below the saint's spirit soul was gray. Some might have a light gray spirit soul, while some were gray. At the saint's realm, the spirit soul would turn green. Generally speaking, those below the Heaven Monarch's spirit soul would be light green. Only after reaching the Heaven Monarch's spirit soul would turn green. After reaching the half-god realm, the spirit soul would be cleansed by the half-god artifact and it would evolve again, turning from green to light blue. It also meant to say that the light blue spirit soul was the limit of this universe. Li Fuqian was able to break through the limit because of the golden amulet. Even with the golden amulet, my spirit soul probably won't be able to turn red. It will probably be the same when I become a half-god in the future. Li Fuqian didn't have too many regrets. One mustn't be too greedy. The purplish-red spirit soul had already given him an unparalleled advantage. If one pursued a stronger spirit soul and didn't work hard, what was the meaning of such a life? Li Fuchen's speed was very fast. He didn't even need a single breath to travel 10 light years. Soon enough, Li Fuchen arrived in the vicinity of the Forbidden Stone Cave. The Forbidden Stone Cave looked like a giant mountain from the outside. It was a mountain that was several times bigger than a universe city. The surface of the mountain had plenty of caves. Such concentrated cursed chi presence. In Li Fuchen's opinion, apart from heaven monarchs, no one else could approach the Forbidden Stone Cave. Once they approached, they would be cursed. After choosing a cave, Li Fuchen's figure flashed and skimmed in. There were plenty of monsters in the Forbidden Stone Cave, and the Forbidden Stone Monkey was one of the stronger ones. When Li Fuchen entered the Forbidden Stone Cave, he saw 2 sand men pouncing at him. This was the weakest monster in the Forbidden Grotto. It was called the Forbidden Sandman, and its strength was only equivalent to an ordinary heaven monarch. Bang! Li Fuchen couldn't be bothered with them. He shook his chi presence and turned the 2 taboo sand men into a pile of sand and couldn't gather again. Li Fuchen's stone cave that he had Fuchen Li in stone. The monsters here were much stronger than those in the outer regions, and they were all at least City Lord grade. Li Didn's Li in, and the cursed chi in. I wonder what kind of existence turned the entire ancient stone star zone into a wasteland. It must be at least a top-notch demigod. He god. Fuchen Li was the Li, beast. Beast command. Li beast token. Li beast after beast. Beast token killing intent. After. Li killed beast. After Li beast. This token was exactly the same as the Dark Hand Heavenly Monarch's beast token. However, the Dark Hand Heavenly Monarch's was black, while Li Fuchen's was silver. The beast token was refined by a beast master. But why would it appear in the Forbidden Stone Cave? Li Fuchen was rather confused. He didn't think that this beast-taming Grand Master was the same person as the top demigod in the cursed ancient stone realm. Maybe this beast-taming Grand Master was bored, so he spread out the beast battle badges he forged and placed them in various dangerous places for the fated ones. After all, after living for a long time, it was normal to have some strange interests. The Black Beast token can transform regular Heaven Monarch class space beasts. The Silver Beast token can probably transform City Lord class space beasts. Li Fuchen kept the Silver Beast token. To him, these items could only enrich his collection and didn't have much use. Inside the Forbidden Stone Cave, there were plenty of items that were half-weathered. Half-weathered tables, half-weathered chairs, half-weathered buildings, half-weathered stone statues, rumble. A stone statue that looked like a dog suddenly separated from the main body and pounced at Li Fuchen. I can test the power of the primary extreme sword. Li Fuchen could scatter those City Lord class monsters with a casual wave of his hand. This dog-shaped stone statue had the strength of a ruler and wasn't that easy to scatter. Li Fuchen drew the primary extreme sword and cleaved at the dog-shaped stone statue. Bang! The dog-shaped stone statue shook for a moment before turning into a pile of sand. In terms of power, the dog-shaped stone statue shouldn't be comparable to regular emperors. However, I didn't use my full strength for that sword move earlier. Li Fuchen had simply poured his power into the primary extreme sword before cleaving. As Li Fuchen ventured deeper, the monsters that he encountered were getting stronger. At the start, it was just regular Monarch class monsters, followed by high-class Monarch class and P-class Monarch class monsters. Generally speaking, Li Fuchen would only need a single slash to exhaust the strength of regular Monarch class monsters, turning them into a pile of sand. High-class Monarch class monsters would take Li Fuchen 30 to 50 slashes to exhaust their strength. As for P-class Monarch class monsters, they were much harder to deal with. Li Fuchen would need at least 10,000 slashes to kill them. Squeak squeak squeak, there was a sharp monkey cry as a shadow lunged at Li Fuchen from the crevice at the top of the cave. It was unbelievably fast. Clang! Li Fuchen brandished the primary extreme sword and sent the shadow flying. This should be the taboo stone monkey. A few hundred meters away, there was a stone monkey that was as tall as a human. On its back were 3 stone rod-like tails. From the clash earlier, the taboo stone monkey's strength was obviously at the peak class monarch level. With its indestructible body, the 3 taboo stone monkeys were indeed able to contest with a regular invincible ruler. As for who would be the victor, it would depend on who could persist until the end. Indestructible. I would like to see if it is truly indestructible. Li Fuchen didn't believe that the taboo stone monkey's body was indestructible. With the primary extreme sword, he didn't mind giving it a try. Clang clang clang, as compared to Li Fuchen, the taboo stone monkey's combat skills were too inferior and had been suppressed from the start to the end. 100 slashes, 1,000 slashes, 10,000 slashes. Crack. A crack appeared on the taboo stone monkey's body. It seems like the taboo stone monkey isn't indestructible. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. The so-called indestructible was just because the lethal power wasn't enough. Just like his indestructible body. It might look indestructible, but it was just a gimmick. A few days later, the taboo stone monkey's body shattered and couldn't be gathered again. Where is the taboo stone? Could it be inside the taboo stone monkey's body? As of now, Li Fuchen had obtained a silver battle beast token, a dagger that contained the power of curse, a golden bracelet, and a bronze mirror. The most precious item was the bronze mirror, and it was a peak-grade supreme cardinal artifact. If there was nothing unexpected, the taboo stone should be inside the monster's body too. Li Fuchen didn't know if it was inside the taboo stone monkey's body. Li Fuchen continued to advance and didn't believe that he couldn't obtain the taboo stone. The cursed chi presence was getting denser, and Li Fuchen suspected that the cursed chi presence here was enough to curse a ruler. Li Fuchen could vaguely hear the sounds of battle, and it wasn't a hallucination. It is that direction. Li Fuchen searched for the sound. Half a day later, Li Fuchen saw dozens of taboo stone monkeys crowding outside a stone room. Inside the stone room was a man and a woman. They were both invincible rulers and were working together to obstruct the taboo stone monkeys. Are those the Sky Saber Dao Monarch and the Earth Sword Dao Monarch? Li Fuchen yelled out. Who are you? It was the woman who spoke. I am the primary extreme emperor. I was invited by the Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor to search for the taboo stone. Li Fuchen replied. So it is the primary extreme emperor. The duo was delighted. Inside the taboo stone cave, they were also able to see the Emperor Lord rankings. The name of the primary extreme emperor was well known, and it was impossible to ignore it. Are the two of you trapped in the stone room? The Sky Saber Dao Monarch and the Earth Sword Dao Monarch that Li Fuchen mentioned weren't ordinary individuals. The Sky Saber Dao Monarch was an invincible ruler of the Saber Union. She was ranked 71st on the Emperor Lord rankings and was a famous female ruler in the universe. The Earth Sword Dao Monarch was an invincible ruler of the Swordsman Guild and was ranked 72nd on the Emperor Lord rankings. The duo were known as the Sky Saber and Earth Sword. Countless years ago, they were a pair of Dao companions. This pair of Dao companions were already extremely formidable. Once they fused the saber and sword, their strength would increase by 10 times. It was no wonder the Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor would invite the duo with a huge sum of money. After all, inviting the duo to make a move was almost the same as inviting a peak-level invincible ruler. Primary Extreme Emperor, be careful. These taboo stone monkeys have indestructible bodies. Do not get surrounded by them. The Earth Sword Dao Monarch warned. I know what I am doing. Li Fuchen wasn't afraid of these taboo stone monkeys. Your bodies are indestructible, but is my myriad calamity indestructible body inferior? Bang! Li Fuchen took a big stride forward and sent a taboo stone monkey flying with a slash. Creak creak creak, when the rest of the taboo stone monkeys saw the situation, at least half of them surrounded Li Fuchen. Just in time. Li Fuchen wasn't fearful at all. The primary extreme sword brandished flawlessly and sent the taboo stone monkeys flying. This primary extreme emperor is so powerful. In the stone room, the sky saber Dao monarch was astonished. The earth sword Dao monarch said, the primary extreme emperor is ranked 12th on the emperor lord rankings. You should know that if you and I work together, we might have the strength to contest with a peak-level invincible ruler, but we are still inferior. The sky saber Dao monarch nodded in response. If they worked together, they would only be able to increase the frequency of attacks and increase the defense. In terms of lethality, they would never be able to catch up with a peak-level invincible ruler. Let's go out too. With only half of the taboo stone monkeys left, the sky saber Dao monarch was confident he could contest with them. Most importantly, they had been trapped by these taboo stone monkeys for hundreds of years and were feeling very sullen. All right. The earth sword Dao monarch nodded and rushed out with the sky saber Dao monarch. Due to being surrounded by over 20 taboo stone monkeys, Li Fuchen spent half a month to eliminate one taboo stone monkey. On the other side, the sky saber Dao monarch and the earth sword Dao monarch were having a hard time. The two of them were only able to maintain a stalemate, but it was impossible for them to kill the taboo stone monkeys. Too powerful. This is my first time seeing someone kill a taboo stone monkey. Chapter 10:17. Bang! When Li Fuchen dealt with the 7th forbidden stone monkey, a grayish-white stone dropped out from the monkey's body. Once the stone was exposed to the air, it immediately started to absorb the cursed chi presence in the surroundings. Forbidden stone. Li Fuchen waved his hand and the forbidden stone landed in his hand. The forbidden stone was innately able to absorb cursed chi presence and was an artifact to break curses. Congratulations to Emperor Primary Extreme. Seeing the situation, Dao Monarch Sky Saber and Dao Monarch Earth Sword congratulated. The duo wasn't jealous either. The Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor promised them that regardless of whether they found the forbidden stone or not, he would give them all the rewards. Otherwise, the duo wouldn't have come to the Forbidden Stone Cave. After spending 1 year, the trio dealt with all the Forbidden Stone monkeys. To be exact, Li Fuchen killed them alone. Dao Monarch Sky Saber and Dao Monarch Earth Sword merely helped a little. Let's go. Li Fuchen wasn't interested in investigating the secret of the Forbidden Stone Cave. Since the Forbidden Stone was found, why not leave? This is the Forbidden Stone. Scarlet Sword City, the Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor received the grayish-white stone with trembling hands. 1 year ago, his granddaughter went crazy again. That miserable and horrifying state made the Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor very worried. Everything was fine now, the Forbidden Stone was finally here. Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor, go save your granddaughter first. We will wait here. Li Fuchen said. That's right, save her. Don't forget our rewards. Dao Monarch Sky Saber smiled. The Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor also smiled and said, I have already prepared your rewards. I will give it to you now. Before this, he had already given the trio 30% of the rewards. Right now, he was giving the other 70%. The Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor is still the most straightforward. Among the trio, Dao Monarch Sky Saber wanted some peak-grade spirit stones and precious resources and artifacts. Dao Monarch Earth Sword was the same as Li Fuchen and wanted Elder Points, 3 million Elder Points. I can learn some new secret techniques or exchange for some useful items. Seeing that the Elder Token's points had increased to 3 million, Li Fuchen was much more confident. The 900,000 Elder Points that the Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor gave might seem like a lot, but the secret techniques that Li Fuchen was going to learn were all extremely expensive. 900,000 Elder Points wasn't enough. After giving the trio the rewards, the Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor quickly headed deeper into the Sword Manor. After a while, the Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor returned. Is Sword Ancestor Scarlet Flame effective? Tao Lord Earth Sword asked. Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor was in a good mood. He laughed and said, "It's working, it's working." The taboo stone was much more effective than he had imagined. In the past, he had searched for treasures that could absorb the curse aura, but those treasures simply couldn't absorb the curse aura on his granddaughter's body, or they would explode after absorbing a trace of it. Only the taboo stone could absorb the curse aura on his granddaughter's body unscrupulously. It's good that it's effective. You still have to thank Emperor Ung. Of course, we also have to thank Emperor Ung. The Sky Saber Dao monarch knew that the world was huge and there weren't many places that could stop Li Fuchen. Without Li Fuchen, they would definitely be trapped in the Forbidden Grotto. Scarlet Flame Sword Ancestor nodded. Emperor Ung, Scarlet Flame Sword Ancestor, may not have much, but I have a lot of elder points. Please don't decline these 2 million elder points. While speaking, the Scarlet Flame Sword Ancestor transferred another 2 million elder points to Li Fuchen. If Li Fuchen didn't bring back the taboo stone, he would only have 3 million elder points. After all, he couldn't let others work for nothing. But Li Fuchen didn't just bring back the taboo stone, he did it in an extremely short period of time. If the Scarlet Flame Sword Ancestor didn't express his gratitude, he would be too stingy. Li Fuchen naturally wouldn't refuse. These elder points weren't useful to the Scarlet Flame Sword Ancestor, but they were rather useful to Li Fuchen. After bidding farewell to the Scarlet Flame Sword Ancestor, Li Fuchen immediately returned to the Sword Brilliant City. It was also a peak-grade supreme secret technique, but the Sword God's Eye and Sword Lock of Heaven and Earth were just ordinary peak-grade supreme secret techniques. There were some incredible peak-grade supreme secret techniques that required a lot of elder points. Measureless Sword Body, Power Burst Sword Dao Secret Technique. There are a total of 10 ranks. Each rank will allow the user to burst out with twice the strength. The 10th rank will allow the user to burst out with 20 times the strength. The price is 1 million elder points. As compared to the Burst Battle Body, the Measureless Sword Body wasn't just a little bit stronger. The former could only burst out with 12 times the strength, while the latter could burst out with 20 times the strength. There was a difference of 8 times. Divine Sword Shift, Sword Dao Shift Secret Technique. When cultivated to the subcompletion rank, the user will be able to increase the speed by 9 times. When cultivated to the completion rank, the user will be able to increase the speed by 18 times. When cultivated to the perfection rank, the user will be able to increase the speed by 27 times. The price is 2 million elder points. A speed increase of 27 times was an extremely terrifying concept. Li Fuchen's speed was already unbelievably fast. With a speed increase of 27 times, apart from demigods, no one would be able to catch up to him. However, the Divine Sword Shift was only used to escape and couldn't be used to pursue the enemy. That was because to pursue the enemy, it required an exquisite tracking. The Divine Sword Shift pursued extreme speed. It was just like birds and arrows. Birds were more agile, while arrows were more fast. Sword Lock Universe, Entrapment Type Sword Dao Secret Technique. When cultivated to the subcompletion rank, the user will be able to trap a peak-level emperor. When cultivated to the completion rank, the user will be able to trap a regular invincible emperor. When cultivated to the perfection rank, the user will be able to trap a powerful invincible emperor. The price is 8 million elder points. Next was the highlight. The Sword Lock Universe was the strengthened version of the Sword Lock Heaven and Earth. When cultivated to the subcompletion rank, the user would be able to match with the perfection rank of the Sword Lock Heaven and Earth. When cultivated to the perfection rank, the user would be able to trap a powerful invincible emperor. This meant that if Li Fuchen was ruthless, he would have the chance to kill a powerful invincible emperor. But as of now, the Swordsman Guild only had one invincible emperor that successfully cultivated the sword-lock universe. Not even the Origin Bright Sword ancestor. It is a pity that there isn't a better spiritual awareness secret technique. The Sword Gods I was already the best spiritual awareness secret technique in the Swordsman Guild. If Li Fuchen wanted to learn a better one, he didn't even know if there were better spiritual awareness secret techniques. Li Fuchen knew clearly that spiritual awareness secret techniques had a limit. It was limited by the strength of the spiritual awareness, and the power of spiritual awareness secret techniques couldn't be as powerful as Soul Dao secret techniques. In normal situations, a spiritual awareness secret technique that could injure a P-class Emperor's Saint Spirit was already the strongest spiritual awareness secret technique. If it was any stronger, only Soul Dao secret techniques would be able to do it. In other words, at the Emperor level, spiritual awareness secret techniques were useless and wouldn't be able to be decisive. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was too powerful, and he was able to forcefully increase the spiritual awareness secret technique by 2 grades. The 3 P-class supreme secret techniques had cost Li Fuchen a total of 4 million elder points. Li Fuchen was planning to keep the remaining 1 million elder points in case of emergencies. In the Deep Blue Plane, more and more individuals were participating in the comprehension of the World Fruit. For example, the Iron Cloud Sacred Master, Heaven Incomplete Sacred Master, Jade Flower Sacred Master, Deep Blue Sword Master, Wind Cloud Sword Master, Red Leaf Sword Master, and some of Li Fuchen's close friends. As for the White Rainbow Heaven Monarch, Sword Wind Heaven Monarch, and the others, they were heaven monarchs from other planes and couldn't enter the Deep Blue Plane. Therefore, Li Fuchen was planning to let them comprehend the World Fruit in the future. However, Li Fuchen knew that the World Fruit would actually be depleted. The World Fruit contained World Essence, and every time one tried to gain enlightenment, it would consume some of the World Fruit's World Essence. But to be serious, everyone below the Heaven Monarch combined wouldn't be able to consume as much as a regular Heaven Monarch. A regular Heaven Monarch was far inferior to a City Lord class Heaven Monarch, and a City Lord class Heaven Monarch was far inferior to an Emperor. For an immortal Emperor, even if he comprehended for 100 million years, he wouldn't be able to exhaust all the World Fruit's world source. Therefore, it didn't matter how many people comprehended the World Fruit. What was important was the strength of the person comprehending the World Fruit. If a bunch of Emperors tried to comprehend it, it wouldn't work. Soon enough, the World Fruit's world source would dry up. Li Fuchen didn't participate in the comprehension of the World Fruit and was diligently cultivating secret techniques. The first secret technique he cultivated was the Boundless Sword Body. This secret technique could break the limits of the human body's strength output and burst out with 20 times the strength. Of course, the price was great too. To burst out with 20 times the strength, it wasn't as simple as increasing the speed of energy consumption by 20 times. It was 100 times or even a few hundred times. This was mainly because breaking the limits of the human body's strength output would damage the body's source. The longer the burst time, the greater the damage. As such, a large amount of energy would be needed to recover. In layman terms, a strength burst secret technique was the same as overdrafting. Time flew by. With 3 times the time acceleration, Li Fuchen spent 200 years to cultivate the Boundless Sword Body to the perfection rank. It also meant that without using the time acceleration, he would need 600 years. No wonder it is a top-notch peak-grade supreme secret technique. Li Fuchen continued to cultivate the Divine Sword Shift and left the hardest sword lock universe for last. Unknowingly, another 800 years had passed. Li Fuchen had already cultivated the Divine Sword Shift to the perfection rank. The sword lock universe was still slightly lacking and was currently at the completion rank. However, it was still able to lock a regular invincible emperor. Primary Extreme Emperor, I am being pursued by the Dusky Divine Lord. Please save me. On this day, the Henghe primogenitor suddenly sent a distress message to Li Fuchen. Dusky Divine Lord. Li Fuchen had a solemn expression. The Dusky Divine Lord was a peak-level invincible emperor of the divine race and was ranked 8th on the Emperor Lord rankings. His strength was enough to strike fear in others. Apart from the dusky Divine Lord, the divine race had two other individuals that were in the top 10 of the Emperor Lord rankings. The dusky Divine Lord was ranked last. If it was someone else, they wouldn't go against the terrifying divine race just to save a person that they didn't have a deep relationship with. Because of the Hung He primogenitor's timely message, I am able to save the immortal emperor and have the chance to comprehend the world fruit. My strength is greatly enhanced. I must not forget this favor. I must save him. Li Fuqian didn't hesitate and immediately flew towards the location that the Hung He primogenitor gave him. In the Quicksand Star region, the Hung He primogenitor was in a rather miserable state. Ever since a batch of invincible emperors perished in the Water God tomb, he was fortunate enough to enter the Emperor Lord rankings. He had officially become an invincible emperor from a peak-level emperor, but he was just a regular invincible emperor. When facing the 8th-ranked Dusky Divine Lord, he didn't have any strength to resist. Primary Extreme Emperor, you must come and save me. The Hung He primogenitor wasn't certain if Li Fuqian would come and save him. In fact, if he was in Li Fuqian's shoes, he probably wouldn't. However, he was already at his wit's end. If Li Fuqian didn't come and save him, he would be killed by the Dusky Divine Lord in a short period of time. Hung He primogenitor, despair. No one will come and save you. Chapter 10:18. The Quicksand Star region was very far away from the Horizontal River Star region. Li Fuqian took a few days to arrive. In Li Fuqian's opinion, Hung He primogenitor was a regular invincible ruler. If he couldn't even last a few days, he would be too weak. After all, the emperor was not a monster from the Forbidden Grotto. The monsters in the Forbidden Cave were not as strong as sovereign emperors. Furthermore, they were rather stupid and did not have many means. When Li Fuqian sensed the Horizontal River primogenitor and the Darkness Divine Lord, the Darkness Divine Lord had also sensed Li Fuqian. Are you here to save Ancestor Hung He? The Dusky Divine Lord frowned. Primogenitor Hung He, I'm coming. In just a flash, Li Fuqian appeared near the battlefield. Emperor Ung. Ancestor Hung He heaved a sigh of relief, his expression excited. He didn't expect Li Fuqian to rush over so quickly. He thought Li Fuqian would hesitate for a period of time. Twilight Divine Lord, give me, the primary extreme emperor, some face and release the Horizontal River primogenitor. Li Fuqian looked at the Twilight Divine Lord. The Dusky Lord God sneered. You should be the one giving me face. Leave quickly and don't get in my way. So there's nothing to talk about. Li Fuqian drew the primary extreme sword. If there was nothing to talk about, then there was no need to talk. Let's see who's the real deal. Courting death. When the Dusk Divine Lord saw how arrogant Li Fuqian was, he was enraged. He felt that Li Fuqian wasn't putting him in his eyes at all. Does a mere 12th on the Imperial Monarch rankings really think he can overturn the heavens? With a flip of his hand, a black staff appeared in his grasp. He hadn't used his full strength against Hung He primogenitor. Most importantly, he didn't think anyone would come and ruin his plans. Boom 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 boom, the two of them didn't waste any time and started fighting. Terrifying shockwaves radiated out in all directions and even the laws of the universe were dispersed. 7th rank Supreme Weapon. The Dusk Divine Monarch's arm turned numb as he took a few steps back. He couldn't help but look at the primary extreme sword in Li Fuqian's hand. A rank 7 supreme weapon was rarely seen in the world. The Death Ink cudgel in his hand was only a rank 6 supreme weapon. Power Halo. A purple ring of light appeared around the dusky god emperor. His aura became more intense. Back off. Wielding the Death Ink rod, the Dusk Divine Lord was like a god as he smashed at Li Fuqian repeatedly. Good timing. Li Fuqian brandished the primary extreme sword and easily blocked the Darkness Divine Lord's rod attack. What? I can't suppress it. The Dusky Divine Lord was shocked. He had already gone all out but was still unable to suppress Li Fuchen and was even at a disadvantage. Emperor Yuanji is even stronger than Dusky Divine Lord. Ancestor Heng he praised. In terms of chi presence, Li Fuchen was slightly inferior to the Dusky Divine Lord, but in terms of strength, he was slightly superior. Twilight Divine Lord, hurry up and retreat. Li Fuchen yelled out. Speed aura, focus aura, thorn aura, rings of different colors appeared on the Dusky Lord God's body. Not only did the rings have different colors, but they also had different effects. The speed ring could greatly increase his speed, the focus ring could enhance his observation ability, and the thorn ring could reflect some damage. The might of the god race wasn't just for show. In terms of talent, no race could compare to the god race. Take another strike from me. The Dusk Divine Lord's body was covered in resplendent halos as he smashed his rod at Li Fuchen. Boundless sword body. Seeing the situation, Li Fuchen didn't hold back anymore. He increased his strength by 20 times and brandished his sword. Rumble. It was like a tsunami or an earthquake. The starry sky that was a few light years away was shaking violently. Bang bang. The Dusk Divine Lord's halo was completely shattered and he was sent flying. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Li Fuchen didn't spare the Dusk Divine Lord. He chased with lightning speed and slashed at the Dusk Divine Lord repeatedly. 100 slashes, 1,000 slashes, 10,000 slashes, the Dusk Divine Lord was in a daze from the attacks. He was a divine race and the energy consumed from a mere 10,000 slashes was negligible. However, it didn't feel good to be slashed by 10,000 consecutive slashes. Dusk Divine Domain. The universe law around the Dusk Divine Lord was forcefully dispersed and was replaced by a dusk law that was in between light and darkness. Once Li Fuchen's sword made contact with the dusk law, it immediately slowed down as though it was in a swamp. Seizing the opportunity, the Dusk Divine Lord pulled away from Li Fuchen. Very good. You actually forced out my Dusk Divine Domain. The Dusk Divine Lord was like a god that ruled over the dusk world as he looked down at Li Fuchen. The Divine Domain was evolved from the innate halos. Once a member of the divine race transformed their innate halos into a god domain, they would immediately become a peak-level invincible emperor. A peak-level invincible emperor with a god domain would be able to easily disperse the universe law and isolate the universe source power. It wouldn't allow the enemy to use the universe law and the universe source power to fight. Of course, executing the god domain wasn't without a price. It would cause the Dusk Divine Lord's energy consumption to increase rapidly and he wouldn't be able to maintain it for a long time. Otherwise, the Dusk Divine Lord wouldn't have to wait until now to execute the Dusk Divine Domain. It seems like I really cannot underestimate the divine race. Li Fuchen raised his brows. Fighting with the Dusk Divine Lord was just like fighting with a water Dao cultivator in the water god tomb, unless he wasn't enveloped by the divine domain. This is the divine race. The Hengi primogenitor might have lived for countless years, but to be honest, he had never fought with any of the divine race. The strength of the divine race only existed in his imagination. Right now, he finally understood why the divine race was the #1 race in the vast universe. Even an extraordinary race like the Titan race was inferior to the divine race. Feel despair. The Dusk Divine Lord's power burst out and the Dusk Divine Domain descended like a curtain of night. It instantly covered dozens of light years. In this region, apart from the Dusk Law, all the other universe laws had been expelled. Apart from the Dusk Source Power, all the other universe source power had been isolated. Anyone who fought with the Dusk Divine Domain would have their strength reduced by 1 or 2 levels. His strength was already extremely powerful and it was impossible to increase his strength by 1 or 2 levels, but it was still possible to increase his strength by half a level. As such, it wasn't a problem to severely injure Li Fuchen. If the Dusk Divine Lord disregarded everything, he might even be able to kill Li Fuchen. Do you really think you can defeat me? After withdrawing the primary extreme sword and bursting out with calamity power, Li Fuchen attacked the Dusk Divine Lord with his bare hands. The Hand of Calamity was at the middle stage and Li Fuchen's body refinement strength wasn't inferior to his sword Dao strength. Furthermore, with the myriad calamity immortal body, he was able to clash with people who were stronger than him. Bang 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 bang, there was a terrifying shockwave as the Dusk Divine Lord and Li Fuchen had exchanged countless moves in a split moment. Impossible. The Dusk Divine Lord was already very shocked when Li Fuchen used another power to fight with him. But this power didn't weaken in the Dusk Divine domain. Hand of Devil, you actually know the Hand of Devil? The Dusk Divine Lord recognized the Hand of God. But in the divine race, the Undying God's finishing move wasn't called the Hand of God, it was called the Hand of Devil. The intense battle continued and the Dusk Divine Lord had been suppressing Li Fuchen. But when facing Li Fuchen's myriad calamity immortal body, his attacks were completely ineffective. After several days, both sides had expended a lot of energy. If they were to fight to the death, it was unknown who would emerge victorious. Primary Extreme Emperor, I admit that you are qualified for me to treat you seriously. The Dusk Divine Lord swept a glance at the Horizontal River Primogenitor and said, if you want me to let the Horizontal River Primogenitor off, I can. Get him to hand over the Genesis Bronze Key, otherwise, I will not rest until he is dead. Genesis Bronze Key. Li Fuchen looked at the Horizontal River Primogenitor. Primogenitor Hung, he explained, in the Primogenitor star field, there is a mysterious and dangerous place called the Primogenitor Ground. There are top treasures everywhere, and in the depths of the Primogenitor Ground, there is an Primogenitor Grand Hall. There are many rooms inside, and each room contains a universal treasure. The Primogenitor Bronze Key is the key to open the room. However, above this, there is also the Primogenitor Silver Key and the Primogenitor Golden Key. I see. Li Fuchen nodded. He knew about the Genesis Star region. It was said that this was the first star region that evolved in the universe. The substance and energy inside were extremely dense and even the universe laws were extremely firm. Normally, all the major factions would set up their headquarters in the Genesis Star region. Li Fuchen also knew about the Genesis Ground. It was the most mystical danger ground in the Genesis Star region and also the most mystical danger ground in the universe. As for whether it was the most dangerous place, it was unknown. Li Fuchen only didn't know about the Genesis Key. After thinking about it, those who obtained the Genesis Key would all be worried about attracting trouble. No one would expose it. Those who knew about the Genesis Key wouldn't normally spread the information about the Genesis Key. After all, there might be a day when they would be able to obtain a Genesis Key. By then, they would naturally hope that fewer people knew about it. From what I know, the Genesis Ground will only open once every 10 million years. There is still over 2 million years before the next opening. Li Fuchen wasn't interested in the Genesis Bronze Key. He had only cultivated for around 2,000 years. The next time the Genesis Ground opened, he might already be a half-god. A universe cardinal treasure might not be of much use to him. The Horizontal River Primogenitor said, there is indeed over 2 million years before the next opening of the Genesis Ground. But if 9 Genesis Keys are discovered, the Genesis Ground will also open. I remember that during the past 100 million years, there were a few times where more than 9 Genesis Keys appeared. That is possible. Li Fuchen understood. Each Genesis Key corresponded to a universe cardinal treasure. Only a few people wouldn't be tempted. Even Li Fuchen was tempted. Previously, he wasn't tempted because there was still over 2 million years before the next opening of the Genesis Ground. It was truly too long. Origin Extreme Emperor, I know you are in a difficult position, but it is truly a waste of opportunity for me to give the Genesis Bronze Key to the Darkness Divine Lord. In comparison, I would rather give the Genesis Bronze Key to you. I wonder what Origin Extreme Emperor thinks. The Horizontal River Primogenitor said to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen asked, what do you think? The horizontal river primogenitor thought for a moment and said, I wish to comprehend the world fruit for 100,000 years. Alright, I promise you. It was impossible for Li Fuchen to give up this opportunity. Even if he didn't think for himself, he had to think for the people around him. As for offending the darkness divine lord, Li Fuchen didn't care. Chapter 10:19. Twilight Divine Lord, apologies, I cannot give you the Genesis Bronze Key. Li Fuchen said to the Twilight Divine Lord. Then let's fight to the death. The Twilight Divine Lord charged at Li Fuchen again. This battle lasted for an entire month and Li Fuchen's myriad calamity immortal body was finally broken. It was mainly because the replenishment of the calamity power couldn't keep up with the consumption. However, the Twilight Divine Lord didn't have it any better either. His Twilight Divine domain was obviously weaker. Ha, prepare to die. The Twilight Divine Lord was delighted and attacked Li Fuchen frenziedly. Li Fuchen replenished his calamity power while using the primary extreme sword art to fight with the Twilight Divine Lord. He might be suppressed more severely, but he would only consume some of his strength and it wasn't a big deal. Half a year later, Li Fuchen's calamity power was replenished. Boom! Li Fuchen circulated the calamity power and used a palm strike to clash with the Twilight Divine Lord. Damn it! The Twilight Divine Lord knew that Li Fuchen's devil's hand had recovered. If this continues, there is no end to it. My strength will be exhausted sooner or later. In order to reduce the consumption of strength, his Twilight Divine domain was actively weakening. From its prime, it was weakened to 50%. As such, the consumption wasn't just reduced by half, it was reduced by 100 times. However, he only had one type of power, while Li Fuchen had two types of power. One type of power for combat, the other type of power for replenishment. If this cycle continued, Li Fuchen wouldn't have to worry about exhausting his strength. On the contrary, even if he had 10 or 100 times more power than Li Fuchen, there would still be a day when he would be exhausted. Tide Sea Divine Lord, help me, Extreme Light Divine Lord, I have something here. The Twilight Divine Lord started to contact the invincible emperors in the temple. Horizontal River Primogenitor, something isn't right. Return to the Horizontal River City first. Li Fuchen reminded the Horizontal River Primogenitor after sensing the change in the Twilight Divine Lord's expression. Alright. The Horizontal River Primogenitor nodded and left in a flash. As long as he returned to the Horizontal River City, not even 5 Twilight Divine Lords would be able to break the array. His Horizontal River City wasn't as easy to break as the Divine Leaf City. In just 1 month, 3 Divine Race Invincible Rulers rushed over and worked together with the Dusk Divine Lord to attack Li Fuchen frenziedly. Emperor Yuanji, let me help you. The Origin Bright Sword Ancestor was the first to rush over. Different from the previous time, the sword in the Origin Bright Sword Ancestor's hand was changed to a Tier 6 Peak Grade Supreme Artifact Sword, the Origin Bright Sword. The sword light was flashing and the enemy's every move could be seen clearly. Once Li Fuchen arrived, he was able to relieve a lot of pressure. Haha, how can I, the Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor, not participate in the battle against the deity's Templar? Scarlet Sword, unsheath. The second to rush over was the Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor. Although his aura was ranked in the top 100 on the Monarch ranking, the Scarlet Sword in his hand was a top-grade rank 7 Supreme Artifact Sword. With a flash of scarlet light, the entire universe seemed to be split apart. Sword and saber as one, heaven and earth annihilation. The third to rush over were Tao Lord Heavenly Saber and Tao Lord Earth Sword. The two of them combined their saber and sword and their lethality increased exponentially, filling the entire place with saber flashes and sword shadows. Dusky God Lord, I'm sorry for being late. Li Fuchen had endless helpers, but the Dusk Divine Lord wasn't slacking either. On this day, a heavyweight Divine Race Invincible Ruler rushed over. Ice Fire Divine Lord. The origin bright sword ancestor had a change in expression. The Ice Fire Divine Lord was ranked 4th on the monarch ranking. His power was neither ice nor fire, or it should be said that he possessed both ice and fire power. He could freeze the enemy or burn them into ashes. He was an extremely terrifying peak-level invincible ruler. Ice Fire Divine Domain. As soon as he arrived, the Ice Fire Divine Domain was activated. As compared to the Dusk Divine Lord's Dusk Divine Domain, the Ice Fire Divine Domain had more offensive power. Everyone felt that their power was being consumed at least 10 times faster than before. The commotion from the battle quickly attracted an invincible ruler. The invincible ruler looked from afar and was shocked. What kind of battle was this? The weakest among the two parties was a top ranker on the monarch ranking. There was even the 8th-ranked Dusk Divine Lord and the 4th-ranked Ice Fire Divine Lord. Was the temple going to start a war with the Swordsman Guild? As time elapsed, there were more spectators. However, those who dared to spectate were at least regular emperors. Those below the emperor rank couldn't even see the situation clearly. Furthermore, if they were careless, they might be affected. Ice Fire Divine Lord, Dusk Divine Lord, do you think my Swordsman Guild has no one? The black and white sword light was like a swimming fish that shuttled through the battlefield. Many of the temple's divine lords were sent flying. Tai Chi Sword Ancestor. The Ice Fire Divine Lord's face turned dark. The Tai Chi Sword Ancestor was the #1 invincible ruler of the Swordsman Guild and was ranked 5th on the monarch ranking. His strength wasn't inferior to the Ice Fire Divine Lord. Li Fuqian was rather astonished as he didn't invite the Tai Chi Sword Ancestor and he had never seen the Tai Chi Sword Ancestor before. The Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor transmitted a message to Li Fuqian, I am the one who invited him. Right now, it wasn't a matter between Li Fuqian and the Dusk Divine Lord, it was a matter between the Swordsman Guild and the temple. The Swordsman Guild would never show weakness, otherwise, the other factions would laugh at them and think that the Swordsman Guild was mediocre. Many thanks. Li Fuqian also knew that the situation was a little out of control. More and more people arrived from both sides, from a few to over a dozen. The battle was spectacular and it was something that was rarely seen in tens of millions of years. It is a good opportunity to observe the strength of both sides. When the other super factions received the news, they all came over to spectate. For example, the Saber Alliance, Dark Parliament, Battle God Pagoda, Trials Eye, etc. Ice Fire Divine Lord, do you need help? The Dark Soul Primogenitor transmitted a message to the Ice Fire Divine Lord from the Dark Parliament. No need. The Ice Fire Divine Lord rejected and asked the Dark Parliament to help them. Wouldn't it be telling everyone that the temple was mediocre and that they still needed help from other super factions? On the other side, the Swordsman Guild had also rejected the Saber Union. The two super factions were basically led by humans. They might be in competition, but if the other party encountered any difficulties, they would still be willing to help. The temple was indeed formidable. Even though they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, they were still able to suppress the Swordsman Guild. In the same level, the divine race was almost invincible. Seeing the situation, everyone wasn't surprised. In terms of overall strength, be it the divine race or the temple, they were already the #1 in the universe. It was an undisputed fact. Tai Chi Sword Dao Universe. During the fierce battle, the Tai Chi Sword Ancestor burst out with his kill move. The human martial Dao was very unique. First, there was the field, then it would transform into the world, and finally the universe. The universe was equivalent to the divine domain of the divine race. However, in the Swordsman Guild, only the Tai Chi Sword Ancestor had grasped the Sword Dao universe. My Sword Sea Horizon is still a Sword Dao world. It seems like there is a need for the Sword Sea Horizon to transform into a Sword Dao universe. Li Fuqian's cultivation level was sufficient, but his sword moves weren't perfected yet. It also meant that his current Sword Dao level was enough to push the power of his sword moves to a higher level. Boom boom boom. The Tai Chi Sword Ancestors' Tai Chi Sword Dao universe was clashing with the Ice-Fire Divine Lord's Ice-Fire Divine Domain. In between the two, the void was constantly collapsing, as though countless bubbles were exploding together. This is the Sword Dao universe. Li Fuqian didn't research the Sword Dao universe for two reasons. Firstly, it was because he cultivated for a short period of time. Secondly, he had never seen a Sword Dao universe before. After carefully sensing the profundity of the Tai Chi Sword Dao universe, Li Fuqian's mind was bursting with inspiration like countless lightning bolts wreaking havoc. Ice-Fire Divine Lord, let me assist you. The Darkness Divine Lord had already withdrawn his Darkness Divine Domain. With the Ice-Fire Divine Lord around, he didn't need to waste his power. However, when he saw that the Ice-Fire Divine Lord's Ice-Fire Divine Domain wasn't able to suppress the Tai Chi Sword Dao universe, he quickly released his Darkness Divine Domain and blasted at the Tai Chi Sword Dao universe with the Ice-Fire Divine Domain. Bang boom! The Tai Chi Sword Ancestors' Tai Chi Sword Dao universe was utterly defeated. In a one-on-one, the Tai Chi Sword Ancestor was still inferior to the Ice-Fire Divine Lord. With the addition of the Darkness Divine Lord, it was impossible to contest. Before the Light Divine Lord arrives, my Swordsman Guild is already struggling. If the Light Divine Lord is here, there is no way we can fight. The Tai Chi Sword Ancestor sighed and did his best to activate the Tai Chi Sword Dao universe. It was a pity that the Tai Chi Sword Dao universe was getting smaller and couldn't protect the Swordsman Guild anymore. I see. Li Fuqian's perception was terrifying. Once the Tai Chi Sword Dao universe was revealed, Li Fuqian immediately saw the crux of it. At times, it is very important to learn from others. Li Fuqian's eyes burst out with radiance. Primary Extreme Sword Dao Universe. Boom! A bundle of chaotic and boundless sword radiance spread out with Li Fuqian at the center. Sword Dao Universe. The Tai Chi Sword Ancestor's eyes lit up and revealed a shocked expression. He was certain that Li Fuqian didn't know the Sword Dao universe previously. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited until now to execute it. After a simple deduction, he knew that Li Fuqian had seen his Tai Chi Sword Dao universe and researched his own Sword Dao universe. What kind of terrifying perception was this? As compared to Li Fuqian, the other children of the universe from the Swordsman Guild paled in comparison and were overshadowed. With Li Fuqian's primary extreme Sword Dao universe joining the alliance, the Tai Chi Sword Ancestor finally stabilized his declining momentum. He might not be able to expand his Sword Dao universe, but he wouldn't be pushed back by too much. Furthermore, he realized that as time elapsed, Li Fuqian's Sword Dao universe was gradually being perfected. What is going on? The Dusk Divine Lord was stunned. How did Li Fuqian know the Sword Dao universe? Did he break through during the battle? Such a mystical feeling. Li Fuqian felt like he was the ruler of the Sword Dao. Wherever the primary extreme Sword Dao universe expanded, the laws of the universe would retreat. In addition, the primary extreme Sword Dao universe might be born from the Sword Sea Horizon, but it wasn't directly related to the Sword Sea Horizon. In theory, the Sword Sea Horizon was still a sword move, while the primary extreme Sword Dao universe was Li Fuqian's Sword Dao ability. It didn't make any difference if he used a sword or not. Of course, because Li Fuqian comprehended the Sword Dao universe, Li Fuqian's Sword Sea Horizon was even stronger. He could easily trap the enemy in the Sword Dao universe and use Boundless Sword Chi to slash them to death. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.